got a minute? I want to show you the next great AI invention. An AI agent capable of making... All right, are we up and running now? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me this morning? That's what we got going on here in the beginning. Jayhawk, good morning, everyone. Maybe I'll have a blessed day today. You got it, Jayhawk, yes. R. Richie B, second, yes. Jayhawk, yeah, bumping. Jayhawk, GCTK, got it. All right, I got that one. Yes, it's SOBR, I did see this morning, looking very good. Yep, there are 7 reverse splits today. Yep, reverse splits. Okay. TECS. SOXS. TZA. DRIP. GGLS. Got it? AIBD. AIBD. And AMDD. All right, thank you very much. Jeffy Guru, good morning, and thank you for calling out yesterday a stock, NXTC. That was a great call out. NXTC. I made about 1,300 on that. On my account. Now, for those of you that are new to this channel, we work as a team here, and we got a group of people here that are here every day. We using scanners and screeners and ChatGPT and AI software to find hot stocks. Then I go over at them and I try to really break them down and look at the charts and look at areas there might be resistance based on the history of the stock. I am not a financial advisor, and I only make one guarantee, and that guarantee is there are no guarantees, okay? And what I'm going to be showing you today is how to trade on a Charles Schwab Think or Swim platform. I suggest you start out with a paper money account. I'm going to be trading with a paper money account. I do have 3 other accounts here that I trade on live as well, but those are the real accounts. I trade here with paper money. All right. And I would suggest you do the same. 0 risk on paper money, folks. 0 risk. Get good at what you're doing before you do it, before you really go all in. All right. Don't just start trading with your money. Get good at what, learn. And so this morning, and I don't want you to get confused. I don't want you to hold these stocks long. We just day trade them. People call them out. They run up and then they fall like a rock. 9 times out of 10, they fall within the next week. So we're just catching runners, and we get in and we get out. Now, on paper money, you can be a little bit more risky. But with that risk comes real risk if you're using your real accounts. So just be advised that at times you might be on a roll and you could be up 1,000 or two, and then in seconds it could all fall if they do a public share offering or reverse split. So that's why when someone calls out a stock here, I jump over and look at my reverse splits a lot of times, a list to see do they often do reverse splits or they never do reverse splits, because that makes a difference. And so good morning, Richie B. Good morning, Marsh. All right. Marsh, I believe it was you that, let me see. Yes. Thank you for your great contribution on Venmo, Marsh07. Thank you so much for that nice contribution that you gave on Venmo. I really do appreciate that. And I appreciate it when people are making money, when they send something a little bit my way. I really do appreciate it. I want to thank you very much, Marsh. Jayhawk, PHIO. All right, KUST. Okay, SLMD. Got it? RDW. Redwire. I know I'll double K's into that one. XCUR. V moving again, okay? I missed that one. I missed V. All right, $2 gain per share already this morning. All glory to God. Amen, brother. Yep. Good morning, Nisi Jane. KUST. You're the second one on that one, Richie. All right, got it. Jayhawk, do your scanner see V is still going strong? It's definitely still pulling up on my scanner. Good morning. Emmanuel Sells Houston, good morning. Emmanuel, I think you called out a couple stocks yesterday. One of them, congratulations on that one that went up. And one of them didn't do so good. I'd also like to thank CRB Jonesboro, who came in. CRB Jonesboro, thank you for your suggestion to get in on LESL. I got in and I got out. Now, I would like to take a look here at some stocks that I'm holding right now. And the first chart I want to look at is SOBR. So, yep. Happy boy just said it. Happy hour. SOBR. So that's the first one I'm going to look at. I'm sitting on 560 shares. We're going to the charts. We're going to go to SOBR. By the way, this is VMAR, which hit $1.60 a share, closed at $1.32 yesterday, and hit this morning in the pre-market at 4 o'clock in the morning, $1.60 per share. Okay? And I don't see a huge amount of buying, okay? When I look here at this stock, VMAR, what I look for is when a price spikes up like this, I come over here and I want to see how much volume came in there. And folks, at the end of the day yesterday, there was a lot of buying here. And then a whole boatload of buying at 6 o'clock started coming in. Now, what my presumption is I look at this much volume right here that was bought in this, and then this morning, I showed everybody last night, man, this thing was converged right here. It was completely converged. I showed them, I think, on the 5-day chart. And man, that thing was completely converged. I'm telling you, man. Yesterday, when the price was right here, it was completely converged. And it wasn't on the 5-day. It must have been right there. Yeah, what time was that? And then look at them try to pull it down to their famous fateful line right there, 131 a share. And I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this price that they just took it down to, it's their famous line. They love this line. They love this line. They love this line. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. They love this freaking line. All right? It's the median line on this stock, okay? And they love to take the price down to it. And so there you go. It's at the same low that it was right here, the same high resistance, high resistance, high resistance. This line right here, folks, their love line. Look at the 20-day chart on it. Just look how long this price has sat on this line. 1, 2, 3 days, then resistance once, twice, 3 times. Then they take it way up. And what line did they take it to? The same line, the same dang one that had been to so many times. The same line, folks, the same bottom. Now, my point is this. From this median line, how far has it dropped compared to how high it goes? When it was here again, how far did it drop below compared to how high it went? When it was here, look how far below, but look how high it went. Look at the below that line, but look how high it's gone. Then you look below this line. Again, how far did it go down? But how high is it gone? Do you see the pattern? So it's a good buy on this line is my thinking. And even better if you can get it down here. That price is $1.20 right there. $1.20. Then a line of resistance at $1.23. Then one at 128, 131, which is where they are now, conveniently. 131. And the stock is VMAR. VMAR. And the news on this stock is that it was surging on the 14th because they blew out on Q3 earnings. They were just way, way up in earnings. And they were up big time also on their revenue and earnings and on their cash. And so that spiked the price up yesterday to $3.36 in the pre-market. They put out their earnings report and the price, well, it really was mostly around here, $2.35 a share. So they've dropped it $1, folks. They've dropped it $1. And now they're at the same line this morning as they were yesterday in the afternoon. Happens to be my dollar cost average. Yep, where they're sitting right now happens to be my dollar cost average. And now I want to look at, give me just a minute here, guys. I'll be right back in less than 30 seconds. All right. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to be good. All right. Let me take a look at this here a second. See how this sucker works. Okay. Unfortunately, it won't work for me. Shoot. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, let me turn this lamp off. And let's take a look at these stocks. First one I want to look at this morning is SOBR. SOBR. There it is right there. Closed yesterday at 117. Bid is 150. Ask is 151. And the price already hit 194 at 6 a.m. this morning. Right now on SOBR, I am up $224. I'm up 184 today on SOBR. And I'm sitting on 400 shares. Looking at it on the chart, the 1-day chart. Here's the 1-day chart. SOBR. Nice bounce right off of that 200-day average right there. Boom. Nice. Very strong looking. SOBR. Notice how they tried to peck on the 200 and missed it right there. Then they actually penetrated the 200 just below. The 200 was at 136, and they dropped it to 133. Of course, 133. And for those of you that know on this channel, I have a buy-sell sheet. I don't know why it's not showing at the bottom here. I'm going to have to revise it. There we go. And I have to recover all of these files. All right. So let's get these down here. And close this out. All right, SOBR. Bid is 148, ask is 149. So they're going to try to hold it here and contain it under 150. And it doesn't surprise me because, boy, they stopped it there once, stopped it there twice, stopped it there 3 times, drop it down to the 200, then stop it there again. Typical market action. All right, SOBR. It'll be a good one today, folks. If you want to know why it's moving, which I do, let's go see if we can find any news. No, we cannot. Shares were halted on the circuit breaker to the upside, though, on the 13th. So 2 days ago, let's look at this on the 20-day chart. Man, I tell you, folks, I like this a lot. And if this 5-day blue moving average right here can get over this line, it's going to go all the way up to here, folks, okay? I've already tracked this stock out. I've already looked. All these red lines are going to be lines of resistance and to the 5-day average. And so you should sell some when the 5-day gets right there, should sell a little. And it would have been a good idea to sell it this morning at 194. Probably at that time, the 5-day was up here. And you should have sold it there. I bet you, when this price was at 194, the 5-day was probably up here, right at this line. Now they pulled it back from 194, so the 5-day has pulled back as well off that line to down here. And that's a line of resistance as well, going back in time. If you looked at it at the 90-day chart, maybe you'd see it. Let's go up here and change the time frame to 90 days. There we go. Oh, man. SOBR, folks. Triple upside crossover 2 days ago. And let me point out something to you guys. You see the angle of the 45 and 50 there? Look at them changing, going further north. Here's where it was. Right here. Hold on. Give me a second here. This was the angle right there. And I'm going to try to make sure I get it right. There you go. So the angle of the dangle was right here. All right. And I try to be very precise with this if I can be. And what I mean was, from this point, when they ran it up and then they started to tack it down to the 50-day line, you can see the angle of the increase was there like that. But then after the attack down and they fleeced it out, it shot up to here Not quite as high as before, and that's very common for the second one. Then they came at it again and they dropped it down to here. But look at the angle of the 45 and 50 now. Look at that angle, folks. You're talking about one angle here, and now you're looking at an angle like this. And I'll move that line over. Just give me a second. I mean, holy cow. There you go. That's it now. So you had a pitch angle like this on the 50 and 45 day, and now you've got a pitch angle like this on the 50 and 45 day. That thing is rocketing, people. SOBR. Keep an eye on it. SOBR. Look at the 45 day rising off the 50 day here. Look at the 200 day angle pitch up right there. SOBR. It's my pick of the day, folks. We'll watch out what goes on with it. It was halted, traded 2 days ago. It was halted. When the thing took off 2 days ago from here up to there, they halted it. And let's look over here, and let's see something here. If this company does reverse splits, so hold on a second here, and I'm going to go to my reverse split research channel. Reverse split saves reverse stock split history. Here we go, and this is on Seeking Alpha. Seeking Alpha, and we're going to type in SOBR. Oh, man. Yes, they did a reverse split on April 28th, 1 for 3. On October 2nd of 2024, 1 for 11. And April 4th, 2025, 1 for 10. So they've been using shareholders, unfortunately, to maintain a price over $1. In the pre-market this morning, they're up 28%. And I own 400 shares of that. SOBR. And I'm probably going to buy some more this morning and help it keep rising. SOBR. Now, we've got a lot of stocks that were called out today. And I'm going to try to look at all of them. That one is SOBR. Okay, now, I want to look at, first of all, the 4 stocks that I'm holding. So one of them is SOBR. One of them is VMAR. VMAR. All right, I see them attacking it down to the same line it was in the after hours. And it happens to be my dollar cost average, $1.32. And I see almost invisible candlesticks that are pulling it down here, okay? These are the candlesticks I see. And there is such little volume on these that it's almost unreadable. In the last hour, 128,000 shares. Yep. A sea of red to get the 5-day to where it was yesterday evening after the market closed. A sea of selling to make the 5-day moving average reach the same number And unfortunately, they're a good ways away from the number of last night, which was $1.20, and then a 123, and then last night 125. And then it took off from 125 and shot up to 150 a share. And then last night, around 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 160 a share. 160 a share last night. 160 a share. And then what number do they bring it back down to? Do they bring it back down to the 120 that they got last night in after hours? No. They drop it to this line. And this line is their favorite line. 130 a share. It's their favorite line, folks. If you go back and look at 130 a share on a 20-day chart, wow. Look at this number, folks. 130 a share. Right there. Look at this number right here where they are right now. Look at them right there on it. Look at them there on it. Look at them there on it. There on it. There on it. There on it. There on it again. There on it again. It's, in a matter of fact, it's their medium line. This price right here is their median line, folks. They're working off this number, and really, this is more of their favorite median line right here, and that's $1. $1 a share is their favorite line on this stock. $1. It's really looks like their favorite low is right about here. 120 a share. That's their favorite low, folks. 120. Once to there, twice to there, 3 times, 4, 5, 6 times, 120, folks. And now they're up here. And now they're here, where this line is here. This is the line they're on right now, and they're touching on this one. And look at how many times they've touched this line. Once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. That line, folks. The thing I want you to point out to you from this line, look how much higher it's gone versus how low it went. Look how much higher it's gone versus how low it went. Look at how much higher it's gone versus how low it went. Look how much higher it's gone versus how low it went below it. Look how much higher it's gone than how low it went below this line. And that's the thing you should pay attention to. The stock is VMAR. Off this line right now, where the price is right now, this is it. Look at how much it's gone below compared to how much it's risen above time and time again. Look how far below compared to how much it's risen above. And so here they are, sustaining this line again right now, 130. And VMAR is the stock, folks. VMAR. There's the bottom right there. There it is. There's the bottom. And congratulations to the shorts who actually took it down to, what was it? 128 right there. Congratulations. 128. And I'm going to write down here, VMAR 128 buy-in. VMAR 128 buy is my suggestion. It's just a suggestion, folks. And if you can't get it there, get it as close to that as you can. The market's going to open here, and the time now is 8:24. Hey, guys, can you do me a favor? At 8:24 and 8 seconds of 48 seconds, Right here, folks, 8:24 and 48 seconds. Can we all hit the like button? There's almost 40 here on the channel right now. So here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. And do not forget to hit the save button as well. Yep. I'd be very grateful if you would do that. And the stock I'm talking about is right here, folks. And surely at the same time as you hit that like button, if you want to, you can certainly hit the love signal. Just give me a second here. KUST going off in the pre-market. Yep. I've had that called out by several people. I've got a lot to look at here that have been called out this morning. So let's go to them. Starting out with, by the way, again, SOBR. It's my number one day pick stock, SOBR. All right. That's my number one day pick stock for right now. SOBR. It's my number one pick for the stock to get in on. All right, at the right times. And I think they may herk and jerk it a lot. Okay, so the next one I want to go to is KUST. People have been calling it out. And actually, it's falling right now. So I'm not sure how to the moon it is. I saw it was earlier this morning at 4:30 in the morning at 222. KUST 222 high. And that was at 4:33 a.m. Okay, let's really look at this KUST. Let's go ahead and look at the 10-day on it. Okay, I see the 10-day. Now, I see this line of resistance on the 5-day. The blue line stopped right there, and you can see why. If you go back here 5 days ago, look here. See that? That's why the 5-day stopped right there. And let's go see if it affects a longer-term chart. Let's look at the 20-day chart. Oh, yeah, for sure. There it is. There it is. And I'm also going to point out to you that that line has been achieved many times on that, and so now I want to come out to an even longer time frame, and I'm going to change the time frame over here. It says time frame at this block at the top right here, and I'm going to change this time frame to 90 days right here. Oh yeah, it's a favorite line. Look at that favorite line right there. Oh man, they've just been all over this line. Oh yeah. Yep, for sure. Now, by the way, from this line, it could make a very nice move. Okay, from this line, it could jump all the way up to right here. This stock could do that easily because as fast as it fell, all right. So I'm telling you, it gets over this line and it's going to be on its way, folks. And the 5-day was over the line right there. It really flirted with getting away from them there. See how this is the levels of resistance up here, though? You should put some lines in there because you should be selling at these numbers. So every place you see the 5 day stop, there's a line, a line, a line. Okay. There's a line up here. There's a line down here. There's a line here where that 5 day stops. You put in your lines, folks, and then you'll know where the resistance will be as you rise. All right. It's as simple as that. This is going to be a line of resistance. This is going to be a line. This is going to be a line. And why did they decide to stop it here, you wonder? Well, let's take a look. Look back at the past. Hold on. There. Why did they stop the 5 day on that line just then? Well, go look here. They stopped the price there once. They stopped it near there twice. They stopped it right there and dropped it from that. They they tried to stop it there and jerk it down, and then it went up over it. They tried to stop it there, and it responded and went up to here. They tried to stop it there, went up a little. Man, this is a common stop line, very common stop line. And this is what I try to teach people on this channel. Go back and look at the history, and you'll see where the major resistance was on this stock. And then you'll know to sell a little bit when it gets to that line, and they'll pull it back down to right here. And you can buy back into it right here. Okay? And there it is. There's the buyback right there. Right there. Perfect. Perfect. There's the stop line. There's the buyback. 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 There's the stop line. Oh my gosh. And there they are again, stopping it on this line. And there's their buyback, the same spot. Triple upside crossover on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. KUST, triple upside crossover. All right, I like it right here. And I want you to take a look at something. Earlier this morning, obviously, just a little bit ago, they were able to get this line. And then shortly after that, they were able to get this line twice. And now the bottom of this doesn't even, yep, it's got a wick on it, folks. It's got a wick on this. So the low now they're achieving is going to be right there, right there. That's where they are now. So their first low was here. Their second low was here and here. Their third low is here. And you can see by this candlestick, it's got a wick on the bottom of it. They popped down. Now it's starting to recover. Now look at the 45 rising off of the 50-day here too. And just look at that, a triple upside crossover on the 1 day with the current price and candlesticks going over. Then the 10-day orange goes over with the 5-day blue. And now the 50 and 45 cross over the 200, and the 45 starts separating from the 50. The gap is getting bigger. Then they try to attack it down, and they get to this low, but before they were here, here, and now here. I pointed out to you, folks. All I do is provide. You decide. Closed at 101 a share, now 143 a share. So it's up huge. But I see this candlestick right here now, the bottom is actually here. So I'm going to have to move it down a little where they just dropped it to. Because I want to be accurate, man. I want to be 100% accurate with these lines right here. I don't want to mislead people. Okay, there it is. Yep. There it is now. Yep, right on that line. And there's a wick on the bottom of it. I want to watch this wick here, folks. This is my true indicator of this candle, of what's going on with this stock right now. This is where I'm watching right here, folks. I want to see a wick on the bottom of this candlestick. I don't want to see it equal this again. And I don't want to see it equal that for sure. But I don't think I will, because look at the 45 rising off the 50, man. I mean, geez, it's going to push this thing back up. Watch this thing here. This is your candlestick right here. And Let's change this to a 1-day chart. There we go. Oh, look at that familiar bottom. They dropped it here once to that one. They dropped it here twice to that one. Now they're dropping to their familiar line here. There's your line of resistance. When it started to rise, they tried to stop it there and pull it back. Then it went over it and down to it again, then over it more, then down to it the last time, then over it more, then not even to it. And the stock I'm looking at is KUST. KUST. All right, we got some more to look at. I quickly want to look now at AGEN. Oh, man, I actually like it a lot right here. This has been a line of resistance over and over right here. Right there, line of resistance, 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 and line of resistance finally getting crossed over. And my point is this, folks. Look at the 200. It's rising here. And look at the 50 and 45. They're rising with the 200. All long-term moving averages are now currently phased upwards. The trend is up on these two long-term lines. And the short term is going to follow the longs. It just follows along. They can try to pull it down to the long term, but it won't matter. With them both rising, this likely is going to correspond upwards, respond in an upward pattern. So this line of resistance, which has been critical to them once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, 11 times, 12, and lucky 13, it breaks away. Because you might want to notice this 50 and 45 has been down here and down here and here, and now they're up here and crossed the 200. AGEN closed at 508. The current bid is 513. Ask is 516. AGEN. All right. SHPH. You better keep an eye on that one. I'm telling you, you better keep an eye on this one. Because I see some mirror trading here. I'm going to show you. And this is the mirror right here. All right. Right here. There's your mirror. I kind of messed it up, not making it straight. But I will make it straight. Because I like my mirrors to be very straight and reflective. All right. So we're going to do that. We're going to make it straight. There. All right. So what do I mean by my mirror? Okay. Well, this is pretty easy to see. It's pretty easy to see. We'll move it over just a little. It really should be right about here. Yeah. Right there's the mirror. This, folks, is this drop is this drop. And this pop is this pop. And that drop is this drop. And that rise is this rise. And from that rise, that drop is this drop. And from that drop to this rise is that drop to this rise. And from that rise right there to that drop is this rise to this drop. And then from this drop is to this rise. So from here, we should go up to there, and we're already at that number. And we should go for a little sideways and then right on up to here. So a little bit sideways here and then right on up to this line right here. All right. I put that line there because of this point of resistance right over here that was achieved midday yesterday, midday. So right now, this line where the price is right there was midday low yesterday. midday low. And here we are again at the same number right now. Kim should be happy this morning when she gets in here. Check out VEEE. All right. Oh, nice. Nice. Whoa. Nice. And it was at $51. And I know she bought in at 30, you said. Limit to sell at 50. Nice. All right. Very nice. I'll ring the bell on that. All right, but I'm not gonna I'm not certainly not gonna buy into it right now with it falling, but I will look at where the line is right now and say, was there ever a line here before? Did it ever stop at this price before right here where they got it right now? That's what I'd like to know. Did it ever stop at this number right here before? So let's go to the 5-day and see if it did. Oh, for sure and certain it did. Yeah, right there. Bingo. Absolutely it did. It stopped right there. Look at that. And now they're dropping it to this line right here. And I want you to see, ladies and gentlemen, the thing I like about it is that yesterday, the 5-day stopped right there. Okay? Yesterday, the 5-day stopped right there. And now that's where the 5-day is. It needs to go over that number. Another thing, take a look. From this number where the 5-day hit, which was at 42.30, it went up to here to 48.86. 42.30 to 48. It went up $6 from that price. The 5-day went up $6. But now, instead of going up to 48.88, 48.86, it went to 51.42 from the 50-day at the same number. It's gone higher. It's gone. This number was 42.30. It went up to 51.42. It went up $9. So this is proof of the strength of the stock right now. From the last time it reached this 42.30, it could only achieve 48.88, $6.50 rise. But from the same line now, the same line of resistance, 42.30, it's gone to 51.42. It's gone up $9.10. And that is a true sign of strength. When the last time it hit here, it stopped there. And now the second time it hits here, it stops here. Well, the reason why is because the last time it hit here and went to there, the 200 was down here. Now it reaches the same line, but the 200 is up here. And when it was here before, and this was the price of the high, well, when it was here, the 50-day was down here. And now it's at the same line, and the 50-day is risen to right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it shot higher and went up $9 higher. Well, just be very careful with this thing, folks. I say take your money and run, because I can see every one of these spikes has been unsustainable. Every one of these spikes has been unsustainable. Every spike has been unsustainable. And this spike will most likely be unsustainable, okay? And I'm telling you, you can see how far they've taken below the 50-day after these spikes. You can almost guarantee. Look at this price right here. It was 22.13, 22.13, and they took it down to 18.13. They took it down $4, folks. They took it down $4 below where the 50 was. $4. Well, over here, when it got below the 50, how far did they take it down? The 50 was at 13.50, and they took it down to 27.50. Wait a minute. It was at 34.50, 34.50, and they took it down to 27.50. They took it down $7 almost below the 50. So now here, wow, they could come below the 50 and they could come somewhere between this was basically $25 and but the 50-day was at 22.13 and they took it down to 18.13. So $4 drop below the 50 here, $4. And here 34.50 down to 27.50. $7 drop below the 50. $4 drop below the 50, $7 drop below the 50. And right now the bid is 42.50 and the ask is 42.68. All right, I got my eye on it. Uh, go back to the 1 day here. I want to look at one called out also by you, Jayhawk, PHIO. Was at 128 and then just hit 90 cents this morning. PHIO. Wow. That hurts. I'm going to look at now again at KUST. Okay, there's a line of resistance. It needs to get over. It just needs to get over that. There's two lines of resistance it needs to get over. One of them is right here, and the second one is there. And then the third one's going to be right here. Right here. I mean, this thing's got a lot of little lines of resistance along here, folks. It's got lines. This is on KUST. It's got lines of resistance there and here and man, right there and right there. It's got lines of resistance all over on it. And it needs to get beyond this line right here. If it does, it's going to make a nice move. And that price is 157. This stock needs to go over 157 a share. If it does, then it'll go up to 160. If it surpasses 160, it's going to have trouble at 163. If it goes over 163, its next resistance should be here. And that number is 170. 170 to 172 is always a sell, folks. Then your next line of resistance is right here, and that number is at 179. Yep. Oh, man, look at the resistance right there. Look at the resistance right there at 179. Look at it drop there and go up. See it run up to there and then pull down. Man, that's a heavy line of resistance, 179. It'll be 177. So you can sell 176, 177, 178, 179, and then it'll pull back to right here, 171. Maybe even pull all the way down here to 166. All right. So what I'm showing you here, folks, is a method of trading called mirror trading. And you're just using these points of resistance from the past and knowing they'll become resistance in the future. And you can see right here where they dropped it to that line and then it shot up. Well, look here where they stopped it right there and then pulled it down. So if you knew that this was going to be a major line of resistance right here based on this right here, you would know that might have been a good place to sell some. And then they drop it to this line where they had a low there and a low there and a low right there briefly, a low right there. And what do you know? They come back to that line one more time. KUST. The bid is 147. The ask is 148. It closed at 101 last night. And KUST, if I put them in here, I don't see a reason for the move. I don't see any news on this stock. I just see down here on the 29th, shares are trading higher after Syrian entered into an asset purchase of agreement to acquire substantially all of the assets, compromising the company's video solutions division. So that's the last news I see on this stock, KUST. I don't know why it surged up to $2.22, but it looks to me like a pump and dump, okay? Because now it's at 147, down 80 cents. KUST. All right. Let's take a look at SL. These are stocks called out by Jayhawk this morning. And also Richie B, Richie B also called out KUST. Now, one thing I did was I went over and I looked at Sober at how many reverse splits they had done, SOBR. Let's see if this KUST has ever done any reverse splits. Oh, oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Wow. Oh, watch out. 1 for 8, 1 for 20, 1 for 20, 1 for 100, 1 for 3, 1 for 5. I mean, anytime this company needs money, folks, they're just going to throw it on your shoulders. People, watch out. This stock is up 45% in the pre-market, but watch out. Look how many freaking reverse splits this company's done, folks. And one was 1 for 100. My gosh. All right, I'm warning you about it. KUST. They could do a reverse split if they don't stay over $1 at any moment. And the reason they're up 46%, folks, this thing goes back under $1. Look for another reverse split coming. January and April, freaking 4 months spread between two reverse splits. And they did one here on May the 7th and then May 23rd. In the same month, they did two reverse splits. One for 20 and then 1 for 100. Oh my gosh. That is just absolutely absurd, folks. Watch out, okay? KUST. Man, am I glad I looked that up. God, dogs. Wow. Watch out, people. Be careful. If they can't stay over $1, man, they're going to hump it on your shoulders and they're going to make their NASDAQ compliance with a reverse split again. 2 in 1 month. I've never seen that happen. I've never seen a company do that. Oh, man. Can someone tell me if Kat already watched LEDS or not? No, I haven't. I will look. I will look at it. I'm trying to look at everybody else's calls here first. I'll get to it in a minute. SLMD, I'm looking at. And I don't see a stock SLMD. I saw Jayhawk call it out, but I don't see it. SLMD. SHMD. There we go. SHMD must be the one. Little double ta-ta on that right there. SHMD. Reverse split company. 2 in 1 month. God. That is just, oh. Wow. All right, SHMD raises 2026 order intake guidance after strong Q2 demand. That's the news this morning at 6:30. SHMD Group raises 2026 order intake guidance after strong Q2 demand. Okay? SHMD. Don't know anything about the company? Let's look at RDW. Redwire. This is a stock called out by Double K. I like it a lot right there, breaking over this line. It's got a couple of lines it needs to get over. It's certainly got to get over this line next. And that price is at $10.20 a share. It's got to get over $10.20. But you should have sold there at $10.20 this morning. At 7 o'clock, 7:15, you should have sold at $10.20 because that's on my sell sheet. You know that. And what's this here price they dropped it to? $9.96. Well, $10.20 to $9.97, $9.98, $9.99 is often achieved. But you got to sell the $10.20, my friend. $10.30 as well. At $10.38, look at that number, $10.38, folks. Look over here on my buy-sell sheet. What does this number say to buy back at or sell? It says to sell right here, 37.38. Always sell the 37 and 38, folks. Sell some there. You just got to do it. And look at that high today, 10.38, 10.38. And that's why I tell you to sell 10.37, 10.38. And then you could have bought back in as low as 9.97, 9.98, 9.99. Very common, very common. See, if you sell the 10.20, you're buying in at 188 or 9.88. But if you sell the 10.30, then you're buying in at 9.97, 9.98, 9.99. It's perfect. And now there's resistance at this line. And that resistance at that line was achieved initially right here when it dropped to there and went up. So there's the resistance line now. There's your resistance line right now. That's the line of resistance right there now as they try and turn it off that. If it goes over that, it's going to go up here to 10.20. And if it breaks 10.20, it's going to go to 10.23. And if it can break that, then it's on its way, folks. That's RDW. Closed at $9.74 a share. Now at 10.12 bid, 10.14 ask. So they're just trying to hold it at 10.13. That's all. 10.13 is where they're trying to hold it, ladies and gentlemen. Savannah, 10.13. And let's put it right on it. There it is, 10.13. You can already see they tried to maintain it there for 5 minutes this morning, and now they're trying to hold it there again, 10.13. And that's the stock RDW. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to look at XCUR. XCUR. We're 3 away from yours, Nouveau Music. I don't want to go into this XCUR right here, I don't think. Now, I do see that it's definitely building a bottom here, all right? And there's no question they're kind of in love with this line right here. All right. They're sort of in love with that line as the low, aren't they? And if you go over and paint that on the 5 day, what does that look like? Ah, yes, very often. Very often revisited on the 5 day, this line. At 177. Oh, yeah. They've been all over this line. They've been there, they've been there, they've been there. Now they're there again, dropping it from here to that very familiar line of resistance right there. And let's take this out to the 20 day. And one other time, actually twice, once right there and right there, they hit it again. And that price, ladies and gentlemen, is basically $1. And the low they got here was here. And that was 172, believe it or not. And so now I see the 5 day is right here. Oh, hold on. I see the 5 day is right here. Right there. Well, I see the 5 days been dropped to right here. And I saw them drop the 5 day to right here one time as well. So it's a common drop to line right there. And I see the 5 day sort of got stopped at this line here once, right here. Man, they sat in this range a long time right there. All right. Well, when he breaks this line, it has the potential to go all the way up to right here. All right. And of course, this is a line of resistance right here. So there's why they stopped it there. See there? Line of major resistance right there. And that is why here it was too. And here it was as well. And that's why they stopped the 5 day on that line right there just now. The stock is XCUR. XCUR. But seeing that 5 day now drop to this line isn't a surprise because you can see the same line right here. The 5 day, they dropped it right onto it and then bounced it off. So seeing them come to here now is not really a surprise. All right. But it may be a good place to make an entry. Okay. We'll have to watch because between here, there's really nothing from there to there or from there to there or there to there. There's nothing. It's a big gap right here down. So they could easily push this down right now to this price again, 172. Okay. 172. I'm just letting you know, folks. You decide. I provide, you decide. Here it is highlighted right now. And there it is right there. You can see what it's doing. It's got a flat top green on it right now. And ladies and gentlemen, the market is going to open in 27 minutes. I'm going to set my alarm for 5 minutes from now, and we're going to do a little sing-along song. And we're all going to hit the like button at 9:08 and 8 seconds. 9:08 and 8 seconds, okay? And let's take a look now at VEEE. All right. And there it goes, folks. VEEE. I don't see any reason why it's going up like it is. I don't see any reason. But I think one of our members, Kim, had a limit sell order at $50. And this morning it hit 51.42. So, Kim, congratulations. I'm pretty sure your order sold at 50. All right, let me back up here. Oh, thank you, Jayhawk, for the GGs. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Emmanuel Sells Houston, good morning. Good morning, John Connor. OPAL. We'll take a look at it. OPAL. It doesn't have a lot of volume on it. Bid 205, ask 230. Wow, that's a pretty good spread. Next, R. Richie B's calling out JTAI. Okay. JTAI, thank you. All right. Folks, the time is now 9:07. And that in 1 minute from now, I'd like to ask you all to help me out with the channel and hit the like button at the same time. And so thank you very much for doing that. I'd appreciate it very, very much if you all would hit the like button at the same time. And we're going to do a countdown. And I would appreciate it also if you guys would show a little bit of love here right now. And for every heart on the screen, I'm going to put a heart on the screen for you. And we're all going to hit the like button here in 20 seconds, folks. So there's a heart for you. There's a heart on for you. And a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. A heart on for everybody is screwed. Here we go. We're going to count down, ladies and gentlemen. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. And if you can, also click the save button right there, the save button. Thank you, everybody. We love all the hearts. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nisi Jane. Thank you, Sean Joseph. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, we got a lot of catching up to do right now with all this chat in here. God is good. Yes, it is. Yes, he is. God, good morning, Cat. Happy boy, yes. So let me get up here and try to catch everything. A lot of stocks have been called out that I'm missing right now, so I'm trying to go up here and see. Okay, I got it. JTAI. All right, Catfish looked at it last night. Yep. Can't remember what he said about it, but Adidas looked at it last night. I see. Good morning, Cat. Good morning, Charles Washington. Good morning. He did look at it last night. Morning, all. Yep, Rusty Prater. Hello, Rusty. Good to see you. I did not say Adidas LIMN, Charles Washington. LIMN. All right. Now let's take a look quickly at a call out LEDS. And I'll try to get to everybody else here. We got a lot of chat that's been thrown out. LIMN, thank you very much. Charles Washington is a cheap one on the last time it popped. I think it went to 19 cents. Good. The time before that was 31 cents, I think. Nice. TRT, Rudiggity. TRT. Got it? All right, try and run it on down here. Opal at 200-day moving average, says John Connor. SOXS, someone wants to short semiconductor today. Yep, they have a reverse split today. They're one of 7 stocks that are reverse splits today. Yep. Jeffrey Guru, I take tips. Yep. That's right. Dirk Dangler, hey, what's up from Tampa, Florida? Hey there. Jayhawk is saying V is popping again. Let's go, baby. Got it. Hey, welcome, Dirk. Beam Saucer, NGL, Jayhawk. You threw me V in the chat the other day, and I took a risk. All right. That was a crazy jump. Yeah, it went from like 6 to 7 to 30. Yes. It's jumping this morning. It went from 34 to 39. Be careful with that one, guys. Made a quick few. We appreciate you. Marsh, thank you. Thank you very much. I got it. Yes. Marsh 07. Thank you. Bean sauce are beautiful. Poet, says R. Richie B. Poet, Poet. Thank you very much. We'll get a chance to look at it. ERNA. I'll try to get around to it. A lot of chat here this morning. Nouveau Music, good morning. Yes, Happy Boy, SOBR. We've been looking at it. This is my call for the day. LEDS, all right? Good news, okay? Thank you. LEDS. V, let's go, baby. I'm actually surprised V has made that big a jump and kept going. Yes. And I'm looking right here at everybody's comments. I'm trying to read it all. And I thank everyone who's commenting here this morning. Let's see. Most of the stocks we trade, the experience big jumps, tank back down the next day or two, or 5. Yeah. Charles Washington, LIMN is going into a $300 million merger. 300 mil merge. Thank you very much. That's good to know. V, you only, my friend. V, you my only friend. Jayhawk, 34 to 43 this morning. Boom. The last time V hit this price was about 150 days ago or so. Good to know, Jayhawk. Yep, yesterday's high anyway. OLTK, Jayhawk, OLTK. All right. Thank you very much. Jayhawk, thank you for the GGs. God is good. God is good. Yes, all glory goes to my Lord and Savior Jesus. There you go. I got a little outlook. Jayhawk, it acts pretty good. John Connor says, I got a little outlook, Jayhawk. It acts pretty good. I've actually been playing that one, John, since the World Free Speech called it out the first time at 27 cents. See, VIVS is hot. Happy boy, VIVS. All right. Well, I'm trying to get caught up with everyone. Awesome. Nisi Jane, you still here? Yes, I am. Have you seen V? Jayhawk, I find it quite comforting that we have many YouTube platforms to exalt our Savior. For a while we were yet sinners. Christ died for the ungodly. Thanks for your conviction. Praise him. Yes, there you go. About to hit 47. KUST going off in the pre-market. I think she's going to 50. I just hit 50. Nice. I just sold at 10. Good, good, good. V gets me again. All right. Jeffy Guru, SRY at 40. Jayhawk V, wow, you said it might hit 50. Yes, it hit 51.42 so far. They just punched it in the mouth. Yes, good morning. I'm hoping it drops a bit so I can jump in. Be careful, folks, on that one. It could jump a lot. It could drop a lot. Kat, check out V. Yes, I did. Kim should be happy. She put a limit to sell it at 50. Yes, I'm just going to go ahead and say congratulations, Kim. Look at the 180-day chart. Yes, greetings, bottom feeders. Hello, Weavester. I don't know exactly where she bought it. Good morning, Coach. Yes, please analyze. Thank you, Kat. Yep. Look at the 180-day chart. Yep. Can someone tell me if Kat had already looked at LEDS? Nope. Yes. Yeah. Already gone. LEDS. They're not scheduled for one today, so you should be in good as long as you get out today. KUST is not scheduled for one today, so we're good. That's something they have to file for. They can't just do reverse splits in the middle of the day like they do public offerings or offerings. No, they can't do it at any moment. And you can check and see if they have filed for one. Just don't hold it. Yes, JTAI, got it. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, you're the second one to call that out. Richie B called it out too. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, thank you. You're the second one to call it out. We're going to look at it in a moment. That's the next one on our list. All right. Yep. VIVS is very active. Happy boy. Okay. Got it. And I finally caught up with everything here. ELVA. Good morning. Well, I'm almost caught up anyway. ELVA. And we're going to get a chance to look at all these here, guys. Good morning, Don. Don Bordelon, welcome to the tank. I called 50 out 2 days ago playing around and it went to 50. Woohoo! I told everybody, don't take me seriously. I was just playing. Huh? Well, you can take it seriously now. Sean Joseph, hello. Good morning. Jayhawk, good morning, Don. Good morning, Catfish. Yes, Sean. Yes, Niecy Jane. Hello. Good morning, Sean. Aaron Grubworm, hello and welcome. Got you, Cat. Ha ha ha. Love that song. Adrian Mullen did many reverse split. MULN, of course. Golly, how much stock we can call per person in a day. That's a lot. Yes. Awesome call, Jayhawk on ELVA. Okay, got it. Kim Daniel, good morning, all. Oh, I bet it is a good morning for you with V. Hey, Kim, did you sell your V the 50 this morning? I didn't log on yet. I think it's going to still go. So, yeah, get on there and get rid of that. Man, you're up big. All right, so let's take a look at all these stocks that people have called this morning right now. Okay, so we're going to look now at let's see, LEDS called out by Nouveau Music, and it looks very good. And ladies and gentlemen, the market's going to open here in just 12 minutes, so we're going to be ready to rumble here. And we're going to look at all these real quick. LEDS looks good. Let's look at the 20-day. Oh, that is the 20-day. Let's back it out and look at that. LEDS on the 20-day. Man, I like it a lot. That looks very good. And what I like is the 5-day average stopped right here before. It stopped right there at that point. And then it's right here now. So I want to look at these two numbers and see if they're relative to the past. All right, that's what I want to look at and see if these numbers right now where it is today, if they're relative to the recent past. And I see over the last 20 days that this one number certainly is right here where they stopped it over here. I can clearly see that right there. All right, I can clearly see that they stopped this one time right there. So this number here, the lower number, that number where they stopped it right there, that's relative to them stopping the price one time over when it was over here. Now let's look at instead of the 20-day, let's go to the 90-day frame, okay? 90-day, okay? And click OK. And now you can see these lines of resistance where they parallel to previous lines of resistance, okay? You can see how they parallel. And this is one of the things I like to try to teach people. So let's take this line that is currently at 219. It's basically 220 a share, folks. 219, and let's go all the way out with it, right to there. And there it is. Okay? And then this one, we're going to draw it all the way across. And this price is at 225. 225. And come across with it. And so now you can see that this has been a line of resistance to the drop right there, 225. And you can see it was a line of resistance to the rise right there. Hey, I tell you something, folks. If it gets over this number, it's going to go up to this number right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to go up to right here if it gets over that number it's at now. And then if it breaks that number, it's going to go to this number. And if it breaks that number, it's going to herk and jerk a lot, but go to here. And if it breaks that number, then it goes to there. So the way these lines of resistance are set up over here is how I know where these lines of resistance will be as it rises now. And right here would have been a good place to sell some. When the 5-day got to that line right there, look what you could have done. When the 5-day got to that line, a known line of resistance because of over here. When the 5-day got to that line, if you sold, you would have sold when the price was here at 264. And then you would have bought it back when they dropped it down to 202. 62-cent drop, a 62-cent drop. But you would have known when the 5-day got to this line to sell because you should have known it was resistance right there and resistance right there and resistance right there and resistance right there. So when the 5-day got to that line, you should have sold and you could have got a 62-cent drop afterwards. All right, then it comes to this line. Well, this is a known line of resistance right there and right here. So you should sell when the 5-day gets to this line right now. You should sell a little bit of it. And then when the 5-day gets over that line, it's going to jump up to this line. And that price is $2.34. And when the 5-day average blue line gets to 234, whatever the price is, you should sell it. Because every one of these are previous lines of existing resistance, every one of them. And when it breaks this line, folks, it's going to go up to there. And when it gets to 234, you should sell some. When it gets to here, you should sell some, 240. When the 5-day line gets to those amounts, that's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want to thank every one of you for helping this channel grow. I don't just day trade here. I'm going to give you a little clarification. I have a bunch of people here on this channel that are helping me with the channel. They help me out in a big way every day by calling out all these stocks. We try to get a look at all of them, and they're on people's radars and people's scanners, and people are using some sophisticated software to try to pinpoint these hot stocks. And then we get on them, and we make good money if we're fortunate, if we're blessed. So let's go here and start looking at all these. The market's going to open here in 7 minutes. So let's try and run down this list as fast as we can and look at the rest of these. LEDS, I like the look of it, but right now it's probably a place to sell it because there's a line of resistance there, okay? And I'm just saying it's probably a place to sell a little bit of it right now. I'm going to be watching that one very closely, LEDS. I got an asterisk beside that one, my friend. Thank you, Nouveau Music. Next, we're going to look at JTAI. We're going to go to the 1-day chart, and this is LEDS right now, ladies and gentlemen. It looks good. Very good. The 45's breaking above the 50-day. The 200 has changed its pitch, was at that angle, now raised to this angle. Man, I like it. LEDS, we're going to be watching that one closely. Now, JTAI. Sorry, folks. Hold on. JTAI looks like it's compressing very nicely right here. That's converged together. They've got the 50 rising, the 45 rising, the 10-day and 5-day, all converged tightly together. It's going to break to the upside or it's going to fall like a rock out of the gate. Watch it closely. JTAI. And let's look at this on the 20-day chart. That doesn't look good. I have to tell you, I'm not real impressed. I don't like a falling 200. I don't like a falling 200. I don't like that. Now, I do see the 45 and 50 is flattened out here a little bit, but they're still descending. So I don't like this. I don't like it. Nope. I'm sorry. I don't like JTAI. They must have done a reverse split because they're up 954% or something. JTAI. What's the news? JTAI. Jet AI. Holders would have ownership in spinoff company that holds company's current data center joint venture and its beneficial ownership. JTAI shares are up during Wednesday's pre-market session. On Tuesday, the company announced a non-binding letter of intent for a proposed business combination with a privately held operating company. The proposed transaction is expected to be priced at approximately $320 million. All right. That's what's going on with it. I don't like the falling 200 and the falling 50 and 45. You better be careful with this one, guys. Be very careful with this one, JTAI. Okay. LIMN. Going to look at the 1-day chart. LIMN. And it spiked this morning to 15 cents at 7:45 a.m. LIMN. Looking for any news on it. I don't see anything at all. I don't see any news at all to spike it to that price. And it's worth looking at, but I don't really see anything. Let's look at the 20-day on this chart. No, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't like the 200 falling. I don't like the 200 falling. I just don't like long-term averages falling. I don't like those. And it just works against the stock when the long-term average is falling. I see the 50 and 45 have plateaued out here, and they're actually starting to rise a little. But that 200, heavyweight 200 is still falling. The trend is down, and I don't like that, LIMN. I'm sorry. I'm going to hold off on that. Next, we're going to look at TRT, called out by Rudiggity. Now, that one I like. This one I really like. Triple upside crossover starting here in the after hours last night. TRT, what's the motivator? 825. Tri-technical internet stock rallies over 16% after hours. Here's what's going on. The jump in the late trading session follows an intraday gain of 5.6%, where the stock of the California-based semiconductor testing and manufacturing company closed at 1026. The stock move follows a July 10th Securities and Exchange Commission filing disclosing the Triotex board adopted third amended and restated bylaws effective July 7th. The amendment adds shareholder nomination notice requirements and designates California's court as the exclusive venue for derivative and fiduciary duty claims. By law, this update is a governance change, not a financial disclosure. The Triotex third quarter results announced in May showed that revenue nearly doubled to $16.5 million, driven by increasing demand for artificial intelligence and electric vehicle chip testing solutions. The company also received $5.3 million in orders for AI GPU-related burn-in boards. All right. Well, I like the look of this one. And ladies and gentlemen, the market is going to open here in less than a minute. I'm trying to get down everybody's stocks. TRT looks good. I like TRT crossing over the 50 and 45 and 50, crossing the 200 as we speak. That might be a very good play. Closed at 1026 bid. Now the bid is 12, and the ask is 1225. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The stock market is opening right now. You're going to open in 18 seconds. TRT looks good. I like it. First thing I'm going to do right now, I'm almost at POET, and I've only got about three more. POET looks pretty good. I like it because the 5-day is above where the 5-day stopped here. POET looks pretty good, and now we're going to look at the 1-day on it. And the first thing I want to do is right now jump over to SOBR, and I'm seeing where it is, SOBR, and I want to sell this because I'm up $250 on it, and I want to try and sell it up here at 172. So we're going to go out 60 shares at 168, 170, 172. The buys are coming in at 159 right now, and I'm going to come in at 158. I see all these buys that have already come in down here at the 141 to 158 range. So there's a good support at 158. So I'm going to buy here right now. And I'm coming in just, I'll do 60 shares here. I just sold SOBR at 159. And now I'm going to buy it lower, hopefully buy it at 150. So we're going to try to buy 150, 152, 155. There we go. I just got a 156. Trying to buy here again, and I'm buying SOBR. And I'm buying it at 155, 156. And buy it market here. There we go. Yep. And there she goes, folks. She's rising right on up. And now I'm going to sell it at 169, 170, 172, 173. And the stock I'm trading is SOBR. There we go. She's running up. SOBR. And I'm up on it right now, $246. And I expect to be able to sell right now. I'll sell the first 60 at 169. There we go. We're out right there. 168. I got an order. It should be filling right now. I've only got 260 shares. There we go. I just sold 168. Now I'm going to sell 170. And I'm going to try to buy back at 157. There we go. Here we go. We're going to sell 170 right now. And I just sold 170. Now we're trying for 171, 172, 173, 172, 173. And we're trying to sell. I just saw it hit 174 and a half. Why am I still sitting on shares at 173? There we go. There's 172. And 173 just sold. And we're going to be buying back now down at my dollar cost average. I've got 20 shares left. Now she's jumping. We're going to go out at 182 right here. 182. 182. 20 shares at 182. There it goes, right on up. Very nice. Made $267 on SOBR. All right. I feel good about that, folks. SOBR. And right now I'm going to look over here at my monitor page. And right now I'm going to look at VMAR on a chart. VMAR. Poet is down a little. VMAR. There it is. VMAR. And it just hit the low. Previous low was 124, and they just got it again, 124. And I'm going to trade it here. 60 shares, VMAR. There we go. I want to buy here. 124 and 125. I want to buy VMAR. There we go. I just picked up a 125. I'm going to do that again. VMAR. Just got 125 again. And let's go at it one more time. VMAR. Here's the chart on it, folks. VMAR. Look at them coming at it very heavy. Selling, trying to get this low. Same low that they got this morning in the pre-market right now. And I already know to buy near the 120. I already know that. As close as I can get it, I'm going to buy it. As close as I can get it to 120, I'm going to buy it, folks. And I just picked up a 124. There we go. And I'm going to try to buy 123 here now. Stock I'm buying is VMAR. Last night in the after hours, it was at 120 a share. And this morning, it was at 160 in the pre-market. Okay, just so you're aware of that. And that's why I'm coming in here, because this stock was at 160 a share this morning in the pre-market. And I just got it at 123, now 124, now 125. And I see that they've accumulated now 80,000 shares at 125. And VMAR, I believe, has a very low float. Let's take a look at some other stocks that were called out. ERNA. ERNA. Oh, and they've had it down to what? 823 a share. ERNA. And now it's sitting at 944. And the high has been 990. 990, okay? Now sitting at 947. Now 944. ERNA, folks. ERNA. Now 931. I would stay away from this right now, it looks like. You guys can watch it close, but that one you got to be careful of. And I want to thank you all for being here with me this morning. We are looking at all these stocks that have been called out this morning, and it has been a slew of them. I mean, tons and tons of shares of stocks we have looked at. And we're trying to pinpoint the runners is what we're doing. Trying to pinpoint the runners. And we've got a whole slew of stocks that have been called out today. Just look at all these stocks that have been called out here today. And I'm talking tons of them. Now, let me look at SOBR again. Ah, look at that. Nice. 188. 190 now. Congratulations if you bought into SOBR with me yesterday. Let's take a look at these stocks. GCTK. We're going to look at the charts. GCTK. And it's down right now, and it's already been at the low here. 53 cents right there. GTCK. This morning in the pre-market, this stock hit a price of 77 cents. 77 cents in the pre-market. Now let's take a look at PHIO. PHIO. Patent actions encompassing 3 notices of allowance and 1 grant decision. Announces multiple favorable patent actions encompassing 3 notices of allowance. And that made the price jump up to 77 cents, and it's now sitting at 55 cents. The bid is 54. All right. It's still up 2%, but what a knockdown. GCTK. Now we want to look at, we want to look at KUST. This stock has done tons and tons of reverse splits, folks. So be careful, KUST. But this stock has done tons of reverse splits. And once they did 2 reverse splits in 1 month. KUST. They did 2 reverse splits in May of 2025, and then January of 2026, and April of 2026. So they did this company right here, KUST. It has done slews of reverse splits, folks, but they don't have one filed right now, apparently. Jayhawk taught me something about that. You've got to file these reverse splits. You can't just do them on your own decision anytime. They have to be filed. All right. So yesterday, this stock was called out CYCN. Okay. Don't see it doing anything. Now, I do want to look right now at SHMD. SHMD, called out by Jayhawk. SHMD. Oh, attack down and to a low that they had last night in the after hours. Right now is where they are. The low they had last night in the after hours was right there last night in the after hours. And they've re-achieved that line right now, just so you know. All right, just so you know, they're almost at the same line with the blue 5-day. And when the blue 5-day gets here to 476, you might want to get in on this. All right, that's been a familiar low already twice. And that's on SHMD. Let's look at the 20-day chart. Man, the price was all the way up to 729 20 days ago. Well, 2 weeks ago, 729. And then a low of 399 3 days ago. Then it comes up and tries to break the 200-day average, and they say, no breaking the 200-day. And they stop it right there. And I wonder why they decided to stop it. It's just because of the 200. Let's go back and look at a 90-day chart and see if that line has already been revisited. 90 days. Just hold on. I want to look here quickly. Oh, of course it's been revisiting. Yes, it's a revisiting from way back when. Look over here. That line where they just stopped it from going up. Wow, you should have known that was coming. Look at all the resistance there was here before on that same line, people. Right there. Look at all the resistance there was there. So when it got up there just now, they stopped it there. They stopped it right there, dead in its tracks, because of the history of it, folks. That's what they wanted to stop it at. That line where they sat there for 2 days with it. They wanted to stop it from going up right there. And they did. SHMD bid is 484 and ask is 504. It's got a 20-cent gap between the bid and the ask. SHMD. Next, I want to look at the 1 day on this one more time. And that might be the bottom right there, folks. SHMD. I'm going to trade it. I'm going to buy a few shares. SHMD. And they already had it down to 475. I'll pick up 20 shares right here. $488. bid is 504, folks. I mean, the ask is 504. Okay, I'm going to sit there at 494. And the bid and the ask is 504. The stock is up 7% today. And it's selling now for 504. I'm trying to come up underneath it. And I just picked up 497. I just got 489. 489, 489, 489. That was nice. And I'm buying here on market 488, 488 twice. And the stock I'm buying here is SHMD. It was called out by Jayhawk this morning. One more order at 488. I'm trying 485. I'll try 482 and 483. Man, it hit 504, and boy, they dropped it right back to 488 after that. All right. That's it for my buys of SHMD. I'm going to put a square around that so I remember to look it up before the end of the day. And I don't want to hold these stocks. There we go. I just got it at 486. That was nice. And that's the lowest right there, 486, folks. Got it twice at 486 now. There's some 482s. Come on, 482. I got an order at 483, and it's calling out over there. 482s are selling. All right, I got to buy at market then. Screw it. And I just filled 485, so I don't know where they're coming up with this 481 bullshit. I'm buying at market, and I can't get it to fill at 481. I'm filling 485, and that's as low as I can get. I don't know why they come up with these numbers, 481. My market share buys are buying 485s right now. So I call BS on the 481s. Because all I can get is 485. And I'm going to buy it one more time here. I don't believe there's a single 481 share. And I see the bid is 480 and the ask is 489. So that's why I'm filling all these orders at 485, because the bid is 480 and the ask is 489. And this is SHMD. The stock is up 6.64%. 6.64%, folks. It's up. You think they want to run this down to a price where they could buy it at 6.66% up just for kicks and grins? Well, I'm sitting on 380 shares of it now, and I'm going to get 20 more right here because I see them just sitting here on this number. And I just got it again at 485, so that's the number they're just acquiring it at. And that was SHMD. And I now have 400 shares of it. All right, now I want to look at charts. I want to look at VMAR. Oh, my, look at VMAR, everybody. Look at VMAR. Man, oh, man, oh, man, VMAR. Nice. Oh, sweet. VMAR. And I just bought SHMD 470 something. And my dollar cost average is $1.32 on VMAR. Nice. And I just saw them selling at 144, 145. And they got a spoof sell order at 145 right now. 1900 at 145. Spoof sell order 1900, now 2100 at 145. So they believe it's going to 145 a share. As soon as I get over here and start selling at 143s and 142s, they drop it to my DCA immediately, right down to 132 immediately. I'm telling you, folks, as soon as I got over there and it was up to 144, 145, they dropped it right immediately to my dollar cost average, 132. Look at them drop that thing and attack it down. Well, I wonder why they wanted to stop it at that freaking number there. They never stopped it there before. It never stopped. Only the drop in the price stopped right there once and twice and three times. But the 5-day average, it never stopped there. It never stopped there. It did stop here one time, but it never stopped there, folks. So who decided just now to make that the number? Let's look at the 5-day chart. Well, it certainly has stopped there before, no doubt about it. Look over here. Well, I've already told you, folks, 132 is their favorite number. 131, 132 is their favorite number on this stock. Their love number. They love that number. So now I'm just going to start raising my buy orders up here, 60 at a time. 136 now is where I'm coming to. And I'm up, as you can see today, I'm up $720 on this position. VMAR. My dollar cost average is $1.32. And I'm going to sell. I'm going to sell at numbers on my buy-sell sheet, folks. It's as simple as that. And in a moment, I'm going to be selling at 143 a share. And I see a spoof sell order at 142, 3,800 shares. 3,800 shares at 142. There's already been a bunch of shares been bought here at 145 this morning, folks. A whole bunch of shares bought at 145. And I'm only sad that I didn't get over here in time to catch that when it was there. But that's VMAR, ladies and gentlemen. There's the chart on it right now. VMAR. It looks good. Looking at that right there, that looks freaking awesome. Awesome. 5-day crossing the 10-day average right there. Very sweet. And I got news for you. There's a lot of buyers coming in on this stock right here. There's a lot of buyers that just bought here. 3-1 buyers versus sellers on this stock in the first 15-minute period. And then still almost equal buyers and sellers on the second 15-minute period here. I hear a mouse in the house. She says, mm-hmm. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Wowsy, wowsy, woo-woo. Oh, my gosh, everybody. I hope you're hungry. I've got a bite for you of this delicious snack treat. Whoa. Nice. That thing's got egg over easy, sausage, cheese, bagel.
Over easy. It's a hard egg.
Okay, well, it's a hard egg, folks.
It's a bagel muffin thingy, like McDonald's, but
It's McDonald's egg sausage bagel.
but it's not McDonald's.
Yes, well, you just compared it to McDonald's. You called it out.
But it's not McDonald's.
It's definitely not McDonald's. And folks, take a look at this chart. Look at the volume coming in on this, buying in on this stock, VMAR. Take a look, folks. They just went over the sellers, VMAR. Adrian says, I'll be right over. Oh, man, look at this VMAR, folks. Look at the buyers coming in on VMAR right here now. Look at that candlestick. Nice. Well, I'm going to sell some here. Boom, I'm out. Sell market, 144, 145. Very nice. Now we're going to get out 146, 147, 148, 149, 150. And I'm up 1,100 on this position right now today. Now up 1,200. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not dumb. I'm going to sell these 144s because I have a buy-sell sheet right here, and it tells me to sell right over here at 42, 43, 44 with a buyback at 30, 31, 33 or lower. All right, so that's why I'm selling here. I already know to sell the 144. And my buy orders are down here at 131, 132, 133. I'm already ready for it. I know they're going to come after that, after I sell here. Most likely they are. So you sell the 143, 144, folks. You won't regret it if you do, I promise you. And you're most likely going to get a buyback after this. And I'm just going to let them have them at 143 here. There we go. Congratulations. Take them away. And I'm looking for my buybacks to come in here. 132, 133, 131, 130. I might even get some 125s out of this. There we go. Good. Yep, and look at them drop it now to 141 already. They've already pulled it down to 141. And the stock I'm trading is VMAR. There it is on the chart. VMAR. That's it on the chart right there. Looking good. Look at that candlestick eclipsing this resistance line right now, going over it. You can clearly see this candlestick is trying to resist and break this resistance line right here now. And it did. It's going over it right now, folks. It is a line of resistance. And of course, that line of resistance is at 143. But look at that 5-day continuing to rise here over the 10. Man, look at the volume, people. We can trade the spread on LEDS, okay? LEDS. Well, there's not really that big of a spread. That's the spread is 260, 226, and 229. And I saw some 231s just being sold. Huh. Guys and gals, listen. I want you to do me a favor. I need to take a break here and eat my sandwich while it's hot. So I'm going to play you some of my music, okay? And I hope you enjoy it. Um, and the song I'm going to start with here now is called "Mary's Tears," and there's no lyrics to this song, but I hope you enjoy it, folks. It's called "Mary's Tears." Have you ever seen? Hold on a second here. All right, and I'm going to eat my sandwich. 226 and 229. And I saw some 231s just being sold. Uh-oh. One more song for you.
If I were to write you a love song, would you know it was only for you? Cause if written, I keep it a secret that it's you who I'm singing it to. That's right, I would never tell no one who it's written for, I'd never say. But if I were to write you a love song, then the lyrics might give it away. That's what some folks would say. Cause if I were to write you a love song, it would tell you I'm so glad we met. It would tell you I'm so very grateful. Al Gore gave us all internet. Cause without him we'd not know each other. And without him I doubt there's a way that we would have ever discovered or found one another that day. So this song is about you, and you know that it's true. That this song is about you. Am I getting this through? That I'm so glad you found me, and I'm glad I found you, and I'm hoping you'll realize this song's about you. This song's about you.
All right. This song's about you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at VMAR. Looks like I'm going to get a few little more buys down here now at 135. I just got through selling 143, 144s, and now I'm buying back 135s. And what do you know that would be the case? And I think I'm going to be able to get some 131s even in here. And today on this position, I am up $455. And I'm trying to buy here. And I think I'm going to be able to get it. My dollar cost average is 132 a share. And I just got it one last time, it looks like, at 135. And I want to thank all of the dumpers now dumping 2 cents over my dollar cost average, which is unusual. Usually they're dumping 2 cents under me. But right now they're dumping 2 cents over my dollar cost average. So very unusual to see that, but I'm grateful for them doing that. And I got one more chance to buy a little bit there just then at 134 and 135. And now she's gone, folks. And I suspect it will go right up over this wall fairly quickly. 137, 138, 139, 140. I think we'll be up here at 141 fairly soon. 141 will be at fairly soon, folks. 141. Just the last little couple of sales here we can get at on my above my dollar cost average. I really don't want to buy there, so I'm going to take those orders away. I don't want to raise my dollar cost average. I want to either buy on my dollar cost average or below. So that's what I'm going to try right now. So I just took away the buy orders there at 134 and 133 because I don't want to buy over my DCA. Not interested. You get down below my price, I'll take some more shares. You can't do it, Shorty. Too bad for you. And I already know that this is a very, very, very common line for them to try to hold 132. It's their favorite number. 131 and 132 is their favorite number. And this number has been the median number for this stock for quite some time. So this is just a little game they play where they take it to 132. Now she's back to 137. Goodbye, hasta luego, Afrida Zane, au revoir, see you freaking later. So there'll be no more buying there. That's over. She's back to 137. Now, I will come in under here, 134 and 135, because she's starting to run, and I believe she will run over this pretty easily. VMAR, here's the chart right now, VMAR. And that was the effort to sell against all this buying. Look at that little dinky effort of red. And all you're going to see now is this going to get less and less, and the green get bigger on this, in my opinion. The red is equal almost to how many they sold in the last 15 minutes there, okay? So right now, they've just sold the equal number of shares that they sold in the last 15 minutes. They've done it again right now. But will the buyers start coming in and encompass that now and just take it over like they did here? We'll find out in just a minute. We're going to find out right now. Are the buyers going to come in again here now? Or do they only want to come in when the price is down here? Because last time they were here when they came in. Now they've dumped again the same amount of shares in red. Will we see the big buyers come in and overtake it? Yes, they are. Here they come now, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see the green right here. First, they sell, and they didn't even equal the same numbers they sold before. They only sold this many this time, folks. But will we see this green outside line now take over here again like they did here and here? That's what I'm looking to see. And what I'm watching right here, ladies and gentlemen, with VMAR is I'm watching the bottom of this candlestick right here. And I'm looking at the wick getting longer. Okay? That's what I'm watching. The wick on the bottom right here. That's what I'm watching. And I love seeing this 10-day and the 5-day rising now. Rising up to meet the 50 up above and the 200 even higher. Folks, the 200 days up here. The 200-day moving average is at 149 a share, folks. Which is part of the reason they just tried to stop it right here when it hit 147. Man, they don't want that dang thing breaking that 200-day, man. They'll be screwed if it does. But I got news for you. You got a rising 10-day and you got a rising 5-day moving average right here. And you've got the bottom of this wick getting longer now. That's good. Watch this, folks. Oh, yeah, that's very good. VMAR. Watch the bottom of this candlestick. VMAR. Good. And look at the buyers coming in, see? Now they're equal. Oh, man, look at them. The dumpers try and dump a little bit more. They see what's happening. And they're in trouble, folks. They're in trouble. Shorty's in trouble here. Look at the bottom of this candlestick. Oh, yes, just resiliently rising. Come on, baby. Keep going up. Shorty's going to have to sell some more. See, now they've surpassed how many they sold in the last 15 minutes. They've surpassed that level now. They're selling more now. They're trying to sell even more than they sold in the last 15 minutes now. And in this 15 minutes, well, folks, they double sold here. And will they double sell here up to this much to try to hold it in check? No, they won't. And look at that, folks. Watch the bottom of this candlestick right here. At a VMAR. 137, 138. Okay, let's take a look at some other stocks here. SHMD. There we go. I just bought some of that. I just got through buying some of that right there. SHMD. Oh, yeah, I'm up $17 on my position right now. SHMD. All right. Thanks for calling that one out, Jayhawk. Now I want to look at RDW. And my, look how they dipped that down this morning all the way down to 960 a share. And the new low here now is 979. New low 979. Now at 983.84, now 84.85, now 85.86. Trade RDW. Thank you. And I'm going to come in here for 20 shares at a time. 982, 983. There we go. Just got it there. Both those numbers. Now I'm going to try for 977, 978, 979, 980, 981. And one more buy at 982. My favorite number to buy. One of my favorite numbers to buy. The low numbers to buy. And sure were a lot of dumpers of 982 a moment ago. Still a few dumping at 982 here, but not many. I'm going to try 983. And now she's at 985. Oh, come on. There we go. There they are. There's the dumpers. 980s. Nice. All right. Good. Very nice. 980. What a nice number. And 981. Well, that didn't last long. I got my orders in, but they're not filling like they're showing they're selling over here at 981. I don't see a dang one of mine filling at 981. And I can't get 980. There we go. I just got 982. And I just got 981, finally. Well, what was the high on this stock today? 10.30 a share, of course. 50-cent drop. Nice. 50-cent drop, folks. It's one of their favorite numbers. A lot of buying here, folks, at 982 and a half, and 982 dumpers are still there. Well, it's one of their favorite numbers to accumulate. If you wonder why I'm buying here, I have a buy or sell sheet, and it says to buy back right here, and the numbers are 82 and 83. 82 and 83. It's not just a random number where I'm buying here, folks. I know that that's a number they like to accumulate. So that's why I'm buying here, folks. I know they love 982 and 983. They've got a real attraction to that number to buy there. And there she goes. Hasta luego, baby. And now that's RDW. So I got to put a square around it. I bought into it. And there's a few more shares at 980. It's beautiful. Look at someone's getting paid to keep dumping 980, folks. The reason why is because they want to hold it under $10, and they're trying to buffer for a $10 run at 4 o'clock. So that's why they're trying to hold it here now at 980, because they're trying to give a 20-cent buffer and hold this price under $10, folks. That's why. That's my feelings. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And this stock is up today, barely green. It's 4 cents in the green right now. And would that mean that they would try to take it into the red? Oh, yeah, they'd love to take it in the red. And that all it would need to get there would be a price of $9.73. They already had it in the red. They already had this stock in the red today. They've already taken it into the red one time. And the stock I'm trading here is RDW. RDW. Trying to buy it at $9.77, and I want to sell those at $10.08. Yep, I want to sell them at $10.08. Buy the $9.77, sell those at $10.08. There we go. I just picked up another $9.77. Again, another number that's on my buy-sell sheet, so that's why I'm buying here at $9.77. It is a very familiar market maker number to acquire. Yep. And there she goes. She's back up over me now. And my dollar cost average is now $9.80 a share. And that means they're going to try to buy at $9.78. And that's 2 orders I just filled, because that's 2 cents below me, of course. There we go. Got $9.76. And they've never had any real volume here, folks, at $9.74, $75, $76, $77. They've never had any real volume here at all. And so I'd presume it won't stay here very long, okay? They've had a lot more volume down here at 967, 966, 965. A lot more volume there. They haven't had diddly squat down here. I'm just showing you, they've had a lot more volume here and a lot more volume here than they ever had in this range, okay? So I presume it won't stay here very long. That's my assumption. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I do not believe it will stay here very long. Teeny weeny shares, folks. Certainly not a massive sell-off going on here right now. No massive sell-off. No panic sell. There's no panic sell going on. You know, at the low of the day, 960, they only had 9,000 shares. 9,000. And here, 220,000 at 973. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Everybody wanted some. Good. Well, they've already hoarded up a bunch of shares down here. They've already hoarded here once today, folks. They're going to try to hoard a little more right here. But notice where most of the shares were bought, 994, folks. 1,800,000 at 994. That is a lot of shares at $9.94, folks. So I'll buy 22 cent below there, 972, 973. And the stock I'm buying is RDW. Here it is on the chart. RDW. And I just bought it right there on that low, right there. RDW.
Use your Venmo card to go get eggs at
It
around the corner.
it should be on the on the corner of the
Okay.
dining room table.
Okay. Usually you have it down here.
No, I keep it up there.
Okay. What's this?
It's a shirt.
Wash?
What is
Probably. It
well,
should be there.
probably not. Oh yeah, look at the bottom of this wick right here on this candlestick, folks, that they just tried to drop down to right there where I just bought it. And that was very nice of them to do that. Thank you for dropping it down there so I could lower my DCA to 978. And that is where it is right now, 978. Look at that, folks. Look at all the buyers buying around my DCA now. Come on in. The water's fine. Oh, yeah. They'll try to hold it here for as long as they can. 2 cents below me. 2 cents below me, folks. But there she goes, right back up over 977 now. And look at here, at 978 at my dollar cost average, 349,000 shares. Man, that's the most. Down here, they only had 202, 220, and 275. But now on my DCA, 350,000 shares. That's nice. Then above that, only 168, 236, 201, 256. Man, this thing's going to pop, folks. And the stock is RDW. I'll show it to you on the chart. RDW. And look at the bottom of this candlestick. Look at that thing rising. RDW. And you better look at all this green down here, folks, coming up. Green on here. Oh, yeah. Last call for a buy of 977. Last call for 977, ladies and gentlemen. Last call. And again, they've had a fraction of shares at 977 compared to how many they've had up here at 994. Just a little handful of shares here at 976, 977. Just a handful of shares. And they have a spoof bid of 1,800 shares at 983, folks. Spoof bid 1,800 at 983, just so you're aware. A spoof bid of 1,800 shares at 983. So they think the price is going to 983. And I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Looking at how many shares they've already bought here at my dollar cost average, 372,000. And just below that, only 108,000. And there she goes, folks. She's over my DCA now, and I'm up $15 on this position. And I've got to remember that I bought RDW, and I now have 700 shares of it. How's my SHMD doing? I'm up $13 on it. Nice. SHMD. My dollar cost average is 487, and I've got 420 shares of that. Now let's look at the other ones I'm holding. I want to look at right now VMAR. So we're going to go to the chart. VMAR. Let's go, VMAR. You got a nice pair of beautiful tots there. I mean, they're a little saggy, but that looks pretty good to me. VMAR, 1 day chart. Oh man, look at him consolidate that thing right on the 200-day. The problem they got is the 200 is rising and the 50 is up above the price here. So that's trouble right there for them. VMAR. And I'm going to buy it here. Thank you very much for giving me a 135 buy there. And I wish I could get 134, 133, 132, 131. Unfortunately, I cannot. They can't seem to move it below this number where they've now gotten 240,000 shares at 135. This is VMAR, folks. And here it is on the chart. Absolutely beautiful ET formation with the rising 200 and the 50 and 45 up above where they're trying to barcode it, folks. This isn't good, Shorty. It's very hard to barcode with a 50, 200 rising and a 45 and 50 that are above the price. It's almost impossible, folks. It's almost impossible, and that's what it's going over now. It's going over right now, ladies and gentlemen. And this is VMAR. VMAR. And I'm telling you, it's almost impossible to keep a price barcoding underneath a 50-day average with a 200 rising below. It's nearly impossible to do that. The 50 days above, folks, the longer 50-day average is up here, and it wants to pull this up to it because it's a longer average. And the longest average is rising. The 200 is rising. Man, it gets hard to keep a chart barcoding underneath a 50-day average and a rising 200, folks. I'm telling you. Hello there. All right, I hear you, Nuvo. LEDS going above 250, and they shoot it down on the close of yesterday. Wow. Hold on a second here. NVVE. NVVE. All right. NVVE. Thank you very much, Kim. We'll take a look at it. NVS Global. NVEE. You know, I don't see that stock. NVVE, not NVEE. NVVE. Oh gosh, Tyler. NVVE. Okay, I see it on a nice little spike, but I also see it being pulled down right there now. And when I look at where they just stopped it, why did they stop the blue 5-day right there? Why did they stop it there? What was their reason for stopping the price there? Did they have it stopped there before? Did they have it stopped there before? Let's look at the 5-day. No, they've never stopped it there before. They've never stopped it over the last 5 days there. How about the last 20 days? No. Oh, gosh, no. They've never stopped this there in the last 20 days. So why did they decide to stop it there? And here is where the 5-day is now, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the 5-day is right there. The 5-day has stopped now here. The 5-day has stopped here. At one time stopped there. It one time stopped here. It stopped there actually once and twice, and now it's up here, the 5-day. And I like it a lot because I've never seen this price, and it is up 86% today. Wow. Don't touch this stock right now, please. Now it's dropped 5% in just 1 minute. It dropped 5% in 1 minute. NVVE. If you've got it, get out and be glad you got out right here. Okay? Kim, if you've got it, make sure you got out. Adrian says, I just moved my buy sell bracket on VMAR to line 13 of the buy sell sheet. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 178 through 188. It's at 134, 135. VMAR. I'm up 485 on this position today. And I presume that it won't be in this region very much longer. They've had it here a long time, holding it here, accumulating this. They've been accumulating here a very long time. Up 2.27%. And that's probably the last time I'm ever going to see 134 or 135. And they've got the fake shares at 140, 1,900 shares at 140. So the shorts believe the price is going to go up now to 140 a share. And I just bought RDW at 977. And I want to look at the 1-day chart here on VMAR. There it is, folks. Man, that is the definition of consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. It's the definition of it almost. But the 50 is still up above here, folks, not right on it with it. The 50 is still up above. The 50 is still over it. And there she goes, baby. VMAR. VMAR. And watch the 5-day crossover. And look at this green flat top here. And the 50-day, ladies and gentlemen, is still above. The 50-day moving average is up here, up above. I just bought RDW at 974. Look at the 50-day hovering up here above this. It's beautiful. And shorty trying to barcode this stock with a rising 200-day and a 50 up above. It isn't going to work, folks. Shorts, listen, it isn't going to work. This isn't going to work for you. The 200 is rising. The long term is rising. The 50 is up above. Going for their famous line of 132 that they've had for freaking the last month. I'm going to show you this thing on the 90 days chart so you can see this. All right, folks, I want you to see this. Look at this line that they're trying to achieve right now. It's at 133. This line right here, folks. And go back in history and look at how long they've sat on this line. This line, folks. Look at how long they've sat on this line of 133 a share. Just look how many times they've been at 133 a share, folks. Oh my God, just look at that over and over and over and over and over and over. 133, 133, 133, over and over, folks. I mean, over and over, this number right here. This number right here. 131 is what that is. 131. And right here, 140. 131, folks. Right there, that number is 131. The price of the stock right now. And just look at how many times they've been on this number, ladies and gentlemen, right here, 131. It's amazing how many times they've been on this number, 131. It truly is amazing. They've been there once. They dropped to there twice. They dropped to there 3 times. Dropped to there 4, 5, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. Been there 9, 10, 11 times. And you just keep going across the page and look at the 131. They kept it there a whole hour one time. And another the next day, 131. 131 right there before it skyrocketed. Then 131 again, folks. Do you see? I can just show you 131 over and over and over and over and over. Here it is right here, 131. Take a look at it, how long they held it at 131, 131, 131, dropped it down to 131, 131, 131, and now 131. Are you starting to get the picture? But I can tell you what, as of recently, from 131, look how far it's gone below, and look how high it's gone. And from 131, look how far it went below, and look how high it's gone. And from 131, look how high it's gone. From 131, look how high it's gone compared to how low. From 131 again, look how high it's gone instead of low. 131. How high will it go now off 131? VMAR. How high will it go now off 131? I already saw it this low this morning. They had it all the way down to 120 last night and after hours. 120. And folks, this stock was at freaking $1.60 this morning in the pre-market. They've never had any freaking shares here at this price, 128 and 129. I'm going to buy 60 shares here. And again, 60 shares. They've never had jack crap here at this price, 129. 6,000 shares. What a joke. Just going to load my freaking truck. 130 a share. This is where they always load up, folks. This is where they always load their truck, and they've done it so many times. $129.95. Yep. And I look over here and I see virtually no shares ever available here at any time before. Virtually none, folks. You think they're going to be able to hold it here all day at a number like that where they've had no shares to sell before all day long? You think about it. Look how many shares they've got here, folks. 129, 6,000 shares is all they've had. 6,000. That's $6,000, folks, at 129. Good for them. Look at them all buying all these shares here. 4,000 shares at 128.01. Somebody dumped out 4,000 shares at 128.01, people. Some dumbass just sold 4,000 shares at 128.01, and the price is already back up to 130 a share now. What a dumbass. Somebody else sold 17,000 shares at 129.01. Nice. How stupid can you be? Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I've already shown you guys how much they love this number. 130, 131, folks. I've already proven it. Now, there they go again. Right over it. Right over it. Over 131 now. Look how, I wonder how dumb that person feels for selling 4,000 shares at 128.01. Well, they're getting paid to do that, folks. They're getting paid to do it. They're getting paid to sell shares there. And there we are, back to 132 dollar cost average of Catfish Tyler. Nice. And someone just bought 1,400 shares there very comfortably at 132. Very nice. Congratulations. And now we're over my DCA. 135. What? You're kidding me. And the spoof bid is 4,000 shares at 138 right now. 4,000 shares at 138 is the spoof bid. So the shorters believe the price is about to go to 138 right now. And they just raised it to 139. They just raised it to 139 and 140. They took away the spoof bid at 138. They just raised it. They've got 4,900 at 137 now. 4,900 at 137 supposedly. They're going to try to put up their resistance, folks, at 137 a share. They're going to put their They're going to put their feet in the sand, baby. They're going to bury their heels in there at 137 with 4,900 shares. That's right. Look at all the buyers coming in now at 135. And this is on VMAR. Well, I told you guys, with this stock, it's very hard to barcode and keep a price underneath a 50 above you. And there's the drop right there. Look at that vaggy. Look at that vaggy drop. And look at it pop now. Yes. I love it. Oh, man, look at the vag drop right there. And why did they decide to take the 5-day down to that line right there? Why? What was so big about that line that they just took the 5-day down to right there? Why did they try to take the 5-day down to right there just then and then bounce it off that? Where was it before? This line right here. 130 a share. 130. And their favorite line is here, 131. Their favorite line is right here, 131. Well, they did it again. They ran it down and they got to buy it at 131, their favorite line. Good for them. Right now, I'm going to look at SHMD. I'm actually down $70 on that now. AGEN, I'm down 172 on. RDW, I'm up $12 on. VMAR, I'm up 471 on. BATL, I'm down $66 on it, but I'm still up 37. I'm still up $40 on BATL since I got in. But the one I'm down on now is AGEN. Let's take a look at the AGEN chart right now. AGEN. Should I get more or not? AGEN. Oh, it looks good. It actually looks good here. Man, look at the first low they got was right here. The second low they got was there. The third low they got was there. The fourth low they got was there. The fifth low they got was right there. All right. So they got one low at 480. Then they got another low at 484. And then they got another one at 485. And then the next low was here at 488. And the next low was here at 489. Then the next low was right here. And that price was at 493. So, hey, I like the look of that. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. And now a higher low here. Nice. AGEN trade. AGEN. AGEN. I got $3,400 to invest. And I'm going to come in here at 498. And I sure don't want to buy 400 shares. I probably will buy 20 at 498, 499, and $5. And I see them raising their price now. Their fake shares are raising to 502. And funny that I start to come in and they start running from me, folks, running the number up. And I'm trying to buy 502 right now. And I just got it at 502. And I'm going to come in again here at 502 because it was just below $5. And if they know they can't hold it below 5, then they're going to run it up. And I just got 502 again. And they've got their fake shares 5,600 at 513. Fake shares spoof selling 5,600 at 513. And that figures because my dollar cost average is 514 on this stock. And I'm looking at AGEN. Here it is on the chart. AGEN. And I would love to see it break over this line right here. This line of resistance right there. That means it's going to jump up to this line right here, folks. The blue 5-day is going to come up to right here. 504. 504. All right. So I'm going to buy 503 here. Yep, I just got it at 503 and trying for 502. I'm still trying for 501 and $5 and 4.99 and 4.98, 4.97. Oh, I put nothing past them. I put nothing past these market makers. They will try to hold this under $5, no doubt. If there's options on this stock here, they are definitely going to want to hold it under $5, I guarantee you. So you're smart to have your buy order here at 501 with me, $5, 4.99, 4.98, 4.97, because they're going for those numbers. They want to close it under $5, no question. AGEN. But quite frankly, all I'm seeing is a bunch of friggin' buyers at 501 here. I don't see many people scared of buying 501 on this stock right here, that's for sure. They don't look like they're afraid of it going under 5. They don't look like they're afraid. Nope, they don't look scared to buy 501s here. They're buying Levi's right now, 501. And there it goes, folks. Now we're seeing 502s they're starting to buy. So they're not afraid to buy the 502s either. And if the market makers see that they can't hold it at 5, they'll run it up to 525, folks. They'll go long here. They'll go long and they'll take it to 525. And that's what's going to happen, it looks like, because they're buying a lot of 501 and a halves here now. All right, I've got enough of those. Let's look what else is running here. I'm up $364 today on VMAR. VMAR. Ah, look at them sitting at 133 now. Well, at 134, folks, they've only had 182,000 shares. And below that, at 133, only 94,000 at 133. So they're very weak there, folks, at holding that. And so I'll come in here and buy 20 more right now. Try to buy 132 on my dollar cost average. And sadly for the shorts, they're not maintaining their number of 131. They're having a real hard time maintaining their favorite number of 131. And the chart shows AGEN is breaking over this line of resistance, folks. That looks good. AGEN. AGEN. It finally broke where they tried to stop it there once, tried to stop it there twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. But the 7th time it went over it. It's over that line now. AGEN. And the reason why is that line is probably $5, $4.99. Yep, $4.99. Man, look at him trying to keep it under $5 all friggin' morning long. Look at that. Now I want to look at one I bought a little earlier, SHMD. Oh man, down to 466. Oh no, I'm down $89 on this. SHMD. The stock is still up 3%, folks, but 466, good Lord. I just bought it at 465. And they've just had a handful of shares here, folks, at 465. 26,000. 26,000 that I just bought at 465 on. And I'm buying here at 465 repeatedly. Well, folks, I've got numbers on my buy sell sheet. And one of those numbers is 465 and 466. So that's what I'm going to buy here, folks. 465. And I can't seem to get it for anything less than that. There's no 464s or 463s filling or 462s. And it doesn't surprise me because they've never had very many shares there. They only had it here to buy at this price, 461, where they bought 200 or 28,000 shares, 28,000. And now I can't get 465s anymore. I'm just buying 466s. So they ran out here at 461. They ran out at 28,750, and then at 465 they ran out at 26,490. And I just bought at market, and that is at 466. And I just bought at market again, 466. And I see a lot of buyers coming in over here now, 468s. 468s and 469.99. And I just bought AGE in at 501. And one last buy of a 460. This stock, SHMD. And there seem to be no more shares on SHMD. There seem to be no more shares available down here at where the low was, 462 and 463. I just filled at 463 just then, though. Nice. And that was very short-lived. 463 was just as short-lived as the last time they were at 463. And they ran out at 6,300 shares there. And when I buy at market right now, I'm buying at SHMD is what I'm buying. 465. Again, all I can get is 465 again, buying at market. There it is again, 465. That's all I can get. And they've had quite a few success here, selling now 26,690 at 465. And they just put in the KY flag at 464 and a half. Flying the KY at 464 and a half. Well, that's because they've already overloaded 465. 26,000 all overloaded. And I just bought AGEN at 499, which I was expecting. I told you they'd try to hold AGEN under $5. Oh yeah, 499, baby. I'm all in. Well, that was it for AGEN. It hit 499 and then right back up to 5. They sure gave it a lot of effort right there to get it under $5. But if I buy at market right now, why can't I fill here at 5? I got an order sitting at 5. There we go. Just bought market at 5. Finally, they fill the damn order when I put it in a market order. I got a waiting order for 20 shares at $5. It won't fill over and over. It just sits there. And then I put in a buy market and it fills at $5. And to show the desperation of the shorters and the options players, now they're throwing out 499.6. 499.6 they're trying to buy. 4996. It's that desperate, folks. They're that desperate, and I just filled at $5 again. And I cannot get a 499 to fill. And the stock I'm on here is AGEN. AGEN. I'll show it to you on the chart. AGEN. There it is. AGEN. Pull it up to the line and take it down to the 50. Bounce it off the 50-day, and off she goes. And that's what it's doing right now, ladies and gentlemen. AGEN. There it goes right now. Take a look at it. Bouncing right now. Doing. And it's because this is a rising 45 and 50 day. And folks, the 45 is coming over the 50 right now. AGEN. AGEN. This is about to be a red belly blue back right here. AGEN, ladies and gentlemen. There's the stock. And if it goes over this, it's going to skyrocket. If it goes over 502, it's going to launch. Oh, look at them and try to attack it down. Oh, look at the attack. They know it too. If it goes over 502, it was going to launch. And I just bought it at 492. $488. Give me a break. Oh, man, what a rundown effort that was. What a chance to scare people out and get it down to 492. I did get 493 and 492 to fill just then because I was waiting on it, folks. Now I just got to buy at market since they won't fill my damn order at 494. And they won't even fill my buy market order. 495 I just got. And they KY flagged it at 494 and a half right there. 494 and a half. And listen, they've already got down here 423,000 at 485. And they worked out buying 325,000 at 490, 489. And then they just bought 276,000 at 498. So there she goes, folks, and she's right back over. But what a run down there at 1108. Attempt to scare everybody out. Try and get everyone out. Oh, yeah. 492, and she's back to 497 now. Well, I guess they got him out the way they wanted to. A good way to try to hold it under $5 is to run it down to 492 and then try to hold it under 5 the rest of the afternoon. I think that's going to be very hard on them to do that, though, with all these buyers that just bought it at 488 and 489 just then. And I just filled at 498. I'm buying at market, folks. 497. And notice that they've already had 280,000 shares at 497. 280,000 shares at 497. Meanwhile, at 496, they've only had 123,000. And at 495, they only had 152,000. But 280,000 at 497, folks. Man, you don't think they want to hold this thing under $5, these options players? VMAR, thank you, let me know. Cat, that's line 13 of the Excel sheet, which is buyback at 130, 130, 130. Oh, okay, I got you. There we go. Got AGE in at 496. And it just went over $5. Yep, it just went over 5. There she goes, back over $5. Well, they made an effort there to scare everyone out just then, didn't they? They dropped it, and now the pop. AGEN. There was the drop. Here comes the pop. I just bought SHMD at 462. Man, what happened to SHMD there, Jayhawk? Jeez. Here's AGEN right now. AGEN right now. Look at him try to drop it down there just then. And look at it recovering. Higher lows, higher low, higher low, higher low. By the way, AGEN was all the way down to right here, ladies and gentlemen, earlier. 485 a share. And the next low was here at 486. And the next low was here at 488. And the next low was here at 489. And then they tried 488 again just then for a half a second. 488 for a half a second, they were there. I just bought RDW at 971. So it's falling. RDW is falling. But AGEN is climbing here, folks. AGEN is climbing. What an effort to get 188 again for, like I said, at 1108. At 1108, they got themselves a 488 at 1108. What timing and what numbers? 1108 for 1108 at 488. Nice. That's a nice combo. AGEN. Let's take a look at this on a 5-day chart. There it is. AGEN. AGEN. There it is. And the pre-market low, ladies and gentlemen, was 484. Pre-market low, 484. After market open low, 480 a share. Now they try to hold it under $5, $4.99. Trying to hold it under 5. AGEN. Trying to hold it under $5. And they just tried to shake it out good at 488 just then. And now the bid is 496, the ask is 497. And the stock is only down 2% today, only down 2%. What's going on with VMAR? What's going on here with VMAR? What is going on with VMAR right here? Wow, look at that thing bounce off that line just there. Why? Why did they bounce it off that line? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the reason they bounced it off that line is because of this resistance several times right here. The resistance right there, the resistance right there, the resistance there, the resistance there, and there, the resistance right there, and then they bounced it off that line just now. Doing. VMAR. Now we just got to go over this line right here. And if the 5-day breaks over that line, then it's going to go all the way up to right here. 140 a share. VMAR. That's what it looks like on the radar right now. Oh, yeah. 5-day crossing the 10-day. Oh, my gosh. And it is a red belly blue back right here, folks. And look at the 50-day rising here. Look at the 200 pitch starting to rise. Shorty's still trying to... Man, I already told you it wasn't going to stay down here barcoding underneath this 50-day. I told you that was impossible. I told you that was impossible. Trying to barcode it with the 50 up above and the 200 above, forget about it. It drew it right up over it like it should. And now they can't barcode under the 50 anymore. They can't even get there. Look at that thing taking off, folks. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Look at the buyers coming in right here. VMAR. Look at the buyers coming in there versus sellers right there. Whoa, all buyers. Flat top green. No wick on this at all. No, oh, there's the wick. VMAR. Oh, man. What are you going to do now, Shorty? Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, flat top green above the line of resistance. Right there, baby. The 5-day average stopped right there before. Let's watch this thing go up above this. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Candlestick above it. VMAR. VMAR. Oh, yeah, up 954 on this position. Now up 1,100. VMAR. And I told you it was going to go over this big wall. I told you it would go over this. I just sold 140. VMAR, ladies and gentlemen, up right now $1,012 on this position. SHPH, I'm down 36 on right now. AGEN, I'm down 274 on. SHMD, I'm down 126 on. RDW, I'm down 151 on. But VMAR, I'm up 1,000 on. Thank goodness. And this is VMAR right here, right now. VMAR. And Shorty's got a problem because they're trying to drive it down. But man, this thing's got a wick on it. Watch it wick back up. Watch it pop back up here. Too many buyers coming in when they try to run it down. Too many buyers coming in when they try to run it down. VMAR up 4.55% today. And let's take a look at SOBR. SOBR looks very good right here, folks. SOBR looks good right there. Man, I like the look of that. Look at that slowly and steadily rising 200. Was at 263 when the market opened this morning, and I sold it there. I sold all my shares of it. I don't think I'm holding any of it now. Nope, I'm not holding any of it. SOBR. VMAR up 913 on that position today. And just look how hard they've tried to hold it here at 137, 138, and 139. Just look at that, folks. Look at all that hoarding of shares at 137, 138, and 139, and 140. I mean, really, it's 138, 139, and 140. Look at them amassing shares there, folks. And look, of this dark area, that's what was sold on the bid. Man, oh man, they sold on the bid all from this point over to right there on this candlestick. Out of this 436,000 shares, they dumped out 400,000. And out of the 254,000, look at the dark area there. Sold on the bid. They dumped out tons of shares there. And here, look how many were sold on the bid here up to there. And even to this point right here, sold on the bid. 437,000 shares sold on the bid. Why are they selling so many shares there and there and there, selling them, dumping them out for people? Well, they are. They've just been dumping them out and dumping them out and dumping them out all damn day. Hey, you want to buy a 138? I'm going to buy it right now. And they won't even let me fill the dang order at 138, so I just got to put it in buy. There it is, finally, 138. VIVS looks great. CRB Jonesboro says buying SIDU below $2. Thank you, CRB Jonesboro. Well, I can tell you one thing. The most shares that they've been able to dump today was 138, and they dumped 438,000 shares there at 138, and I just bought it again there. Down here at 135, they only had 330,000 shares there at 135. 330,000 at 135 is all they had. And now they've got 438,000 at 138, supposedly. Yep, supposedly. Yep, 439,000 there now. Supposedly at 138. And they're still so eager to sell there at that number, 138. So eager to sell 138. Now, that being said, they don't have a single care in the world to sell you any shares at all at 137. They have no concern about that. There's only 157,000 at 137. But at 138, boy, they got a share for you. They got one for you there at 138 for sure. They don't have a dang share left at 137, but they got a plethora of them at 138. And the funny thing is, over here, they're trying to show 137s are selling, but I can't get one. I can't get a 137. Uh-oh, and now we're at 139. So they finally ran out of the 138s, huh? What do you know? And someone just dumped the last 2005 at 138. They just dumped the last 2005 shares at 138. And now we're at 138.99. They're dumping 300. 138.99. And now they're dumping 139s. Oh, look at them dumping 139s. Where did all the 137s go? Where did all the 137s go? And all the 138s, where did all those go? Oh my gosh, and now we're at 139 dumps. Okay. I see 4 shares at 138, folks. 4. 4 shares at 138, in case you're wondering why you can't buy it. Yep. And right now, we're being led to believe that they've got shares still at 138 to sell. Now they don't have a single share at 137 to sell, but 138 they can keep them coming as long as you need to buy them there. Apparently, they don't have any more at 137, and they haven't for a half an hour. But they sure had a lot of 138s to sell. And the stock we're looking at here is VMAR. Here it is on the chart. And look at SOBR, folks. SOBR looks very promising there. I'm going to tell you, man, because it broke over this line of resistance, which was right here. It broke over this line of resistance right there. It finally broke over this line of resistance right there. SOBR. It's barely over it, but it is over it. It is over it. Now, whether it can stay, I'm not sure. But the 50-day is rising, and so is the 200. So that looks very good right there. SOBR. SOBR. And you can clearly see the previous resistance was right here for the blue 5-day, was right there. That was the resistance line. And now it is clearly over that line. It's over that line. And in fact, the 10-day is breaking over it now. SOBR, folks. There she goes. It's out of here. SOBR. And I guess they finally ran out of 138s. They must have finally run out of 138s. And they had very few at 139 to begin with. So I don't believe they're going to have any very long there. At 139, they only had, instead of 456 or 440, they only had 266 there at 139. So I see no way for them to hold it at 139. No way they're going to hold it there. No way, Jose. They got half as many shares at 139 than they've had below and above that. So there's no way it's going to stay here. And you can see already they're filling at 140 now. Dumpers are still trying to dump out the few handfuls of shares at 139 that they've got. But now she's gone, ladies and gentlemen. She just broke over that, and she's at 140. They've already sold 457,000 at 138 and 440,000 at 139 and 140. So that's the end of that shit. And now I'm up $1,200 on this position. And I guess they've completely run out now at 457,000 at 138, 266,000 at 139, and 440,000 at 140. And I guess they've finally run out of them, folks. You can clearly see they've oversold it, folks. They've oversold this, oversold this, oversold this. Everything up here was, half of this was sold on the bid and half was bought on the ask at that price of 140. They've already sold at 140 all they could, and then people just started buying it there, wanting to buy it on the ask. And here they sold all this on the bid, all that on the bid. All of that whole candlestick was sold on the bid. But people were buying on the ask already here, folks. At 142 and 143, people were happy to buy there before already today. Just so you're aware of it. Oh, I guess they're going to have to come up with 440 something shares at 139 too, huh? Now they got to show some equality and get up this line to fill out to the same length as these other two below and above. Sure. VMAR. VMAR. There it is. VMAR. My goodness gracious, folks. Look at the herking and jerking and herking and jerking. Then the herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking, jerking, herking, jerking. Look at the 200 rising, the 50 and 45 rising at a major angle here. Look at them rising, folks. Look at them rising. This thing's going to blow right over that and go right on up. Well, they already tried to stop it right there, the 5-day. They already ran it up here and stopped it there, but then the 200 was here. Now they're trying to stop it there, but the 200 is here now. And over here, when they stopped the 5-day there, the 50-day was down here with the 200. Now they're trying to stop at that line, and the 50 is here with the 200 way down here. Man, they're not going to stop this thing at this line. No freaking way. They can try all they want. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen, folks. You might as well just buy here at 140 because they're not going to get it any lower. And they've already traded 445,000. Down here, they can only get to 459. At 138, they can only hold 459. Here, they're already at 44,000, 445,000. Last call for 139, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 139. And by the way, the hedge funds believe the price is going to go to this price, 145. They got a 2,400 share spoof bid, 2,400 at 145. That's where they think the price is going to. And I do too, because all this has all been oversold. Already, it's completely oversold, this stock. Oh, nice. Look at them try now to get to my dollar cost average, folks. I just filled at 132, 133, like they've actually got some shares here to sell. 133, folks, all of a sudden they've come up and manufactured. Oh, yeah. Can you believe that? 133 they just manufactured. And now she's back to 140 just like that. Wow, what a dump effort right there. Wow, Shorty, what were you doing? Trying to get 400,000 down here too at 135? What an effort just then. They tried to get to my dollar cost average. Man, they're herking jerking this thing all over the place. This thing's getting ready to blow up, folks. Man, when it starts doing that right there, man, it's getting ready to explode. They just dropped that thing almost to my dollar cost average. They got to $1.33. And now they're acting like they've actually got some shares to sell at 136, 137 now, where they haven't had jack crap all day. They've suddenly got shares there at 136 and 137. Yeah, uh-huh. Oh, yeah, sure you do. Sure you do. Sure. Take a look at that chart right there. Look at that last stab at this line. Look at that. And they're trying the triple ta-ta with the 5-day. They want the 5-day again to this line right there and the 5-day there, and they want it there now. And right now I'm up $709 on VMAR. Now I'm up 918. Wow, it just jumped, folks. VMAR. Oh, yeah, we've got more shares at 138 now. We went and borrowed a bunch more And we've already sold 466,066 at 138. 466,166. Oh, yeah, they got a few more there. 466,470 now at 138. 466,894 at 138. Sure, they've got that. Where are all the 131s now, 132s, and 133s of 3 minutes ago? Where are they? Somebody had those shares to sell just 3 minutes ago at 133. Where are they now? Why in the world are we being forced to buy 138 now, where you've now sold supposedly 467,000 shares? 467,000, folks, at 138. Can't get a 137 to fill now, but boy, howdy. They've got a whole factory of 138 shares being printed right now. To the tune of 467,000 shares. Notice just below that at 137, they can only get 175,000. Only 175,000 at 137 a share. But somehow they can come up with 473,000 at 138. I'm buying at market here. 137. The only way I could get that 137 order to fill was to put it in as a market order. And look at how many shares they're selling there, folks. 3 at a time. 3 at a time at 137, folks. And that is absolutely a cell phone farm in action right there. 3 shares at a time, folks. Look at that. 3 shares at a time. To get it to drop from 137 to 136 briefly. Look at that number. 1361641. 1361641. 1361641. Is that the code right there for let's go long on it now? Is that what that is? Look at this. There it is, the KY flag. Right there's the KY flag, folks. 1361641. The KY flag. 1361641. What a joke. And look at the dumpers here, all at the same second. 143.15. 136.02 where they started. Then they dropped in the 136s. And that was at 143 and 15 seconds. The same order came across. And now they're coming in 11:43 and 25 and 26, 27, 28. And look at that. All 137s now. The 136s are gone. The 136s are gone. The 136s gone. Now they're dumping 137s. Now they're dumping 137s. And soon those will be gone as well. Yep, there it is. Goodbye. I just bought AGEN at 489. It's still freaking falling. Well, let's see if we can get any more. There's a 136 again. Look at all those dumpers there at the same second. 11:44 and 39 seconds. The cell phone strikes. The cell phone farm strikes at 11:44 and 39 seconds. All to get one more set of shares at 136. I can't buy any at 136. All I'm getting are 137s. I got orders sitting at 136, but for some reason, they have no interest in letting me have it. Oh, there they go, 136. I did pick it up. Cell phone farms selling 136 now. VMAR. VMAR is the stock. Here's the chart on it. VMAR was at 160 a share this morning. 160 a share. And just look at that 200-day average. Look at that 200-day average rising. And I want you to notice, here was the first low. This is the second low right here. Right there is the second low right there. So your first low was there. Your second low was there. Your third low was right here. Your third low was right there. And they stayed there for 5 minutes before. But now the fourth low was here where they could just stab at it. Right there. So the first low was here. And that price was at 123. The second low, and by the way, that low of 123 that they got in the pre-market and there in the early open, that's 3 cents higher than the after hours low was 120. So they were 3 cents higher than the after hours low of 120 at 123 this morning. So the first low was at 123. The second low they got was right here. That price was at 126. The third low they got was right here, and that price was 132. And the fourth low is again right here where they just did 132. And what a stab at that 132. Stabbing at it. And the reason that they're trying to get to 132 is because my dollar cost average is at 132, folks. And their favorite number to collect is 131. And look at all the dumpers that just came on. Cell phone dumpers at 1147 even. Trying to sell you a bunch of 133s and 132s at the same moment, at the exact same moment. Folks, compared to how many shares they've already dumped up here at 140, 139, 138, and now 135, you think they're going to be able to hold it here at 133 or 134? Looks to me like the only thing they're trying to do is get this 135 number to be the same 400,000, 400,000 at 135 right now. And with not a care to get a 134 anymore. Well, I don't know why they had so many 133, but now they don't even care about 134s. They don't care about 134s. And in case you're watching, I'm up on this stock $544 today. And that's the end of the 134s. Now we're going for 135s again, where they've only had 355,000 shares. This is the stock VMAR. They've only had 355,000 here, where they are now. And up here they had 473, 271, and 448. And boy, howdy, what a commitment to try to hold this thing right here in this region. All day they've tried to hold it here. And several times they've tried to acquire it at their favorite number, 131 today, and they fell short by a penny every time. And the reason I'm going to buy now at 136 is because there's been so few shares here at 136 comparatively. Both 136 and 137 have seen virtually no shares compared to the below that and above it. So that's why I'm buying here at this number 136 right now. That's why I'm buying that number 136. Yep, and I just bought it again. And by the way, this is how many shares they've had at the 136 and 137. Not even printable numbers, folks. 207,000 here, 177,000 there. And by the way, look at the numbers of shares they're selling here. 3 shares at a time at 135. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 at 135, folks. Look at that. Look at how they're doing it with the cell phones. 3, 3, 3, 3, 6, 6, 6, 6. Oh my God. Oh my gosh, the manipulation. 134s, 133s, 134s. Dumping out 134s now here. Just approaching the lunchtime low. I bet they can't believe that they can't get this price down below my dollar cost average today. Dumping the 135s now. Try to dump a few more 133s right there. They only ran out. They ran out there with 106 shares at 133, and they ran out. 106 shares, folks, at 133. Right there. 3 plus 97 is 100, 103, 104 shares at 133. 204 at 133. Good for them. They had 204 shares to dump out at 133. That was impressive. Now the buyer's coming in at 134, and that worries them, so they start dumping 133s again. And the buyers are buying the 134s, so they got to dump out a bunch of 133s on their cell phone at 11:52 and 0 seconds. Buyers are coming in now over 134s. So the dumpers come in and try to dump 134s now instead of 133s. Now they're trying to dump. Look at that. 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. Look at how few shares they're using to try to hold 134, folks. 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3, 4. Look at them dump 5,100 shares at 134. 5,100 at 134, folks. And I just bought at market and it got 135. Uh-oh. There's the 134. I got it. There we go. And there's another 134. And now I see at 134, they've not still printed a number, but they've got up to 209,000 at 134 now. That's pretty impressive, but it's not a printable number. I just want to fill 133 and I can't do it. Look at all the buyers buying 134. That's probably why I can't fill the 133. And the little dumpers are just dumping out a total of 38, 48, 58 shares. 58 shares at 133, folks. 58 shares dumped at 133. And then up here, they dump 1,200 shares back to back at 133. And then one share puts it at 134. That's hilarious. 1,200 shares right there. Yep, 1,200 shares there. And then one share puts it to 134. Here we are again. 3, 3, 2. Sold 100 at 134.01. And then here, 3, 3, 2. Boy, you got to hand it to them, man. They've been holding this stock here a long ass time, man. VMAR. They've been holding it here for a very long time now. And there it is, bouncing off the bottom right now. Bouncing off the bottom right there. Bouncing off the 133. It's one of their favorite numbers. And look at all the selling across here. Look at them trying to sell here, sell here, sell, 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 sell. In the meanwhile, while they're selling it, everybody's buying it, and it starts to rise again. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes, folks. Oh, yeah, and there's the candlestick right up here. 136. VMAR, ladies and gentlemen, VMAR. And right now I'm going to take a look here. AGEN. VMAR. I'm up 708 on it. AGEN. And I have not had any luck with AGEN. It's really not been good to me, I guess. Yep, they're still coming at that. They sure as shit bought a lot of shares up here at 492, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 498, 499. They bought a boatload of shares there. But then they drove it down to 476 here now. And they actually took it down to 472 where they had a whole 7,000 shares. 472, they had 7,000 shares. 473, they had 7,300. 474, they only had 6,900. But 475, they had 19,000. And 476, they had 36,000. 477, 144,000 at 477 because they love to buy that number. That's one of their favorite numbers to buy. So I'll come in here and I'll buy it at 477. And I see the dumpers trying to dump the 476s big time. And I see it's been here at 477 with a lot of buyers already bought 477s. I'll try to buy 476. AGEN. And I will buy 477 if I can. The bid is 476. The ask is 477. And the stock is down 6.30%. AGEN. Down 6.20%. And I just filled at 477. And now I'm going to try to buy at market. Stock is down 6.30%. And I got 477 again. I'm trying to buy 476. But 476 won't fill. I do see a lot of buyers coming in here at 476.5. And there's a lot of buys buying 477. But I'm telling you, folks, most of the shares today have been accumulated here at 496 down to 488. A lot of shares have been bought here, 496 down to 488. And I'm going to keep trying to buy here, right here, 475 if I can, 476. There we go. I got a 475 there. And down here, folks, they haven't had any shares all freaking day. They have had virtually none. Virtually none here, folks. So I'm going to keep trying to buy here at this low. I see where all the buyers were right up here at 493, 94, 97, 98, 99. I see there were no buyers here. I see it, folks. Others are seeing it too. That's why they're buying the crap out of it at 475 right there. I'm not the only one buying here, that's for sure. And I just filled 475 again. I see the KY flag just came out at 474 and a half. 474 and a half they're trying for, folks. That's how desperate. 3,000 shares there at 474 and a half. And now the dumpers are dumping 475s. AGEN. Here it is on the chart. AGEN. I'll show it to you in a moment. There it is. The day's low. 472 they just reached at 11:55 p.m. 11:55 a.m. I'm sorry. And they hit 472 at 11:55 a.m. And this price of this stock, folks, was at what? $5.43 a share. Alexa, what is 5.43 minus 4.72?
5.43 minus 4.72 is 0.71.
Alexa, stop. 71-cent drop to reach the bottom at 472. A 71-cent drop. And I'm buying right now at 472, as it turns out. AGEN. And I'm actually trying to buy the low of the day if I can, 471. Looking over here, I see at 471, they've only had 2,200 shares. So I just bought the next to the lowest price, 472. And now she's at people hoarding up 473s. So I want to thank you, market makers, for giving me the chance to buy at one of my favorite numbers to buy. And now I'm going to move over to AR. I'm up 597 on this stock, and I'm going to free up some capital here. I'm up 598 on this position now. Q. All right, now I can go over here to my monitor, and I'm going to get on AGEN. There we go. And I want to come in here now and buy here. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Well, I just bought 400 shares, folks, at 473. I was selling 400 of the other one. And that just dropped my dollar cost average down to 502. And I just bought 473, 60 shares. And I just bought it again. My dollar cost average is now $5.01. Filling at 473 here. Now 474. And my dollar cost average is now $5. Filling again at 474. And my dollar cost average has now dropped to 499. AGEN. 498 now. One more buy and I'll be at 497. Yep, my dollar cost average is now 497 a share on this stock. And I am just going to keep buying here at market shares. And I already see 473.88, 2,444 shares there. That's beautiful. Yep, 2,544 at 473.98 now. 473.98. And now 473.5 has a 50,000 shares at 473.5, folks. And compared to how many shares they dumped up here, ladies and gentlemen, on this price, compared to how many shares they dumped up here at 493, 494, 498, 499, compared to how many they dumped there, they have hardly had any shares here at all. to get it down to this price. They've hardly used any volume at all. It's certainly not a panic sell-off, folks. No way. It's definitely not a panic sell-off here. And I'm going to keep accumulating here. And I am buying some fairly sizable shares here. 60 shares at a time at $4.74. And the reason I'm buying so many here is because on my buy-sell sheet, ladies and gentlemen, I got a number. And that number is right here, buy the 72.73. Okay? That's a buyback number, 72.73. And I'm not going to get greedy. Okay? If I can get close enough to that at 4.74, I'll buy that number. That's close enough to 472 and 73 for me. And I can't get any of my 472s or 73 orders to fill it all. So I'm just stuck having to buy 474 now. Well, I mean, until they run out of them. I see the bid is 473 and the ask is 474. And I'm buying them here. Can't get one dang single order to fill it, 473 or 472. Not one of them. And meanwhile, there's 2,400 trying to buy here. There's 600 that want to sell. 2,400 that want to buy at 473 and 600 that want to sell 474. I don't know. I don't know why they can't fill there. 473. Can't seem to come up with a single share at 473. And look at the tweener come in at 473.98. Trying to buy 473.98. They got 5,700 shares there. AGEN. This is the chart on AGEN right now. And it sure as crap looks to me like it just hit a bottom right there, ladies and gentlemen. At 471, that was the low. AGEN stock is trading lower on Tuesday due to short-term profit taking, following a record-breaking price surge on Monday when the stock gained 95% and went up to 111% high. On Tuesday, H.C. Wainwright and Company maintained its buy rating on this and raised its price target for the stock to $30. $30. The updated analyst outlook follows significant clinical and financial updates released by the biotechnology firm on Monday morning. Wow. $30 price target on this stock by Wainwright. Well, then I'll buy it at 472, don't you think? $30 price target, folks. And this is the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. They've run it down at the lunchtime low. They've taken it to the lowest price of the day, 471. And they've got a bid at 470 and a half on it. And I'm down $1,000 on this position today. AGEN, I'm down 1,000 on it. Yep. But I'm going to buy it at the low of the day right now. I'm going to buy it at the low of the day. And anyway, you guys know I made $6,000 yesterday. And would I like to buy this at 466? You bet your ass I would. You bet your ass I would want to buy this at 466. Unfortunately, all I can get here is 471. And now I'm going to get again over here on VMAR. And look at them. I'm up 410 on this position today. VMAR. I'm up 410. And now I'm up 414 on it. VMAR. Oh, there are a lot of buyers here, folks, coming in this. And, well, I guess they ran out of the 471s, 72s, and 73s. And now we're looking at 474 buys. Buying at market 474. There's another buy at 474 for me. And another one at 474. And look at the dumpers trying to dump out the 474s right now. 474s. Look at all the cell phone numbers that 474 are selling here. Wow. And then the buyers just say thank you, and they're just buying the hordes of it at 474. And now it's at 475. 475, folks, coming in on it. AGEN. Lunchtime low was 470, and I bought it there. And right now, I'm just loading up here because I haven't seen them have any shares for sale down here, really, any relative numbers. Not like they sold up here in the 490s. Nope, I haven't seen it. I'm seeing diddly squat down here now, 473s. Not even printable numbers, 76,000. Up here, folks, 400,000. 226, 248, 310, 235. Look at these numbers right here. Look at those huge numbers of shares sold there to buyers buying on the ask. Look at that. Over half of those were bought on the ask. Half of that was bought on the ask. Bought on the ask. All those people were buying on the ask there, ladies and gentlemen. And down here, look at the minuscule numbers of shares. 400 at the low of the day. At the low of the day, 470, they only had 400 freaking shares, people. All right? I'm making sure you understand that. At the low of the day, right then that I just bought, there were only 400 shares available at the low of the day. That shows you what little numbers they're working with to get to these lows now. And above that, there was 59,000 at 471. But at 470, 400 shares at 470. 400 shares, folks, at 470 a share. What a joke, huh? 400 shares at the low of the day. And now they're trying to buy 471s. Profit taking, they're saying. Profit taking. All this is from profit taking. How many people are profit taking at 470 here? AGEN. Let's take a look at the 5-day chart. Good Lord, they're taking profits here? Why weren't they taking profits when the price was at 870? Why weren't they taking profits when the price was here at $7.16? Why weren't they taking profits when the price was here at $6.21 a share yesterday morning in the pre-market? Why weren't they taking profits when the price was here at $4, at $5.15? We're supposed to believe that now they're taking profits here at 471, 72. We're supposed to think that. Is that why the price is falling? Because they're taking profits? Really? Are you serious? I'm supposed to believe that, huh? The reason the price is at 470 this morning is because they're taking profits. Oh my gosh. Please don't try to fool me. Don't tell me that. Don't try to tell me they're taking profits at 472 a share when the price was $8 and $9. I tell you what, they're taking profits, all right. They're taking profits, and I'm going to take some profits with them. 471. At 470, folks, they've only had 400 freaking shares. At 470, they've only had 400 shares available for sale. Yet here at 471, oh my, 13,000 shares. Now they've got 500. They got another 100 shares at 470. That's right. They just picked up another 100 shares at 470. Well, I'm the sucker who's going to keep buying here, ladies and gentlemen, because I can. I just sold a bunch of VMAR, and I'm going to keep buying the shit out of this right now at 470 because I saw they've only had 500 freaking shares here. 500 shares at 470, ladies and gentlemen. We're supposed to think that's a panic sell-off. 500 shares at 470. That's a panic sell, folks. And now at 470, they've reached 825 shares. 825 shares at 470, folks. $3,200 worth at 470. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to buy this stock at the lowest price of the day, whatever it is. I got my orders sitting here at 469, 468, 467, and I'm waiting on 466, people. 466 is what I want to see. And I just filled twice at 468. There's 468 again. And again. And down here at this price, they've only had 445 shares. At 468, 4,000, but at 469, 945 shares. At 469, they've had 945 shares. And look at all the buyers that just bought 469, folks. Golly, look at them pour in on that at 469. And now the dumpers are trying to dump 469. Come on, Shorty. Can't you get 466 here? Good Lord. You're not going to fall short of 466, are you? It looks like you are. Whole lot of buying going on here at 468 and a half. AGEN. Last call for 469, folks. Last call for the lunchtime low, 469. And the KY flag shows at 469.01. 469.01. Oh, and it just jumped to 471. There we go. Last call, 469. And look at that, folks. 469, 469. Look at the shares they're dumping. And that's it, folks. That's it for 469s. They just ran out, I guess. Up, and now we got 470s. And I'm not afraid to show you my dollar cost average, folks, is $4.87. That's my DCA, 487. But lo and behold, at 468 today, they had a whole 4,438 shares. At 469, 21,000 shares they had. So at 468, only 4,400. At 469, 21,000. At 470, or 469.01, 22,000. So 469 saw 21,000. 469.01 saw 22,000. Isn't that interesting? And now all I can get here is 470 is all I can buy. And these chumps that are trying to run it down, they don't have any more 469s, folks. You got to get 469.01, 469.49, or 469.67. Right now, 469 and a half. There are no more 469s. There are no more 469s. Nouveau Music. Yes, review, order, and place it. There are no more 469s, folks. You're going to have to buy 470 here. Shorty done run down to 468s right there. 2,168 shares. 2,168. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. I'm waiting on 466 right here. Come on, all you profit takers. Come on, all you profit takers. 466, profit takers. Oh, my God. And it just jumps back up to 470 there. No more 68s, no more 69s. Jumps right back up to 470. They just said, that's it, we're closing the door. They just closed the door, ladies and gentlemen. 467, and they said, game over. Ding dong, the shorts went long at 467, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to buy now, you better be coming in at 471 or 472. And boy, they quickly slammed the door at 467, folks. It was freaking over. As soon as they got to 467.5, that door slammed closed. That door slammed closed. Now the dumpers are desperately trying to dump 470s. Man, did they shut that door in a hurry right there. Man, somebody wanted to buy this at 467 where they sold 1,200 shares. 1,200, folks, is all they had at 467. I just bought it again at 467. And they have had now at 466, 4,100 shares, 4,100 at 467 as well. So $32,000 worth of shares at 466 and 467. Lunchtime low, 466 Savannah. Lunchtime low, 466 Savannah. SOBR is ripping. Ah, VMAR. Very nice. Okay, very nice. Back up she goes. VMAR going right back off my dollar cost average and right on up through the roof. And now I'm going to go back over to AG. Well, let me look at all of my accounts here. AGEN is the only one that has me in the red. AGEN is the only one in the red on. Well, SHMD I'm down a little bit on too. And RDW. What happened to these call outs of yours today? Man, Jayhawk, SHMD, and RDW. Yuck. I got to tell you right now, yuck, yuck, yuck on those numbers. SHMD and RDW, both of those. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Horrible. VMAR. All right. Well, they sure have run this thing down here. Oh, there we go. Now we're at 471s. AGEN. I'm going to show you the chart. AGEN. There it is right there. There was the bottom right there. AGEN. AGEN. They just achieved the bottom right there. AGEN. Congratulations, manufacturers of shares. AGEN just hit the bottom at this number right there. And it was all over when it got to that number. Now I want to go back and look at the 20-day chart and see, why did they stop it there? I want to know, over the last 20 days, why did they stop it there just now? It never stopped there before. It never stopped at this number before. Who made the decision to take it down to that line? It never stopped there before. Whose decision was it to just run it down to that line? With this rising 200, just rising and rising and rising. Whose decision was it to make it stop dropping right there just now? Who decided that? 466. It never stopped there before. Not at all. It never stopped there. But it sure shit just stopped then there. It sure did. AGEN. And now I'm going to buy it at 470. I'm going to buy it again. Somebody decided to run it down at lunchtime to 466. That's for damn sure. And what I like right now is there's been all buying on the ask through all these numbers. There is no darkness down here on these candlesticks. All of this has been bought on the ask except this number right here, and that is 475. Right there was some selling to the bid, and 476. 477 was almost all sold to the bid, except for a little buying on the ask on the end. But ladies and gentlemen, that tells me that as they've been dumping these shares out here, the only where that there was any selling to the bid was right there at 475. All right. Everything else here has been sold on the ask. Everything that's sold here is sold on the ask. Every bit of it. And I just filled at 470 again. And I'm coming again at this. And I see over here a bunch of 469 fives. Four 69.53. Oh boy. And I just sold VMAR at 140. So VMAR is starting to take off, folks. I want you to take a look on the one-day chart at VMAR. And by the way, there's AGEN. There's the bottom right there, 466. There's the bottom, and there's the run-up right there. And it could easily now run right back up here very quickly to this price. 466 was the low. AGEN. AGEN. It's down 7.38% right now. Bid 470, ask 471. And I'm coming in 471. And my dollar cost average now is down below where all these mofos already bought here. My dollar cost average is down below where they all bought. My dollar cost average is 486. And the stock I'm trading here is AGEN. Now I want to go over to VMAR. And I'm up $930 on this position today. And I'm going to sell it here at 139, 140, 141, 142. I'm out. I just sold 140. Now I'm going to sell 142. And the stock is VMAR. Going to sell 143 and 144 as well here. VMAR. Just sold 141. Then they drive it down from 141 to 137 right there. I just sold 141 and they drop it to 137. And I'm going to come in for 20 shares, 137, 138. Well, they were just dumping a bunch of shares at 138 a minute ago, so they should dump them again. They should still have more. I mean, look at this. They've had somehow 800,000 shares here at 138 to sell today. 800,000 folks at 138 they've had, supposedly. That's right. On this stock, VMAR, they've somehow supposedly had 800,000 shares at 138. Down below it at 137, there's only 216, and above it, only 322. But at 138, 805,000 has materialized. At 138, folks, it's a magical number that can keep printing shares off at. Just over and over and over, 138s. They've got a machine printing them off. Now, I'm buying them here at 138, but I think they might be counterfeit, okay? I think they could be counterfeit duplicates. I'm not sure they're authentic shares that they say they're selling me at 138 here. I don't believe it. I can't guarantee you that. But they're trying again. 138, God bless them. Now let's get back over to AGEN. AGEN. Where's my AGEN? There it is. Well, they ran out of the 466s. Now they've run out of 467s, out of 468s, out of 469s, out of 470s. Now they're out of 471s. I just wonder how long it'll be before they run out of 472s. I don't know. But over here, I can see a nice, even number of selling. The numbers are almost all equal here that they've sold here as it's moving up now. They've reached a real nice symmetrical line here of selling the exact same amount of shares. And I want you to know, again, please understand, when you look at these candlesticks, the dark areas were sold on the bid. The dark areas were sold to the bid. And the last dark areas sold to the bid on this stock were right here at this price, 175 a share. Or 475. That is the only place I see any selling that was sold on the bid right there. 475. The rest of this, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. All of that, all of it light colored. All of it bought on the ask. The only number where they were selling on the bid was 475. And what a coincidence, that's where we're going to right now. Well, no more 472s. No more 473s. Last chance to get 474. Last call. And I'm buying at market here now. $474 I just picked up. And again, folks, here at 473 and a half, they've supposedly had 124,000 shares. But at 474, they've only had 82,000. At 475, 97,000. They done run out of the fake shares, folks, at 466 at lunchtime. And you know I bought there because I always buy the 466. And I intend to sell those at 497, 98, 99, and 5. And I also will sell the 466s at 501, 502, up to 508. That's what I'm going to do. Last call, folks, for 471. Last call for 471s. Last dumpings at 12:45 and 54 seconds. Last dumping, 12:45 and 55 seconds, 471. And now look at it rise, folks. And I guess I got to buy 473 now. Dumpers already dumped out of all the 471s right there. Oh my gosh. Whoa, there she goes, folks. And now we're back to 476 a share. Oh, now I'm only down $660 on this position. And I think I'm going to go green on it pretty soon. Look at them dumping the 476s, and they just ran out of the 472s moments ago. So it didn't take long to come back up over this. And now we're back in a region where there are way more buyers than sellers, more buying on the ask. Look at all these light shares there. Man, there's a lot of people buying the ask here. At 477, a lot of people bought the ask. I mean, look at them buying the ask there at 476, 475, 474. And this, as I already told you, 475 was the last place they were selling on the bid. 475 was the last number they sold on the bid. Any shares could be sold on the bid was 475. No shares were sold on the bid at 474, all the way down to 466. No shares were sold on the bid. And in case you're wondering, my dollar cost average on this stock is $4.85 a share now, $4.85. And man, look at all the shares bought on my dollar cost average, 441,000. The most shares bought today, as a matter of fact, were bought on my dollar cost average, folks, 485. How do you like that? The most shares of this stock bought today, were bought on my dollar cost average of 485. Pretty crazy, huh? The most shares acquired today, 441,000, were bought on my dollar cost average, 485. And I just bought 476. And to be honest with you, I want to keep buying here because I want my dollar cost average to drop to 484 and really piss off Shorty, who's gotten all their shares at 485 already. All right? And I'm going to keep buying here because I want to drop my dollar cost average to 484. And the stock I'm buying is AGEN. AGEN. And here it is on the chart. AGEN. They just hit the lunchtime low on it. AGN dropped it right there. And man, I filled my tank and look at it rise now. AGEN. And it looks like the lowest now you're going to get it is 476, folks. Yep, 476. And the pitiful shorts are now trying not to dump 466 anymore like they were 30 minutes ago, but now they're trying to dump 476. 10 cents higher they're trying to dump now. There we go. And I got one more order at 476. And by the way, look how many shares they bought at 477 already. Look how many shares they've already bought at 477 here. And they bought them all on the ask. Because that's a great number to buy, folks. And they already bought 1,548,000 there. 1,548,000 they already bought at 477. And I just picked up another order of 20 shares at 476. I see the desperation trying to dump 475 fives. Now dumping 475 fives. I see the desperation setting in. I just filled again at 476. I feel very sure almost that this price is going to go over 476 because they've never had any shares at 478, 79, 480, 81, 82, 83, 84. Virtually no shares through this region. Okay? They're going to go back up to this number, which is where my DCA is, 485, folks. It's just a matter of time. There we are, 477 now, folks. And I just filled at 477, and I want to thank you for dumping those shares. 477. And I'm only down now $545 on this position. Now only down 466. And now I'm seeing 478s. And the stock I'm buying is AGEN. Now I'm seeing 479s and 480s, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. AGEN. And now I'm only down 306 on this position. And man, has it come a long way from the lunchtime low of 466, hasn't it? Oh my gosh. 479, folks. Oh. And they're pouring in on it at 479. At 1254. Oh man. Well, I guess I better buy as many of these 479s as I can because that's the only way I'm going to get my dollar cost average down to 484. 479.59 now. Oh, jeez. And look at their dumping. They're just dumping one share at a time, folks. One share. Oh, well, 480 now. Oh, my goodness. Look at the dumpers coming in trying to sell 478.82, 478.92, 478.01s. I'm just going to keep buying 477s, 8s, and 9s as long as I can. One last stab at 476, trying to get some dumbasses to think the price is going to drop. But it isn't going to drop. AGEN, folks. There it is right there. And I got news for you. From this line, if it breaks over, it could easily run back up to here. All right? I'm telling you, if it breaks over this line right now, it could easily run right back up to here. And that price is 488. 488. And it's never stopped at that price right there today. It didn't stop there earlier today. It didn't stop at all there. So why are they going to try to stop it there now? Never stopped there earlier today. And I want you to see something. At 477, folks, they had 157,000 shares to sell at 477. But at the number we're at now, 478, only 47,000 shares. We're supposed to believe that at 477, they had 157,000 shares, but at 478, they only had 47,000. And at 479, they've only had 18,000 at 479. And by the way, at all these numbers, there were more buyers than sellers at 480, more buyers than sellers at 481, more buyers than sellers at 482, and more sellers at 483. That's the only number where there were more sellers than buyers is 483, folks, right there. So down here, there were more buyers than sellers at this number, more buyers than sellers here, more buyers than sellers there. All those had more buyers than sellers. And this number here, 477, 478. More buyers, all buyers there at 478. You can't even see. This is 477.5, 478. Now let's take a look here again at VMAR. Ah, nice. 137 now. I'm up 688 on this position. VMAR. And I'm sitting on a fairly sizable position there. Up 763 on it. My dollar cost average is $1.32. My DCA is 132, folks, on this stock. And now we're going to go back over here to charts. SHMD. There is AGEN. And it looks very good here, folks. AGEN looks very good right here. It looks very promising for a springboard right now. AGEN. There it is on the chart for you to look at right now. AGEN. It looks fabulous, folks. As a matter of fact, just in case you're not paying attention, this 45-day blue moving average is about to cross over the 50-day right now. And you're about to see a red belly blue back here. All right? Oh my, look at it go, folks. AGEN breaking over this line of resistance as we speak. 5-day rising with the 10-day rising with the 50-day rising and the 45-day gonna cross the 50. Man, it looks good, folks. AGEN. AGEN. Oh my gosh, look at it rising, folks. $480. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. And I'm already telling you, folks, looking over here, man, they've already oversold way more than they bought, way more selling here at all these numbers. But you can see right here, man, the buyers are coming in now. 481, they are more buyers than sellers by far there. 481, ladies and gentlemen. Way more buyers than there were sold on the bid here at 481. And 482. More bought than sold at 482. Try to buy 481 now. Try to buy 482. Oh, she just busted over my dollar cost average. I just went green. Oh, yes, and I'm up $270. Woo! Went from 900 down to green, baby. Oh, my goodness gracious. AGEN. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome, awesome. And she should go up over these numbers pretty quickly because all this is heavily oversold. I mean, heavily, heavily oversold this morning. And I just sold 488. And now I'm up 320 on it. The short's going long from here. Yep, SOBR, bing, bing, bing. Because they are watching your YouTube channel, says Cobra32. Nice little pushback up, Catfish. Yes. Oh my gosh, I just sold here 491. And I'm going to sell 492, 493, 95. Nice. Now up $577, up $774 since I opened the position. AGEN. And now you know why I sold those VMARs to move here. I just sold 491. All of this has been heavily oversold already today, so it should run right on up here. All this has been heavily, heavily oversold today.
Well, is everybody appreciating your efforts and sending you tips and?
Yep. Oh yeah, we're getting tips today.
Yay.
Have we go on Cat on SOBR? Bing, bing, bing. All right. Nouveau music. The shorts going long from here. Yes. Yes, they are. Ding dong, the shorts went long.
I've been working so hard.
Have you?
Yes, you should see the living room.
Oh my goodness. Nice, honey. Thank you.
I don't know if you'll thank me. What
Ah,
happened in here?
Cobra says, got my small account up $2. LOL.
Okay, well, we'll take the $2.
$2. Cheryl says 20 cents to Cash App, please. 10% of your earnings have to come to my Cash App here. Here's where you send it to, right here, Cash App.
Everybody, his Cash App's at 0, and that's my spending account. Oh, I look awful. I've been cleaning all morning. Why would you do that?
You actually look hot as can be.
I have no makeup on.
Yep, you look hot as can be. There's where you're going to send it, folks. Cash App. Cheryl has the card in her pocket right now. Cheryl has the card, and there's where you send.
If I get enough money, I won't come back home, though.
What? Oh, don't tell me that. Oh.
Shopping spree.
Oh, a shopping spree.
I might even buy Catfish something.
Merchant Trader's laughing. He says, LOL.
I might even bring Ty back something, I guess. Some Catfish stuff. I don't know. If he's nice to me. Well, I guess if the Cash App card is full, that's being
Mega Trader says, won't come back home. LOL. All right, guys, there's where you send your profits, 10%, if you feel like it. Cash App or...
If you feel like it, you should feel compelled.
You should feel compelled.
Ty sits here all day long. And
I don't think I've heard the word compelled since, what was that movie?
I don't know.
Poltergeist.
Is it the word of the day? No.
Amityville Horror. Compelled.
That's not a scary
Yes.
term.
Yes. The King of Kings compels you. Yeah. Yes.
I think that's a different word.
The Lord of Lords compels you. That is right. Am I right, everybody?
No, I think that you're thinking of a different word.
Is this a nuts SAC right there building on SOBR? I don't know. It could be. I haven't looked at SOBR. Hold on, I will. But look at AGEN here, and look at the buyers coming in. AGEN. Oh my gosh, look at the buyers pour in on that thing. Oh my gosh, look at the buyers. Cobra said, let's not play with fire, LOL. Oh my gosh, AGEN. 492.93. Oh man, I'm up 810 on this now. Wow, look at that. Woo! All right. Just sold it at 493. My dollar cost average is 475. Got to raise my buy orders up now from my DCA up to 491. Try to buy 491. Oh my gosh, look at this AGEN, folks. Holy smokes. AGEN. Now I want to look at SHMD. Well, SHMD sure did bottom out, didn't it? Right then. Trade. SHMD. SHMD. And they bottomed it out big time at 442. And they've gotten a lot of shares here at 449, 71,000. So now I'm going to try to buy here at 449, 450. And SHMD has had a big gap right here all the way back up to 458. So I'm going to buy it here at 450, folks. And I'm down $231 on this position. But I want to buy all I can here at 450 now. SHMD. And I'm just going to keep buying it at 450 a share and drop my dollar cost average down. And they just hit a low of 442 on SHMD. Here's the chart. SHMD. There's the low. And by the way, that low, that pretty much equals this morning's low right here. Right there. They almost got to the same low as this morning they had in the pre-market, okay? Or yesterday's low. They almost reached yesterday's low. All right? That was yesterday's low. They almost reached yesterday's low just then again, but they did not reach it, and I like that. So I'm buying here. Buying at market. And I just bought 450, and now I'm buying 452, folks. And my dollar cost average is 469. So I'm going to keep buying here, trying to buy 451 here. And there it is. 491. I just bought AGEN at 491. AGEN. All right. They dropped it back to 491. That's good. Well, they've already oversold all this all the way up to 499, folks. And now on this position, AGEN, I've gone from being down 900 up 900. Since I opened this account on this stock, I'm up 1,100 on it now. And I just sold 496. And I'm going to sell 498, 499 and 5, 501, 502, 503, 504, 505, 506, 507, and 508. And I'm going to sell 497 and 496 here. And I'm up $1,256 on this position. And this is AGEN. And I told you it would go back up over this because it was all completely oversold. I told you that. I've been telling you guys that all afternoon, that once it got up here, it was going to run up because this was all oversold. I told you guys. Look at that thing. And I bought it at lunchtime at $4.66 a share. And my dollar cost average is $4.73 on AGEN right now. And I just sold 200 at $4.95. And you can see where all I'm going to sell here now. 496, 97, 98, 99, 5, 501, up to 508. Now, I don't want everybody here to load in a bunch of sell orders here with me. So let's take them all off. Let's take them off right now and stop the wall. Okay, come on, let's get rid of these. Get rid of the sell orders all the way up to 503. If you got sell orders there, I want you to take them out right now, please. Because we don't want to create a wall there that it can't get over. That's one thing about this channel. You know, sometimes we get 40 or 50 people at the same time. And they're all start loading in sell orders over here at the same number. And boy, we're going to create a wall. So let's not do that. All right. Have to go to the post office and a little running to a few other places. Can't wait for the evening session. Well, I'll try to do the evening session at 7:48 p.m. like I did last night. And we'll see where things are. I'm going to try to start doing that every evening if I can, if my wife will allow for it. But last night, I went from 7:48 all the way up to almost 10 p.m., and I cannot do that. We got to keep it. I got to be done at 8:20 or something, okay? I can't be on until 7:48 in the morning till 10 at night, and then to go the next day 7:48 to 10 at night. I can't do it. And I just bought SHMD at 449, I guess. SHMD. Just as it starts to make a rocket ship and take off, they try to drop it down to 444. I just bought it at 444. SHMD. Yep, I just bought it at 444 just then. Well, the manipulators, they do their shit. And thank you for the 444s. That was very short-lived, by the way, as I can see. And now I'm buying 451s and 452s. Yep, 452s. And I want to show you guys something. They have had no shares from 452 up to 460. Okay? They've had no shares here. This is a big gap here on this stock. All right? This is a big gap on this stock. SHMD. I'll show it to you on the chart. SHMD. And I'm telling you, there's a big gap from right here up to this price. Right there. And that price is $4.60 a share. And if it breaks over that, it's going to come up here to this price. And that price is $4.66. And if it breaks that, it's going to come up to this. And that price is $4.72. And if it breaks $4.72, this sucker's going to go up here to this price. And that price is $4.79. And if it breaks $4.79, it's going to go to this price. And that price is $4.87, $4.88. And if it can break that number, oh my, it goes all the way up to right here. And that price is $4.97, $4.97. Okay? I'm just showing you folks where your resistance levels are. So this should be resistance over here, and they've had it here before. Right there. You can see over here the line of resistance stopped going up right there and dropped. And then they dropped it to that line and it stopped. So there's a line of resistance right there. Then the next one is here. $4.66 a share. Then the next line is here. $4.72. Then the next line of resistance is here. And then here. The next line is here. Right there. $4.79. Right there. Then the next line of resistance is right here. $4.86. right there. From 486, it jumps up to 497. And you can see it already had resistance there to the drop twice and to the top once. Okay, that line. And look at him stop it dropping there. Look at him stop it dropping. Stop it dropping. All right. This is SHMD. SHMD. And if it can get over that level, it's got a resistance there, and then it's got a resistance right here, then a resistance here, then the resistance is here. I mean, they've got resistance all through here, folks. Man, this thing has been herked and jerked all around. But let me just say this. If it can get over this price, and that price is at 513, and look at that, Savannah, how they ran it up from here to 513, and then look how they dropped this thing down, Savannah, from 513. And they ran it down to what number? Is it on my buy-sell sheet? Right there? What is that number? 443. Of course that's on my buy sheet. 443, 444. Those are buys. And you might want to have a look at it right now, folks. It looks good. It looks very good. They tried to stop it right there, and it's over that number now. I'm telling you, they tried to stop it right here, folks, at this number right there. Man, they tried to stop it from running over that number there, and now they're trying to stop it from running over that number again. The thing is, I don't see any volume red here. I see volume, but it's not red. As a matter of fact, this one is totally green here. And today, ladies and gentlemen, my account value is up $1,105 today. And my biggest gain is on AGEN and on VMAR. My biggest loss is on RDW and SHMD. SHMD. And this SHMD, look at the 5-day, the 10-day, the 50-day, the 45-day. But they're all consolidated. But ladies and gentlemen, the 200-day is way up here. All right? Make sure you understand that. The heaviest weighted line, the 200-day, is way the heck up here as they consolidate and capitulate and converge here. The 200 is up here, folks. The 200-day average is at 468 a share. 468. That's probably where this thing's going to go to. And I just filled at 452 a share. And I just got it again, 452. And one more time at 452. And listen, folks, they haven't had any shares from 452 up through this region: 453, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60. They hadn't had any shares there earlier today. So I certainly don't expect it to stay here now. I do not expect it to stay here now. And believe me, they know that there's a gap here. They know there's a big gap here. They know it, folks. They know there's a massive gap there. And that's why they're trying so hard right here to keep dumping out 452s, because they know there's a massive gap from this number up to 460. They know that. And by the way, look at the numbers they're selling at 452. One share, one share, one share, one share, one share, one share. One share at a time at 452. SHMD. Now I want to look over here. SHMD. Schmid Group raises 2026 order intake guidance after strong Q2 demand. So this company that had a high this morning of, and when the market opened and went up to 505 a share, 505 a share, and I sold it there at 502, 503, 504. I could not get an order to go out at 505. But now, look at them so attracted to it at 452 a share. And the stock I'm talking about here is SHMD. And all the lusting after it at 452 a share after it was at 505 this morning. And my dollar cost average on it is 464 a share. And man, was there a lot of dark up here, all dark selling. This is all very dark up here, very dark, selling, 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 selling. And then here's where the light took over at the 447, 442, 43, 44, all light. Everything there. As a matter of fact, the last shares of this stock, this is SHMD. The last shares of this stock that were sold on the bid were right there. There they were, out to this amount. Sold on the bid. And that was at 450 a share. The rest of these were bought on the ask, all bought on the ask, all bought on the ask. Everything here. Well, they sold on the bid there out to right there. So right there, they sold on the bid too at 446. And I want to thank each and every one of you that are selling me some shares here right now for 451. I see that you haven't had jack crap for shares here to sell earlier today at 451. Not even close to a printable number. So I'm very happy to be buying here where you don't have any real shares. And I already know that after this goes over 452 a share, this sucker's going to go all the way up to 460. I already know it. Time now is 1:28 in the afternoon, and look at them selling. Folks, look up here. They're selling one share at a time. One share, one share, one share, one share, one share. They're selling up here, folks, one share at a time at 450s. Look at all the ones. 450, one share at a time. And then the buyers come in and buy up 451s. And all they did was one, 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 one. My goodness. Uh-oh, here it goes, folks. Watch out. This is taking off. 453s now. And it should do that. And now I'm going to buy at market. And I got a 453 at market. And the stock I'm looking at is SHMD. Here it is on the chart. SHMD. Look at the buyers just come in on that candlestick, folks. SHMD. Look at them buying in right there. SHMD. Well, they're certainly not afraid to buy 453. And now we're seeing 454s and 455s. And I just filled at 454. And my dollar cost average is 462 on this stock. Man, it's getting ready to break loose, folks. Look, there's nothing here. There's nothing here at 453, 454, 455, 456, 457, 458. There's just nothing here. There never has been. There's never been any shares here for sale, folks, and they won't be here now either. And that's why it's rising through it so fast, folks, like I said it would. Now we're at 454s. And it's going to keep rising because they've never had any shares from here, 454, up to 460. They've never had any shares, folks. Get the few that are left here now. Get the few that are left here, folks. And now I'm only down 185 on this position. I'm telling you, they have never had any real shares here for sale. And I just bought SOBR at 159. I just bought SOBR, so they're dropping it now to 159. Well, my goodness. And I got news for you, ladies and gentlemen. You see this sell of 1,200 shares? That's a spoof sell at 465. They think the price is going to 465 right now. The market makers think that this stock is going to 465 a share. And it is. I believe it too. I believe it too. Now, you guys, give me a moment. I'm going to run upstairs. I haven't taken a break yet today. And right now, the bid is 452 and the ask is 456. The bid is 452. The ask is 456. And I just filled at 454. Well, they've never had any shares here in this region, so it doesn't surprise me to see it not stay here for long. And I'm buying the stock here, and I just bought AGEN at 487. I didn't even know I was buying that anymore. AGEN, I just bought it at 487. And SHMD, 454. AGEN. Man, look at him drop that thing back down after I just sold it right there. And I got a 5,200 shares of AGEN. I'm up 779 on it right now. All right, so you guys give me a minute. And VMAR, where's that at now? I'm up 820 on VMAR today. And this is AGEN. And take note right here, they just stopped it at that line right there. And look at them come at it so hard to knock it back down to the rising 200-day average. And I just bought it at 488. And as you can see right now on this stock, AGEN, I'm up $630 today, up $883 since I opened the position. And I just got these selling it. And I got my orders at 505, 506, 507, 508. I'm going to take those out. The highest today it's been is 519 a share, 519. And it should go right back up over all this pretty quickly, folks. All right? And this is AGEN. Now, I want to ask you guys to give me a time here. I'll be right back. This is AGEN we're watching. I will put this on a piece of paper, watching AGEN. And I will be back by not 2:55 p.m. today, but by 1:45. We'll make it 1:48. 1:48 p.m. I'll be back. Watching AGEN. And I'll be back at 1:48 p.m. All right? And I will turn on my music for you and play my music until I get back. And I hope you enjoy these songs I'm going to be playing for you. One of them is called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. And I hope you enjoy the music I'm going to be playing for you that's on my song playlist. I'm an original artist. And on my song playlist, in case you didn't know about it, I happen to have right here my song playlist, 125 songs. And the song I'm going to be playing for you now is called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. Hope you enjoy it, everybody. Here we go.
I could be rich and famous, might be a movie star. Ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I could have every single thing, everything this world could give. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I can make a lot of money, and I can buy anything. I can make $1 million or become a millionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I can travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, the show, and it doesn't mean a thing, because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Any moment now, she will arrive. The one who came along and changed my life. She's my only love, and she knows it's true. And I can hardly wait till she steps to view. Any moment now. And any moment now, I'll see her face. And when I do, I know my heart will race. I'll be 10 feet on the ground. Once I see her in her wedding gown, in a moment now, any second now. And any moment now, we all will pray. The Lord will bless the vows that we make today, and put our faith in Him. That's what we'll do, and trust that He will help us make it through. Any moment now. And any moment now, our lips will touch in a kiss that never meant so much. And the moment that we say I do, well, that'll be just like a dream come true. Any moment now. Any second now. Any moment now. Any second now. Any moment now.
Watch what alcohol does to stuck poop.
See this sharp turn right here? The Cleveland Clinic calls it the splenic flexure. I call it the poop trap. It's where 15 pounds of poop is stuck in your body right now. But when you do this for 7 seconds, it all comes out.
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
Look at this. Everyone knows the colon has twists and turns, right? But what nobody talks about is this specific bend right here. Doctors call this the splenic flexure, but I call it the K-bend. It's the sharpest turn in your colon and exactly where poop gets stuck for millions of people. Here's what nobody tells you. This isn't just another curve. According to the Cleveland Clinic, this sharp bend is one of the most common places where waste and gas gets trapped, leading to bloating, pressure, and constipation for people everywhere. Watch what happens. When poop hits this K-bend, it has to make a hard turn. And unlike the other curves in your colon, this one acts like a speed bump that brings everything to a halt. The longer poop sits in this K-bend, the more water is absorbed from it, making it harder and drier.
Oh, let's not get on that subject. Come on, please. Please. All right, here we go. I go away and we start talking poop commercials. Good Lord. What the world? All right, let's see where we're at here. AGEN coming after it again, I see. Well, it's being worked hard, folks. And I'm ready to buy all these lows. I'm coming in on it. 486. And I expect it to go right back over this totally oversold area in no time. All right? It'll be back up to $5 before you know it. But let me tell you something. The reason so much of this, of all these candlesticks is dark, sold on the bid, is because they're trying to hold this under $5. They're trying to keep it under $5. And let me tell you, the options people can be very strong. I want to look at this stock, AGEN. And I want to look at this right now, AGEN. And I want to see, number one, how many shares are outstanding. AGEN. Shares outstanding, 41 million. Okay? $41 million shares outstanding. All right. Now, their profit margin is 52%. Their return on assets is positive 2.53%. Their revenue, $123 million. Their quarterly revenue growth was 40.20%. Their EBITDA is positive 15.19. Nice. All right, I just want to look at it, AGEN. All right. want to see, has this AGEN, have they done a lot of reverse splits? They did one on October the 3rd of 2011, 1 for 6, and then April 12th, 2024, 1 for 20. All right, AGEN. 488's a good spot to buy, folks, on this, possibly. Yep, I'm coming in. I'm going to come in on it right here. 487, 488, 489, 490. I'm buying AGEN. And I just picked it up at 490. And the reason I'm buying it here is, as I already said, this is all completely oversold. They've just completely, man, the dark areas of these candlesticks, folks, they just sold and sold and sold. And they sold and sold. And they sold and sold. And sold and sold. And threw out on the bid. Threw out on the bid. And they threw out on the bid. Why? So they can make the price fall down to here and buy it. That's why. But look at all the darkness on this candlestick right here even. Look at all the darkness there. And that happens to be 485. My dollar cost average is 473 right now, 473. But my belief is that this price is going, this was so darkly, heavily sold earlier today, 489. I mean, golly, man, look at all the shares they threw out on the bid there. From the edge here all the way over to right. First of all, right there was pure bids to that line. And then to this line, it was more to the bid and ask. Here to the bid and ask. But here, all on the ask. All on the ask. Bought on the ask at 489. But down here, man, you can hardly see any shares that were bought on the ask. They were almost all sold to the bid until they ran out of them at 485. They just must have just flat ran out of them at 485. Demand overtook it at 485. And I tell you what, demand's going to overtake it again at 489 right now, so I'm going to be buying it here. That's my thinking. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Man, look at this on a chart, AGEN. There it is right now, AGEN. And it's got a gap, folks, on it up to here. 488 to 499, there's a gap. All we need to see is continued more buyers than sellers, just like these candlesticks right down here, AGEN. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, equal buyers and sellers. Hardly any sellers here, hardly any sellers, folks, at all here. And I tell you, man, you cannot consolidate a stock any more than this right here with the 45, the 50-day, the 5-day, the 10-day. I mean, they're all completely compressed, folks. They're just completely compressed here. $489, are you kidding me? At 488, they've had 276,000. And at 485, they had 446,000. And here they just hit 450,000 at 489. You see what I'm getting at? They flat ran out at 485 price, 446,586. They ran out. And now they're at 450,000 here at 489. If they ran out at 446, I'm going to guess they're going to run out at 451 too then. I'm just going to take a wild guess at it that they're going to run out here. If the price went up from 446,000 being sold and all sold on the bid on that candlestick, and here too at this price, 489, they're all sold on the bid on this candlestick. It can't stay there. It didn't stay down here. Why would it stay here? The likelihood of it staying is very, very, very little, okay? I'll tell you that right now. On AGEN, the likelihood of the price staying below this is very slim. $446,000, and they ran out there at 485. 452,000, and they're going to run out at 489. AGEN, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. My profit today, right now, is $1,079. And I'm down on some of these. Redwire, I'm down on, and I'm down on SHMD. So let's go look at those two charts. SHMD. Well. Look at that line they're trying to maintain. 452, ladies and gentlemen, trying to hold 452. You know why, right? Golly, look how much they love this number, folks. The reason they're down here and just tapered off at this number is because they love this number to taper off. They love this number. That's why. They tapered it here for quite some time yesterday, midday, before they tried to splash the close. So now they're tapering it here. You know, when they tapered it here last time, the 50-day average was right there with it, right in the middle of it when they tapered it there. And now, look again, right in the middle of it again, the 50-day average, right in the middle of it. I show you the similarities, folks, so you'll understand. The 50-day was right in the middle of it, and then they tried to peter it down. How much? From 453, they tried to peter it down to 446. And that's the same thing they just tried to do here. The same number. And then it just bounces right off of it. And it should bounce off of it. Look how far it bounced off of it here. And I want to point out something. From this line, look how low it's gone. And look how high it's gone. And look how low it's gone. And look how high it's gone. From here, look how low it's gone compared to how high it could possibly go again now, right now. This is SHMD. SHMD. You better watch it, folks. You better highlight this long-term chart, and you better look at that. And I got news for you, Shorty, if you're shorting this, that you better watch it, because if this thing comes up over this line right here, you're in deep doo. And right there's the line that you need to stay below. Okay? Right there's the line this price needs to stay below, the 5-day. And right now, it is over that line. It's over that line right this second. So it's time for you to start selling again like you did when it was up there, and you need to sell it down. When it was there, and you need to sell it down. And there, you need to sell it down. Oh, gosh, no, it's going the other way, folks. All right. Oh, my. And folks, I'm looking at SHMD. 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 And AGEN looks good too. SHMD. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. There she goes. And now I'm going to try to buy 452, 453, 454. The dumpers are dumping the 454s. And right now, I'm only down 139 on this. SHMD. And this is the chart right here. SHMD. Now, it is true that the RSI is high on this right now. The RSI is very high. But hey, this thing just broke over a 3-time prior resistance number, all right? I mean, goodness, man. They've been sitting on this thing herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking, herking and jerking. And sooner or later, if you do that long enough, after you get your nut sack right there, if you herk and jerk on that long enough, it goes right off the screen. It does. Yep. And look at it right now. And the thing is, looking down here, there's not any real visible volume on these candlesticks. That's the interesting part about it. There's very, 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 very little volume on these candlesticks. But if you highlight them a little bit more, what do you see here? Volume coming in, volume coming in, volume. Volume increasing. That candlestick right there, folks, that's volume coming in. SHMD. And right now the bid is 450. The bid is 453. The ask is 455. And I can already tell you that from looking at this, what I call this is called a spoof bid. They expect the price to go to 465 a share, folks, right now. Okay, right there's the number, 1,200 shares at 465. And if you remember earlier, that number, that 1,200 shares, and it just went to 469. Did you see that? See that 465 just jumped to 469. It's folks, it's a spoof bid. It's spoof bidding. So right now the price is going to go to 465. All right, and they just moved it up right there. You just saw it. And I hope you'll hit the like button if you liked what I just showed you there. That 1,200 shares was at 465. It's a spoof bid, and they've just moved it up to 469, folks. Hello there, Kim. She's high risk, high reward. They keep diluting shares with reverse splits. They pump the stocks to get it to green, sell, split, repeat. Yeah. Thanks, George. Hello, Currency Brutus. And Currency Brutus, let's just check up here. You called out yesterday CYCN, and I'm just curious. Let's take a look at it on the chart. And this is SHMD, ladies and gentlemen, SHMD. And we're going to look at CYCN next. And that looks like it's been really worked up and down a lot. Now, I'm not sure what the spread is. 368, 388. So 20 cents up, 5 cents down, 5 cents up, 18 cents down. CYCN down 2.61% today. But look at the bid gap difference. 366 bid, 380 ask. Man, that's a slow stock, man. It's got low volume on it. Very low volume. That's the trouble with it. It's got too low a volume for me, for my interest. CYCN. But good luck with it. It looks like it's moving off this line right now, upwards right now, this very moment. It's trying to bounce off the 200, which is rising. And the 50's looking all right, too. It's mostly rising. The only reason it plateaued down is because they attacked the current price down to here. CYCN, Just showing it to you. Thanks for calling it out yesterday, Currency Brutus. And today, I want to look at right now the stocks that were called out this morning, starting with, well, first let me go to my monitor page and see what I'm down or up on. And I'm still down the same amount on RDW and SHMD, but which is about 120 on each of those. But I'm up 553 on AGEN. I'm up 806 total on AGEN. And I'm up 644 today on VMAR. And I'm up $289 on SOBR right now. I'm up 287, and I've got 180 shares left. Up 287 on SOBR today. And today, my total gain, I'm up 1,108 right now. That's how much I'm up trading today right now. But RDW and SHMD both are pretty much stagnant. I'm going to take a look here at RDW right now because I think I might want to buy into more of it. Redwire. Yep. Well, it started to make a move. Now, you knew there was going to be some resistance at that line right there. There was going to be trouble there. You should have known that. And now they've taken it up over that, but back to those lines. So those are actually pretty good areas to get in right there. It looks to me like that'd be a good buy point right there, a good spot to buy. With the 45-day crossing over the 200 right now, I like it a lot. RDW, so I'm going to come in on it. RDW, 20 shares. RDW. And I'm going to come in right now for 20 shares, buy at market. And I just got it at 965, which is very pleasurable. I would like to get it at 964 and 960 as well, maybe 961. And that stock is RDW. And I want you to see over here, there's been some substantial selling of dark area through this region already, but the buyers are starting to overwhelm the sellers here. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more good number of buyers versus sellers here. More buyers than sellers here. So I'm coming in here and I just picked up 964. And I'm going to try it again to get 960 and 61 is what I'd really like. And the time now is 2:07. But I'm ready to buy here. The low of the day was 929, and at that number, they had 10,000 shares. So $90,000 traded at the low of the day, basically. And I'm buying at market here. And I'm going to buy again here at market. I see it starting to rise. Yep, there it goes, and it is taking off. And the stock I'm buying is right here is RDW. RDW. And I've already seen a lot of interest in buying in these numbers before. I'm not the only one that wants to buy here, and especially at 62, 962. There's a lot of buyers that were interested in picking up 962. And there were a lot more buyers there than there were sellers for sure. And the same thing could be said for this number here, 964. There's a lot more willing buyers here than sellers at that number earlier today and even now. So I see this as a good place to buy this. I'm just buying small increments here. And I believe that it's done here. I believe that they're now dumping 962 and a halves, and I think we're going to see that be the bottom. And so therefore I'm going to pick up what I can here at 962, 961 here hopefully, and 960. And I'm down on this stock $146 right now. So I'm pretty happy to be able to buy it at 962 right now and 963. And by the way, just so you guys are aware, the semifinal soccer match is going to be happening here at 3 o'clock. In case you weren't aware of it, at 3 o'clock, going to be a big game going on here between England and Argentina, ladies and gentlemen. And it'll be one of the most watched events in the world. And then, of course, the final will be coming up between Spain and the winner of England and Argentina. I know a lot of people are going to be upset that Portugal did not defeat Spain and go into the final with Ronaldo and all, but still, Spain had a very good and impressive team, and they play well together, you can tell. All right, I'm buying right here. 962, 963. I want in. I'm buying the stock Redwire at RDW. And I just bought it at 964. And I'm buying it now, trying to buy at market right here, 964. They won't give me the 963, so I'm just buying at market. And I got a 963 just then, so they finally did fill me at 963. But I've got an order still sitting there, market order at 963 that won't fill. So right now, as you can see, I'm just hitting the buy at market, and I just keep buying 963 here because my belief is there's no way it's going to stay down here this long, okay, very long. And that is because this has already been very heavily oversold down here, okay? Man, there's been a lot of selling that's gone on, deep selling, a lot of deep pockets sold there. And I believe that it's going to rise from here, so I'm buying at market, 20 shares at a time. And I'm now got my dollar cost to $9.73. I want my dollar cost average down to 972. So I'm going to keep buying these market share orders at 964 until they run out. And my dollar cost average is $9.72. Now I'm going to keep putting my buy orders in, limit orders down below at 963, okay? So I'm coming in with limit orders at 963 here. But my buys are going to just keep dropping my dollar cost average, hopefully. It looks right now, though, they can only come up with 964s. And the time is 2:13 p.m. 2:13, folks. And I'm buying market share orders here at $9.63 a share. And the interesting thing is, if I place a market share order in here at 963, it won't fill. I have to keep putting in buy markets. And my dollar cost average is $9.72 at this stage of the game. And the stock I'm trading is RDW. And let's take a look at our other stocks. SHMD is dropping right now, and I was down about 140 on it, and now I'm down 208. So SHMD, I'm going to part ways with that. SHMD, I'm going to start getting out of that right now. And I don't like, well, I should say, they've tried this twice, the spike down and again the spike down. So maybe I'll just hold here and buy some more. SHMD. Yeah, they've already tried this bullshit 452 already today several times. So I will continue to acquire shares here. They've tried to hold this down here before. They've got them a nice buy in here. They made a lot of sells. They made a lot of sells at 472, 461. They were selling like mad through there. But take a look at the difference in these two. These are all very dark up here, and this is all light down here. I mean, this is dark, dark up here. I don't know if you can tell the contrast. You really can't. I'm afraid you can't really see it on your screens. You can't see it on your screens like I can see it on mine. But holy cow, man, there is a bunch of darkness up here. This is like a totally dark cloud right up here. And this is nice and light down here. There's a lot more light down here. And that's why I'm buying down here right now. And 452 in the supply of 452 here, I guess, huh? On SHMD. And it's down today, barely. It is down 1 cent. That's why they're holding it here, folks. It's 1 cent in the red. It's like some sort of a statement they're trying to make. Aha, you can't make a penny. We're going to have it red 1 penny today, coincidentally. All day long, we're going to hold it down red 1 cent. Yeah. That's our intent, is to keep it 1 cent in the red. That's what they said when they got out of bed. And I just bought AGEN at 485. Thank you very much. SHMD, ladies and gentlemen. Holding it here, 452, 1 penny in the red. SHMD, now a half cent in the red. SHMD. It's not an arbitrary number, folks, by far. It definitely is not an arbitrary number. This 452. It's by design to keep it 1 penny in the red. It certainly is not an arbitrary number. But I ask you a question. Who makes any money keeping it 1 penny in the red all day long? How much are they making here? just holding it at the same price perpetually? That's my question for you. How much are they going to make? 1 cent in the red. Hello there, Currency Brutus and Kim Daniel and Giorgio, and she's high risk, high reward. They keep diluting shares. Okay. LOL, LBGJ. Nouveau. No one saw that pop. LBGJ. I also want to look at one called out this morning by Jayhawk, ELVA. ELVA. Well, they sure did amass a ton of that down here at $10.90 and $11.25 to $11.30, and now 11.70s, 11.60s, 11.50s. Man, amassing tons of it. ELVA up 48% today. Hit a high of 1230. ELVA 1230 high. Chart. ELVA. Well, there it is. ELVA 1471 in the pre-market. Then a high today of 1230. And they dropped it from 1471 to 1013. Oh my gosh, Savannah. I dropped it to 1013. Current price high, the new high, 1227. Then up to 1227. $2.14, 24 cents up. No, $2.14 up. 214 off the low of this morning. All right. ELVA, folks. There it is. That's it on the chart. ELVA. Good call out, Jayhawk. Although I think when you called it out, it might have been skyrocketing on your scanner, and it might have been up around 14 then, 13 and 14. 1360 or something around there. So it's still way below that number if people got in this morning when it was called out first thing, because this was right here when you called it out. I think you called it out here. Because it says at 8:15 in the morning. What time does it say it is now? 2:21. Yep. So right here, I came on at 7:48 this morning, which would have been right about right here. So I came on at 7:48 and you called it out. So congratulations, ELVA. ELVA. I still like the look of it right now. Let's look at the 20-day chart. Triple upside crossover. What was the news? Announces commercial relationship with Amazon. Electrovia announces commercial relationship with Amazon. After it announced a commercial agreement and a warrant transaction with Amazon to support the continued deployment of Infinity battery technology. Well, there they are right there, folks. This is the stock, ELVA. We'll have to watch that one tomorrow, all right? I'm just going to go ahead and put it on tomorrow's list right now. $7.16 ELVA. AGEN, I just bought it, one of my favorite numbers, 482. And my dollar cost average is 474 on it. But I do like to buy the 82 for sure. The stock is down 5.3% today. And I don't just arbitrarily buy at 482. And my dollar cost average was 472 because that was. And today's low, Savannah, 466. Can you believe that? 466, Savannah, today's low. But I do like to buy 482s. And if you look here on my buy-sell sheet, you'll all know that number's one of them, 8283. 8283. Those are buyback numbers for me. It's not a random number, folks. That's not just a random number. I buy the 82s and the 83s. And I sell them it'll be at 507, 508 where I'm going to sell those. The 482s and 83s, I'm going to sell 506, 507, 508. That's my call on that. And I believe once it gets here to 487, it's going to blow over this to 496 and 97, 98 very, very rapidly, folks. And I could be wrong, but I sure am familiar with them trying at 230 to run a price down to give them a buffer to keep it under $5 by the close. At this time is a common number for them to try to run it down to 482 or even 484, 486, so they can buffer for a keep under $5. And look how much money they've already spent under $5 trying to hold it there. They're really, really wanting to keep this under $5. Now, I don't know why they care so much about it on a Wednesday, okay? Unless they've just got one day to cover. Jayhawk, or somebody, can you take a look at how many days they have to cover the short position on AGEN? Does anybody want to help me out with that? AGEN. LBGJ. Does anybody want to let me know on this stock, AGEN, what the time period is they have before they have to cover? Or anything about options and the price maybe of $5? Could there be a lot of shares at $5? Because I've seen them try to do this before. And like I said, 2:30 to 3 o'clock, hold it down, and buffer for a $5 close. And then all of a sudden, the damn thing just takes off, and the next thing you know, all the buyers are coming in, and sure enough, it runs right up to $5, and it just comes out of nowhere. But this is very common to see them try to do this shit right here. just so you're aware of it. I'm used to it. And so I'm looking for the same thing. 5.42 days to cover. Perplexity says it's currently at 5.4 days to cover. Thank you. Hey, by the way, J.R. Plianis, I wanted to thank you for, and I've given you credit here on the kind of wall of fame for top gainers. You picked out, it was you, I went back and looked, and I saw that J.R. Plianis was the one that originally called out, I guess, on 629. Well, I take it back. Mike Larson called it out first on June the 26th. Mike Larson called it out on June the 26th, but I saw you reiterated it again on June the 29th when it was at 290 a share. And I want to thank you because I got in at 296 and was able to sell at 508. 71% gain. Woo-hoo! Thank you. That was sweet. So you got on the top gainers list. You and Mike Larson both for calling out that SHPH. But thank you for reiterating it because you got my attention on it again. And I made some very good money on that. Now I'm going to attempt to buy this stock here, which is AGEN at 483. I'm just going to go ahead and completely go in at 484. And I'm just going to buy it at 485. Screw it. And I got to buy at market, I guess, to get a dang order to fill here. Jeez, oh Pete's. And the reason I'm wanting to buy all these shares here is because it's directly below a massive wall of shares where people have already dumped hundreds of thousands of shares. And I believe, quite honestly, that they've just sold all they could. I think they've just sold all they could and just kept selling and selling. And they got 4 or 5 days to cover the borrowed shares they're borrowing now. So they're in no rush. And there's no pickle that they're in. They got plenty of time, and so they can just keep borrowing shares here to try to sell it down here just before the close because they want to hold this under $5. So that's what I think they're doing. That's why I'm buying shares here at these prices. And it's interesting. I can't get any to fill at 484 market, so I just put them in my limit orders, but I just put them in at market, and they for sure should sell. And thank you for giving me those shares at 484. Now, my dollar cost average is 475 on this stock here, all right? My DCA is 475. And so I'm buying at 484 and 483 and 482 only because I know that they're going to try, I believe, to hold it under $5. So I expect to see it move right off these numbers and go right back up to $5 before the close. And they're going to close it at $4.99 a share if they can. That's their intent and desire is to close this under $5. All right. If you think they really want to close this at 483 a share today, well, you don't know shorts very well. They don't care. That number means nothing to them. The number they're trying to hold is going to be $5 today, people. I'm telling you. All right. The number they're going to try to hold is $5. That's why they've sold so many dang shares up here already, right below 5. Look at all the dark numbers they've sold holding this trapping it under 5. Just to keep it under 5, folks. Look at how many dark shares once it went up above 5 that they just started dumping and dumping and dumping to get that freaking thing back under $5. Tame it. Tame it, man. Here's the $5 line right here. Got to tame that dang thing. Got to tame it. And look how many they sold there at 5. And by the way, half the shares were bought on the ask at $5. They happily bought on the ask price at 5. Just so you're aware of that. At $5, half of the consumers right there, half of that volume on that candlestick was buyers buying on the ask, happily buying the ask at 5 because they thought it was a great deal. They thought from 5 it would go up maybe to 6 or maybe go to 550. So they thought it was a good buy at 5. And now look how few little chintzy dumpers there are here at 482 to hold it here. Piddly squat, folks. There's no volume there. There's no volume there right now here at 235. You could sit and watch the grass grow and see it move faster than this price is and the volume right here. And then they show up with a 483.25 request. Well, since we can't get it at 483, can we get it at 483.25? Since we can't get 483 anymore, can you at least come up with a 483.25 for us? I mean, why give away that you're desperate enough to try to sell it, buy it at 483.25? That should tell you something, folks. And again, I'm going to end up raising my dollar cost average buying these 482s and 483s. And the stock is down now 5.12%. So what does that mean? You think there's any triggering of stop losses going to happen at 5% down? Is that what the game is? 482, baby. I got to buy it there. And again. And they expect the price to go to, by the way, 491. They have a shill bid, a fake bid at 491. 491. They're expecting this to go to 491 right now. And I do too, folks. And there's the drop before the pop, baby. There's the drop at 2:36 p.m. before the pop to 481 where I just bought it and 482. And that was sweet. And I want to thank all of you chumps who did that. And my dollar cost average is still $4.75. And what a dump right then. I actually saw them try to throw out 481 and a halves. 481 and a halves came out at 2:36 and 35 seconds. 481 and a halves. Nice. 481 and a halves at 2:36 and 35 seconds. And 2:36.55. 481 and a halves. 2:36 and 55 seconds. That's the last time you're going to see a 481 and a half. Oh, yes, indeed. And now we're back up to 483s. Yep, and they're buying there. As well they should. It's on my buy-sell sheet. And now, let's see how fast, once it hits 485, how fast this will run back up to $5 a share. All right, let's just watch and witness. Now I got to try to buy 484s. And I want to go to my monitor screen. And it looks like SHMD is not going to go up any today. It's falling off this afternoon. So unfortunately, I'm going to sell that. SHMD. Well, I take it back. I look down here, and there's so few shares they've had at 447 and 448. And this could be, we still got a power hour ahead of us. I'll go ahead and stay on this. I got 3,000. I'll buy right here, 447 and 448. And again, it could be they're just trying to hold this under 450. And if I can keep buying here at 446 and 447, then that'll be great because that'll lower my dollar cost average. And I'm going to thank whoever's giving me those shares at 447 so I can bring my DCA down. And my dollar cost average on this stock is 459. And there are no shares that have been bought on my DCA, just above me. There's been a lot above me that have been sold, I should say. And down here, there's been a lot that have been sold down here. There's a whole lot of darkness here, a lot of darkness. There's still a lot of effort to sell this stock here. Sell it. Just keep selling it. Somebody just wants to keep selling it, folks. Every one of these candlesticks, and these are really dark up here, but down here, there's still a lot of darkness on these. A lot of desire to sell it here and hold it here below 450. But we'll see if they can keep it below 450 all afternoon or not. And this is ELVA right now. They're taking it down. Now, I'm going to look at all the ones that I'm on right now, starting with SHPH. I want to go to chart and look at SHPH. I only have 80 shares of this. I sold it yesterday and made 70% on this stock, and now it's down 35%. No, it's down 15%. I'm sorry. But yesterday I made a 70% gain on this stock, SHPH. Thanks to two people, Mr. JR, I think it is, Plianis. I don't know whether he's saying his name correctly or not. And the other person that had called it out was SHPH, was originally called out by Mike Larson. Mike Larson. So thank you very much, Mike Larson, for calling this out originally. We got it at 466, sold it at 520. I didn't even put the percentage gain on that one. But then also, I want to thank you again for calling that out again. JR Plianis, SHPH, called it out on the 29th at 290, and I sold it at 508, 71% gain. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this SHPH, as you can see, it is indeed falling. And one of the things that I take note of is where this is right now. It's going to fall to that line right there. Now, this is the line it's going to fall to. And the reason that it fell to this line is because it fell here to this line right there. All right, so here again, this 5-day is attempting to fall to this line. Okay, I don't like that. And I did see it stop here before at this. So the 5-day is now at a point where it did stop before, right there. Right there is a 5-day resistance point. The blue 5-day, folks, is what I'm looking at. So as I zoom in on this, I see right now that the blue 5-day has just dropped to this line. And ladies and gentlemen, that is also a line of resistance there and there and there before it shot up. So I see it now come down to that line at lunchtime or whenever that was. And then just now, I see the blue 5-day hit this line. Just then, right then. Right then, I saw the blue 5-day hit this line. And look at it now with a green flat top on the next candlestick. SHPH. Bid 345, ask 353. SHPH. Well, I'm going to try and buy this. And I'm only down 90. Now I'm down $50 on it. And I just bought it at 352. I just bought it at 352. So I'll try that again. And I'm going to raise it to 353. Nope, there's 352 again. I got it again. And I'm trying for 349s as well, 350s, 351s, anything I can get. And my dollar cost average is 386 on this. But I only have 140 shares, so I don't have a lot of shares. So that's good for me. And I'm going to try to buy it again at 352 if I can. Yes, I did. And every one of these buys drops my DCA. And interestingly enough, I cannot pick up a single 351 or 350 or 349. And I'm encouraged by that, being that the time is 2:47, and you think that I could get it right now, right before 3. They would try to run it down to 349, 348, 347, right before 3 o'clock. And they might do it. They might try here in the next 13 minutes. We'll see. But right now, it seems like everybody's pretty happy just to be buying it at 352 a share. All right, now I'm going to go to monitor. And now on Redwire, I'm down only 234. Up 700 right now on AGEN. And this is SHPH. 5 days on a line of resistance before SHPH. SHPH. Down 17% right now. And I just bought it at 348 a share. Beautiful. Nice. Well, it's because I expected him to drop it down like that. Really like to buy 347, but I'm just going to go another 348 on it. There it is. I got another 348. Be honest with you, I'd really like to get it at 338. And at the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen, at 325, they've had a whole 1,000 shares today of this stock. At $3.25 a share, they had 1,000 shares to sell. And I just bought the last 348, and now the price is 351. And I'm going to buy it again now, and I'm just going to keep pecking away 20 shares at a time. And I just bought it again at 351. And I'm not going to get I'm not going to get a 338. I'm not going to get a 349. I'm done with that. It's over. In my opinion, that'll be the last time we see any 348s. I just filled here, and I'm going to go again and buy here now at market. And the market shares are filling at a price of, see where we are, 351. I just bought again at 351. And the market shares is what I'm buying. And the stock I'm buying is SHPH. SHPH. I'm currently down on the stock today, $50. All right. So I'm not huge down on this one. I'm only down $50. But you'll know whether or not you should be buying it. Now I'm down 82 on it. So, but that's just a bunch of rigmarole because the bid now is the ask is 359. The ask is 2 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. The ask is 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And the ask just dropped to 351. The ask just dropped to 351. And the bid is 342. The ask is 351. The stock is down 17%. And I just bought AGE in at 483 as well. So they're taking it to the 482 number one last time. And then hopefully they can hold it under $5 until 4 o'clock. And I'm barely in the green today now. I'm only up $239 right now. But that's only because of SHMD and RDW right now. I'm still up very nicely on VMAR. And I'm up very nicely on AGEN, still 435 up on that. So those are the ones that are saving me right now. But all of these, and by the way, let's take a look here quickly at the markets across the as a whole. And right now, let's take a look at it. There we go. And all markets are green. In fact, the S&P 500 is up nicely. The Dow is up 101 points. The NASDAQ is up 83. The Russell is green. The Russell 2000 small caps is green. And the VIX has dropped 4%. That's very good. Gold is on the rise. Bitcoin on the rise, up $349 today. Nice. And light crude oil, $79 a barrel. And that's good. Really, it is, because it was at 100 and a little over 100. So 79, no complaints. Really, it shouldn't be. All right, the price should be obviously a lot less at the pump, but that's what it is. All right, we're going to look now across all these. MODD was called out this morning and yesterday. MODD. And I looked at this last night. Someone called it to my attention. MODD. And so we're going to look at it now, and it's down 5%. Okay, so that one didn't work out well. SOBR. Oh, man. Nice. What a sobering experience. Well, I sold that this morning, you guys know, when it was in the 248.49s. I don't think I own any of it now, do I? Maybe I do. Trade, SOBR. I think I might be holding a little bit of it left. Yeah, I'm up right now on it, 309 today. SOBR. God, dogs, man. Look at all those shares of this stock that were hoarded up at $2.15 down to $1.97. Look at all that hoarding at $2.15 to $1.97. SOBR. My buy orders are my dollar cost average is 158 a share. 158. Let's try and buy some 175 here. Let's try and buy some 175. Let's see if we can pick up some 176, 177, a little bit of 178. And just for fun, right now, we'll buy one at market at 180. And I just bought it at 180. And I expect them to bring it down here. They should bring it down at least to 179. There we go. But look at all the shares that have already been acquired here at 220 and down to $2. This is another scenario where they're just trying to hold it under $2, folks. It could go from here to $2 by the closing. It could do that. I just bought SHMD at 446. Well, I can tell you one thing. Somebody wants to hold it here because there's been a hell of a lot of dark selling here from 188 down to 177. I mean, they have been just hoarding, dumping on this thing right here. Big time dumping there. Big time dumping there to hold it under this price. So that's why I'm going to buy here. I see how much already they've dumped out here to hold it under this price for some reason. Man, they don't want this to go over 188. There's no doubt. They want it to hold below 189. They want it under there. Man, have they been selling shares there. Look at all that darkness. Look at all that darkness. The thing is, when the market closes, will it just shoot right over that to 190s and go right on up? Because look how heavy they sold it up here too at these prices, and heavy selling up here at 228s. Nothing but pure selling from 263 down to 239. Selling on the bid, 263 to 239. All pure sold on the bid, just given out at 263. Man, they started shorting this thing at 263 today, folks. 263 is where they started shorting it. 263 is where they started shorting it. And then they've been heavily short selling it even here. Oh, yeah, I'm getting them now. There we go, 175. SOBR. You see, I had those orders in down there because I knew they'd come down there to it. I had a feeling they would. Shoot, I just raised my dollar cost average to 172 buying there. But I couldn't help it because they had this price up here where they bought so many shares in the 190s to 216. So I figured, what the heck, man, I'm going to buy here at 175. Here they come, folks. Coming for my DCA. Yep, they're shooting for my DCA, folks, here at 3 o'clock on the button. Shooting for my DCA at 3 o'clock on the button. How do you like that? Oh, my. Trying to get my DCA right at 3 o'clock, folks. Oh, my gosh. Look at them trying to get my DCA, folks. And now they're 2 cents over me. Ha! Oh, man, look at them trying to get my DCA, people. They're swarming around my numbers right there like friggin' pigs trying to hit the slop, people. Man, they are just hoarding it up right there on my DCA. Golly, look at them all buying on my DCA, folks. 172 is my DCA, and I just raised it to 173, dadgummit, because I'm buying all these market share orders with them here. So, wow. Well, I should not be surprised at all to see him try that at 3 o'clock. 173, folks. They decided to pick that arbitrary number just to go for just then. 173, folks. Wow, and then look at it now. And look how dark it was here that they just sold all up here. Look how dark that was. Look at that darkness. Look at them just selling so many shares through there. And then just now, everybody was buying here, all buying on the ask. What they just gave away, everybody just bought. There's no darkness on these hardly at all. Hardly at all. And bought it right there. And I can see why, folks. Man, look at all the buying that just occurred right there when they tried to get these numbers here. Look at all the buying. Look at the light area, folks. Look at the light area, the light area, the light area. See up here, this is all heavy selling, the dark, 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 dark. This is all buying on the ask right here, folks. They're all buying on the ask right here. Buying the ask. There's a big difference between what's going on here and what's going on right here now, okay? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There's a huge difference between what just happened here and what's happening here. And now you can see, it's running back up. It's running right back up because all these people are buying on the ask. And there's hardly any shares being sold on the big. Look at the dark area. It's very slim there. They hardly had any shares just then to sell. And everybody was buying them, buying them, buying them. And that's why it's rising. Oh, yeah, baby. There she goes. And now I'm up on this position, $308. It's not a huge profit, but you want to know whether you should get in on this or not? Watch my balance. All right? You watch my balance, and you'll know whether you should buy in on this stock right now. SOBR. You just watch what happens here. And the stock is up 50% today right now. As we speak, the stock is up 50%. And what a coincidental number to just run it down to right there at exactly 3 o'clock and hit 173 a share. What a coincidence. I wonder if they want to buy any from me at 178. Huh? I bet they do. I bet they do. I'm a ringing the bell. Oh, look at all the buyers that just bought 178, folks. And they just bought mine. Let's see if they want to buy some 181, 82, and 83. I bet they do. Because I see the spoof bid is there at 183. 2,300 spoof bid at 183 right now. So I bet you they do want to sell 183s. Buy 183s from me. Meanwhile, I'm going to come in and try to buy down here 173, 74, 75. I'm coming in 175 and 176. And I bet you they're going to come up and buy these from me. And I'm up 348 on this position right now. Oh, yeah, here they come. Come a buying from me here. Come on and buy. Come on by from Catfish Tie. I just sold 179. Thank you. And I'm just selling 20 shares at a time here, letting them peck away at it. And then I'm going to come in underneath them and try to buy 177. Try to buy 178. Any pullback at all. And folks, look, they've already completely oversold this area. They've massively oversold this area here on this stock. And the stock is SOBR. And they just massively oversold it here already. So it should run right up over that. So I'm going to eliminate these sell orders here. And I'm going to go and move them all the way up. All right? They're gonna run this right back up over these numbers to 188 here in a moment. Okay? You're gonna be selling at 188 here. It's my call. Because they've already completely dumped so many shares at this price. And they created a huge gap from 189 down to 177. They've created a huge gap right there, folks, when they did that right there. When they did that, they created a gap right there. There's a gap. You watch. And I'm going to keep buying from them at market until the gap is gone. And there it goes. And look at the spoof bid of 16,000 shares at 182. Oh, it's gone. There it goes, 186. I told you guys. I told you. I told you there is a gap, and there it is. You can clearly see it. Watch it jump, folks, and you're going to be selling at 188 here. Okay? 60 shares, 187, 188 when it gets there. Don't put in orders there to sell. Just sell at market, okay? I don't want everybody here on this channel loading in a bunch of sell orders in at 188 because it's on my buy-sell sheet, 187. Just wait till it gets up there, and then we'll hit market, okay? I don't want all you guys loading in 186, 87, 88 here, even though those are sell numbers. Don't do that. You'll hurt the stock, okay? Leave it alone and let it go up here. Then you can go market whenever it's up there. I told you it was going to go over all this because they already completely oversold this area. They completely oversold it earlier. They just wiped it all out there. It's completely oversold. What are they going to do now? What's Shorty going to do now? I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to run this dang thing. They're going to start going long here, and they're going to run it back up over 215 a share probably by the close. Look at the buyers coming in And look at the spoof bid of 10,000 at 185. Look at this spoof bid, folks, of 10,000 at 185, 19,000. Oh my gosh. And they've got the real number up here. 4,400 is where the fake is, the marker is 4,400, 191. The stock's going to go to 191, folks. And watch them move the 4,400 up when it gets up there. It's going to go up here to 191. There's your marker right there, 4,400 shares. And then them spoof bidding 26,000 shares. What a joke. They don't have 26,000 shares to sell at 185. That is spoofing 100%. 100% spoof. They don't have 26,000 shares here, folks. You don't believe me, you watch. You're going to see them disappear. They're just going to be gone. They'll just be gone. They'll just go poof. And there's only 3,000 here wanting to buy. So watch the spoof bidders. Look at them spoofing here at 185, trying to hold it there. And you can see how hard they've tried to hold 185 earlier today, too. Man, look at them trying to hold their ground. And what are they going to do when the market reaches after hours? How high will this go? Man, it looks strong here, folks. SOBR. There's the chart right there. SOBR. SOBR. That's SHPH, actually. SOBR is here. There it is. SOBR. Look at that thing. Breaking this line of resistance right now, folks, where the 5-day stop before. Man, see how they stopped it right there before? The 5-day just broke that. Oh, man, and look. Whoa, yes. Oh, absolutely. That looks absolutely awesome right there. SOBR. I just bought it at 183. Bought it right there on the 10-day right then. I just bought it there, 183. How do you like that? SOBR. Look at it. It's a triple upside crossover, folks. The current price, the 5-day, the 10-day, and the 45 is now crossing the 200. SOBR. Triple upside crossover, baby. Oh, yeah. And my dollar cost average is $1.74. SOBR. There it is, folks. Look at it. Look what it's doing. It just broke this line of resistance and it's springboarding off of it. Triple upside crossover. Last call for 183, people. Last call for 183. Oh my gosh, look at it springboarding up. It's moving up, folks. And there's a lot of buyers here coming in. Way more buyers than sellers. Way more buyers than sellers. SOBR. Man, don't be surprised to see this thing. It's 313 right now. 313 is the time. 182 is their desire. $313, folks. They just took it to 313 to 180. Just got it 180 at 313. Well, good for them. Stock is up 53%. SOBR. Oh, yeah, and look at where they took it down to, and now it got green, and it's going to, oh, yeah, looking very good there, very good. No wick on this. We don't want to see any wick at all. Let's go. Let's run it up. No wick on this. No wick. I don't want to see any wick on this. Let's go. Run that thing right back up there now. There it goes. Perfect. No wick at all. Now let's run it up to here. Come on, let's take that thing right on up to here now. There goes the 5-day. There you go. Perfect. Next candle starting here, folks. Oh, yeah, there she goes. There she goes. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Flat top that sucker. Envelop these over here. Oh, she just enveloped those. Those over here. Over this level. Over this level. Over it. Oh, my gosh. And wickless, wickless, wickless. All right. SOBR. Oh, yes. And now my gains today has just gone up to almost 1,000. I'm up 1,004. I just went over. And oh my gosh. I got to get rid of these two losers here though. SHMD and RDW. I got to get them. I got to get out of here with them. SHMD. Well, let's look at the charts on them first. SHMD. And I'll move them over to sober. Yeah, SHMD, they just equaled the same low right there as they had earlier, right there. The same low. So I'm very hesitant about selling on that number that I know that they've tried to achieve now once and even twice today. So I think instead of getting out there, SHMD, but I probably wisely should, I am going to buy instead. SHMD, SHMD, enter. And I'm going to buy it at the low of the day, folks, 441. And I'm going to buy 442, where they've had virtually no shares. At 441, 378 shares. At 442, there has been 3,400. So I'm going to buy here, SHMD. And I've got a lot of money to spend here. SHMD. Man, what happened to that one today? SHMD. That one's been tough there, Jayhawk. Man, I started off with 400 shares of that stock, and they just kept running it down all effing day. And I bought more of it, and I bought more of it, and I bought more of it at every low that they've driven it down to. And now they try for 438 a share. Well, by God, I'm going to buy that number because that's one of the numbers on my buy-sell sheet, and that's the only reason I'm going to buy it there. And this one here, SHMD, man, Jayhawk, I don't know what they did today. What was the news today on them? Why'd they get on your radar? Raises 2026 order intake guidance after a strong Q2 demand. Good Lord. I guess their friggin' guidance isn't doing jack crap for them right here. 438 is what I'm trying to buy. Trying to buy underneath this big old mountain of shares up here that were acquired at 449 and 450. And I guess I'm going to try to get my dollar cost to 450. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I'm still up $983 today, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being up $962, but man, that's tough. RDW and SHMD both costing me, both of those costing me $1,000 today. One of them down 511 and the other one down 515. SHMD and RDW. They were on radar this morning and they were running up, I guess, and they went up real big. And then when they started falling, I started buying them and they haven't stopped falling. They haven't stopped falling, Jayhawk. I was up $17 at one point and I should have sold it. Oh, gosh. That's hilarious. uh, All right, let's go over and look at these other ones, dadgummit. VMAR. And I'm up $444 on this stock. And of course, it is sitting right now on my dollar cost average. 3:20 in the afternoon, and where is it sitting? On my DCA at 132 a share. What do you know? 131, their love number, folks. It's their love number, 131. I've already shown you guys what it means to them, this number, and how long they've sat at this number, and how long they like to hold it here and love with it and play around with it. But I'm out of it. I'm up $466. Adios, amigo. I am out of it now. And I'm going to get completely out of this thing right now while I'm up $424 on it. Adios, amigos. VMAR. I'll be buying this stock probably tomorrow in the 120s again. And I am out of VMAR in 2 more orders. Well, I guess I'll keep 400 shares. I'll keep 440 shares. And that's all. Made $424 on it today, and the stock is VMAR. I'm out of it except for 420 shares. I got $400 worth. And now we're going to move that over to our charts, and we're going to look at SHMD. And when did they get to this line before? Well, they got to this line yesterday at the same midday time. Yesterday, this was the low at midday. This price. All right, there it is. If you look at it on the 5-day chart, this low right there that they're achieving right this moment is the same one that was over here 2 days ago, okay? So just be aware of that with this stock, that the low that they just dropped the price to, which is $4.38, that low at 438 is one of their freaking love numbers right here, okay? And they love that number. You can see it there where they dropped it to it there, and then it rose off of it. You can see where they dropped it to it there, and they stopped it from rising there, and it was trying to resist, and then it went off. And here they are again on the same freaking number that they were on just the other day. That was resistance there, resistance to the drop there. So you be the judge, folks, because that is a very common market maker number right there. You be the judge right there. SHMD. And I got to tell you, folks, I've looked at the charts a long time, and I like that. So I'm going to buy the dang thing. And I just bought it at 127. And that's good for me because I just saw it hit 123. There's 124, 125 I'm in, 126 I'm in, 127 I'm going to buy it again. And I'm not just going to buy 20 shares. I want to lower my DCA here, baby. And the stock I'm buying here, oh God, this is the wrong one. Well, I just went long on this. Now I have 560 that I just bought at 127 right then, 128. Good for me. Good for me. And now I'm lowering my dollar cost average on this thing already. See, I told you I could buy it in the low 120s. So that was good. That's good. Thank you very much for those buys. And now, though, I want to go back over to my chart, SHMD. And so I want to go trade SHMD now. SHMD. SHMD. And that stock has me down 570 today. I'm ready to buy, and I'm ready to lower my dollar cost average. So I'm going to come in for 20 shares at 437, 438, 439. I have not seen but 100 shares available at 437 today. 100 shares. So yes, I'm going to load up the truck at 439 a share. And now I'm going to be buying at market, and I just got 439, and now we're buying 540, 440. And now we're buying at 441, 441. And now we're buying at 440 again. And now we're buying at 440 again. And we are now lowering our dollar cost average to 456. And we're going to try to buy 440 again, 441, 442. And I just filled 441 twice, and we're going to go back at that again. And I am expecting to see this go right back up over all these numbers very quickly because they just dumped a bunch. And the demand is still here. People are not afraid to buy here, obviously. There's a lot of buyers coming in and joining me at 442 at the dining table. And they're stuffing themselves at 441, just like I am. And I'm going to lower my dollar cost average to 450 a share if I can. That's right. And I'm going to keep buying 441s as long as the chumps dump them out there. 441s. And look at all the people buying 443s just then. Why? If they were buying all the 443s, why do you want to sell 441? Oh, why do you want to? If everybody was just buying the 443s, why do you want to sell 441, chumpo? If everybody was just hoarding shares at 443, why do you suddenly want to sell yours at 441? And why am I filling now at 442? I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to lower my dollar cost average down below 450 because of you chumps. And I'm grateful for you to give me the 442 shares. I see you trying to show everybody that they're selling 441s, but they aren't. The market share orders are buying 442s. And I just bought it again, market 442. And I'm giving them away, folks. That's right, 442. I just bought it again. And I don't see any desire to bring it to 441 for some reason. I don't see any desire to bring it to 441. Can't fill there. Just a whole bunch of love at 442 for everybody. You can buy it at 442. Now notice over here, the low of the day, 437, it shows over here there was 100 shares at 437. And at 438, there was 1,500. At 439, there happened to be 6,000 shares. And at 440, they only had 2,280. At 441, they had 4,098 at 441. 4,000 shares. Right? 4,000 shares at 441. $442, how many there? 4,898. 441, only 4,098, but at 442, 4,898. And at 443, 7,300. And I want you to know At that number, folks, every one of those was sold. And this stock, they were all sold like crazy. All sold. They dumped like crazy right there, 440, 443. They dumped them like crazy at 443, trying to hold it down. And now we're filling at 442. That's all I can get. And I have a feeling they dumped all they could here at 443 and 444 and 445 and 446. I see a lot of shares dumped out there at those numbers right there. A lot dumped out. And yet now all I can get is a 442 buy. And every one of them being bought on the ask at 442. No darkness at 442 here, folks. All being bought on the ask at 442. According to Charles Schwab, all the shares here at 442 have been bought on the ask. Doesn't surprise me, because now we're seeing 443s. There they are, 443s. Man, as long as the demand is there, it's very hard to hold this here. And today, just so you can see, I'm up $1,187, now up $1,200 today. And SHMD, I'm starting to gain on. RDW still looks pretty crappy, so I'm going to go over here and look at the chart on RDW, and then I'm probably going to get out of it. But RDW, I'm going to look at the 1 day here on SHMD. There it is. It's starting to rise, SHMD. So finally, they fleeced it all out. And look at the buyers coming in here. Take a look at the buyers coming in on SHMD right here. Dang, look at them all coming in. SHMD. Oh, man. All right. Let's go, SHMD. And man, I was so close to just throwing in the towel on it, but what do you know? They were manipulating it down to run it up at the end of the day. SHMD. And now we're going to take a look at RDW. RDW. Oh, same thing. Look at that. And look at that. That nutsack they just got on RDW, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, they're buying in now after that. Look down here. And I want you to know on RDW, that sack was higher than the last sack, which was right here. Take a look over here. Oh, man, look at the big old nut sack there. RDW, huge satchel. And look at them just now. They tried that number again, but they did not obtain it. They were that far away from it right there. And I'm going to show you again by making a mark right here how much they wanted earlier. They got it here to this low, and then the 5 day was there. So they got the price to this low, and the 5 day was there. And over here, all they could get was the price to this low. They could not get the 5 day there. Oh, man, that looks strong. RDW. Oh, man, stay in the volume. Stay in it, volume. Push the thing up. Because they ran this thing down from here to here awful fast, folks. Let me show you something right here. Where this stock is right now. Look how fast it ran down from there to there. It was literally 15 minutes. And the price was up here. And that price was at $9.51 a share. $9.50, folks. They ran it down from 12 o'clock until 12:05. They ran it down in 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. So from right here, it could go back up in just 5 minutes' time, because that's how fast they ran it down in 5 minutes. and then it went back up, as you can see here. And then it went back down, as you can see here. Man, there's a gap from here to here, folks. You just be watching it. It's RDW, and there is a gap from right here to right there. And they know that. They know it. They know there's a gap that was created here down to here, and one here that back up to there, and then from here back down to there. And from here, there is a gap to there. So, boy, howdy, look at them try to come against it right there. Stop that thing from breaking over that friggin' line right there. And they're going to do it, it looks like right now. Somebody's got power and authority to try to hold it down, RDW. But boy, howdy, look at that low right there. And I assert this is what they did at the midday lunchtime low. This is where they got to just now. This is just it's just getting it before it goes. This is the drop before the pop. This is a cup, handle, drop, and pop. That's my call. Cup, handle, drop, pop. RDW, trading it now. RDW. And I'm going to try to buy it right here. And I just bought it at 444. And I just got it again at 444. RDW. I'm calling it, baby. Cup, handle, drop, pop. RDW. And I see a whole bunch of 443 fives over here on this stock. But I'm feeling it 444 on market share orders. That's right. Just one after the other at four, and I cannot get a single 443 to fill. RDW. It's only down 1.88% right now. SHMD. AGEN, folks. And there's the RDW right now, ladies and gentlemen. RDW breaking over this line of resistance and going up. RDW. It's going to go up to here, folks. Get ready to sell this at $9.51 a share, okay? $9.50. They're going to try to hold it under it. Believe me. Look how hard they tried to keep it under $9.50 right there. $9.50 down, $9.50 down. They don't want it over $9.50, but it's going to go to $9.50, folks. It's crossed this line, and I told you right here's that line, and it went all the way down in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes, it dropped from $9.50 down to where it is now. $9.50 in 5 minutes, folks. All right, you just watch. You watch RDW. And now I want to sell something I'm up big on. AGEN. All right, so I'm going to go to the chart on AGEN right now. There it is. Very nice. Very nice. AGEN. All right. Good. And I see it is in the form right now, AGEN. I see it's in a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average right now this afternoon. That's very strong, folks. And look at that 45 and 50 rising. And look at the price rising right there. AGEN, folks. AGEN. Wow. AGEN. What happened to it? Awesome, awesome. I am up 1,050 on this position. There is no more buys at 475 where I got in. And ladies and gentlemen, I got a lot of shares of this, so I'm going to start selling it here. Awesome. Look at it go back up over that like I said it would, just like I said it would, folks. I told you we'd be selling it 498, 497, 498, 499. I told you that. I said it to everyone. I told everyone this is completely oversold. And after we collect it down here below it, it's going to blow right back over all that crap. And we're going to be selling it at the end of the day just below $5 is what I said. So congratulations to everyone that's selling it here with me. And you ought to be very happy about that if you bought with me down there. AGEN. And I'm up $1,000 on this position today. 1,066. AGEN. And I told you all this was dark, dark, dark and completely oversold. I told every one of you that was. AGEN. I told you it was completely oversold and we should buy it down here. 475. 466 we got at lunchtime. Can you believe that? 466. And now we're selling it at 497, 498, 499. Because I told you the reason they had taken it down here because they were trying to buffer and hold it under $5 by the closing. But don't be surprised to see it go back up to 5. And sure enough, they had already oversold all this so thickly they couldn't stop it when it got here now. It's fabulous, folks. Congratulations. I like it when I see that I'm right, and you guys get to witness it with your own two eyes. Beautiful. And you bet your butt I'm selling here at market. 496. And I'm trying to sell 497, 498, 499. Now they're trying to drop it back down. Well, I'm going to keep selling it, folks, because I don't want to hold this overnight. That's for sure. But wow, I told you all this was completely oversold. And it was going to run from where we were at 477, and it was going to run up again to 499. Well, you don't want to get greedy, folks. You know they're not going to let it go over $5. That's why they spent so much money here. They're not going to let it go over 5. That's why they already spent so much dumping shares here just under 5. They just were not. They were not going to let it go over $5. All right? But I told you after they ran it down here, it was to try to buffer it so they could hold it under $5. And here comes all the pressure on it right now. And heck yeah, they're trying to hold it under 5. They've already had a lot of commitment to hold it under $5 and sell in this range. So they're probably not going to run out of shares here, folks. But we'll see. We'll see what happens coming into the closing here. I'm going to keep selling here right now. I'm up freaking $967, so I'm selling it. I'm just selling 100 shares at a time because who knows? This is so oversold that there just might not be any real shares left available hardly, and so they're just a lot of happy buyers buying here at 494. I can see that for sure. And 495 doesn't seem to scare them either. And today I'm going to be selling out of all these other positions as well. Man, there's a lot of buying here, folks, at 494 and a half. That's for sure. Now I'm even seeing 495s come across the screen. 495.32. And I just bought SHMD at 441. And I just sold 495 on AGEN. Now up 1,008 on this position. $1,008 gain on this today. Everybody's paying 495.5 now. Well, if they were just buying up all the 494.5s and then now the 495.5s, pretty soon we're going to be at the 496.5s, I can only presume. We got 13 minutes left. They're trying to hold it under $5. That's what I told you all day. I just bought SHMD at 429. And right now I'm sitting on, and I'm selling the stock AGEN while I'm up $1,006 on it. And it looks like they're happily buying it for $496 right now. Yep, $495.29 and $496. $495.01, $495.6, $495.5. Oh, goodness gracious. And I want to look over at my monitor screen right now, and I got to get out of SHMD. It just never happened, folks. SHMD. And I am SHMD. And it just never did. The lowest they got it was 437, and I bought it there in 438. But I just got 439 again, and they're sitting on 440. And I lost on this. I'm down on it 591 SHMD, but I'm not here to take a major hit on this or hold it, so I'm out. I waited until 349, and it has not started to make its move that I thought it would here. So I'm going to get out of it, 400 shares right now, sell it, market. And I'm down on this stock heavily. I'm down about 600 on this stock. It just never came around, Jayhawk. It just never did. It never could get any traction, unfortunately, all day long. It just never could. Even though I kept trying to buy the lows on it over and over and over, it just couldn't get any traction. It never could. It just never could. And my dollar cost average is 8 cents over where we are right now. So it's not that bad of a deal, but man, oh man, it just stinks that this thing couldn't ever get any grip. It couldn't ever get any traction. SHMD. And I gave it every chance to do it. I gave it every chance. Every chance. I bought the low. Every time they drove it down, I bought more of it. And I've got my dollar cost average down to 445, and the price is 437. So, I mean, I'm close, man. I'm very close. I'm really just like, So, but whatever. I'm out of it. I'm going to get out completely. I'm selling 400 shares at a time. And that would put a dent in my day. That sucks. But I'm not going to complain about a day when I'm up over $1,000 in my account. That's for sure. And you've called out plenty of big winners, so there's no worry about this today. I'm just going to sell it all. I've only got 1,100 shares left of it. Yep. But it just couldn't ever make a move. It just couldn't get any traction. Good Lord. So many committed sellers wanting to sell it at 449, 448, 447, 446. And so I'm out of it. And I got 180 shares left. Hey, man, my AGEN orders are selling right now. AGEN is taking off, folks. Oh, my gosh, AGEN, look at that thing soaring right now. Oh, my goodness gracious, it's at $4.99, folks, and $5. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. They were going to try to hold it under. They were going to try to hold this under $5, and that's why they ran it down there to the 470s and the 466 at lunchtime. Shit. I just sold 498. AGEN, I'm up 1,078 on this one today. And I'm selling here 60 shares at a time. 498, I just sold again. And I now have only 700 shares left of this. Just sold 498 again. Just sold 498 again. And now I have 660 shares. Got 7 minutes left. Also, I want to look over here and SOBR, I'm up 626 on, and I'm going to trade it now and get out. SOBR. And I'm up $683 on this position. My dollar cost average is $1.75. And I'm up $676 on this position, so I'm going to sell it here. I got 1,400, so I'm going to sell 400 here. Sell at 207. And I'm going to try to sell 400 at 208. And I just sold 206. And I'm going to sell here at 207. 400 at 208, and that'll leave me. There it is. I just sold AGEN at $5. All right. And looking to sell right now, SOBR at 206 again. I've only got 1,000 shares left. I hope I can get out 20. Well, I'm just going to sell them at market here because I'm up $700 and I've got 1,000 left. So we're going to sell 400 right now, sell at market. And we've got 4.5 minutes left to sell everything off. And I now have 620 shares left of SOBR that I'm going to try to sell at 205. Yep. The bid is 204. The ask is 205. And this stock is up 74% today. And I'm going to sell 200 at market right now. I just sold 204. And I just sold the 205. I've got 20 shares left, and I'm going to hold it. Up 691 today. Nice. And we now have 3 minutes and 10 seconds, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. And we got to get back over to our monitor page. And we're up 1,000 today. We're going to sell right now RDW. I'm out of it. Trade RDW. RDW. Got out of that one too. And I'm out of it. It's another one that just could never get any damn traction. And I did buy it at 929, 930, 931, 932. I bought it there, but it just couldn't ever get any balls to it. It just stayed down there, RDW. And so I'm out. I got 1,500 shares. Goodbye, selling at market. And I lost 586 on this stock there, Jayhawk. Doggone it. And this one, and that other one you called out this morning, they both sucked, and I got sucked into them, and but that's okay, man. You do so much for this channel that I'm still up 1,000 today, and I'm very grateful that I am. Hey, man, you hit a home run on some, and some of them you get hit with the pitch, and that's just the way it is. And I'm going to sell here sell at market, and at least I hit enough today to score 1,000. And now there's positions long, 300 left. I'm going to sell here at market. And dadgummit, they'll probably take this RDW up to $10.50 in the after hours. But you know me, I can't sell paper money in after hours, so I'm going to get out completely. I have 100 shares left. I'm going to sell them now. And I'm out of RDW. Now I go back over to my monitor. We got 1.5 minutes to sell. Going back over to my monitor screen. And the one I'm holding here now that I want to sell the rest of, I've got is SHMD. And I'm up on SHPH. SOBR. I've only got 20 shares left of that. 480 of SHPH. So let's just trade that SHPH and get out of it. SHPH, enter. And I'm up $371 on SHPH today, and it's at 370, so I'm just going to sell. I got 480 shares, going to sell 400 now, SHPH. And I'm up, my dollar cost average is 359. I just sold them at 367. And now I'm going to sell the other 80 shares. I'm going to sell 60 of, sell at market right now. And I'm out of SHPH. Now I'm going to go to my monitor screen and see what else I'm holding. I now have 30 seconds to sell anything else that I want to sell. And I'm up on AGEN, 1,020. I'm going to sell. Oh, I'm selling AGEN right now. That's very nice at 501. And so I now have only 420. BATL I'll hold on to. I'm up $66. I'll hold BATL. And that's it. I just sold out of pretty much everything except VMAR. And I've got 620 of VMAR. That's only $600. I'll hold on to that. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. And monitor today's gain after all we went through, $1,552. And nice. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep, Beam Saucer still can't believe Jayhawk called VEEE at 9 and it hit 30 in the next 2 hours for a massive gain, and that was the best call I've ever seen. Yeah, baby, I missed that one too. I missed that one. I missed it, man. But I know a lot of you did get in on that, so congratulations. Now, that being said, we have some stocks to list over here on our top gainers. And one of them today that was a definite top gainer was SOBR. And I'm going to go over here to trade SOBR. And that stock was up today 76%. So I'm going to go over here to my top gainers, and we're going to put in here, right here, 715. And that is SOBR. And to see who called that out, I go back to the sheet from yesterday. SOBR was called out by Jayhawk. Yeah. And when he called that stock out yesterday, Jayhawk called it out. I immediately when I looked into it, I put an asterisk by that. And I said, I'm going to buy that thing today. SOBR. Jayhawk called it out. And I said, man, I'm buying that sucker. And man, am I glad I did. Oh. Shoot. Hold on. Jayhawk. There we go. And Jayhawk called it out. And we're going to put down here. I can't remember where I bought it. Let's go see what it says my DCA is. That's why I didn't want to sell all of it. My DCA was 181 a share, 181. And it closed at 207. But I didn't buy it at, well, I guess I did buy a lot of it at 181. But still, I want to put down the gain it made because I always look at the, so we're going to go over here to SOBR, and we want to look at the previous close, 117 a share, SOBR, previous close, 117. So we go over here to our top gainers, SOBR, 117, 1.17. All right, 117. And then today's high was SOBR, and I just got through selling it. SOBR at, well, it hit 220, but I just got through selling it, and I sold it at $2, 202, 203, 204, all the way up to 207, because 208 is my sell number. 208 is where I absolutely get out. So I'm sure I sold 207, up 76%, 207. And today's high was 263, SOBR. And I know I sold it there this morning. I would have sold 260. So I'm going to put down here on this sheet that we were able to get that stock and get out at 260 after 117s. Yep, 260. That is a nice game, folks. Previous close, 117. Today's high, 260 a share. And I didn't sell it all. I wanted to see if it went any higher. And then I sold it in the after, just then before the closing. I sold the rest of what I had. But I did sell it this morning, I'm sure, when it was at 255, 256, 57. 260 is a sell number on my sheet for sure. So I'm sure I sold it there. And let's just see if you bought it at 117, what you made. 117 to 260. So here we go. 1.17 times 88% plus 219. Well, that's not enough. 1.17 times 102% plus equals 236. Oh my gosh. 1.17 times 140% plus 280. That's a little high. 1.17 times 132% plus 271. So it's about 125%. 1.17 times 125% plus 263. So 124% is what I'm going to put. 124. Very nice. And the high was 260. All right. So a great call on SOBR. Jayhawk. Nice. Dr. Q22SW. Highlight and drag the 71% down to the empty cell. All right. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That formula, it'll bring to there. Well, I don't really have a formula for these. I don't have a formula for percentage here. I don't have it written out. I don't have the formula written out. I just every day I just figure the percentage gain and I type it in. So I don't have a formula in this cell. All I have, I don't have a formula. If you know what formula it is and can put it down for me, I'd appreciate it. But I haven't formatted this cell to say 1.17 percentage, blah, 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 however you do it. I don't know how to do it. And then it's not an automatic formula for this number. So right here, it wouldn't work. It would just copy the 71 and drop it here to 71 again. I don't have the formula. Yeah, easy to create. Yes, I'm sure it is. Yep. Jayhawk, appreciate it. Hope everybody made some money on it to cut into it. Yep. Maybe you could send it to me in an email. If you don't mind, you can write me in an email to tyself@gmail.com right there, highlighted right there. If you wouldn't mind, send it. Oh, thank you, Jayhawk. Thank you, Jayhawk. Anyhow, another great day of trading, guys. And boy, howdy, look at him knock SOBR down 30% in the after hours. Oh, my gosh. And thank you for letting me sell all that, Lord. Oh, wow. SOBR. What in the world happened? We're going to have to go over here to news, SOBR. Exercise of warrants for 3.1 million. Oh my gosh, at 4:05 p.m., SOBR exercises warrants for 3.1 million in proceeds. Wow. SOBR. Golly, man, am I glad I sold all that. I'm only holding 20 shares. 20 shares is all I'm holding of it. SOBR. Holy crap. Eat Snow says buy high and sell low. Well, that's not what I do. And today, I happened to do real well. I made $1,500 on my investments. There's a couple that I took a hit on, and one of them that I was down quite a bit on, $652 SHMD ended up costing me. That's the one that cost me, and also that other one, what was it? RDW, Redwire. Oh, shoot, that one cost me. But anyway, still had a good day and up $1,500 today, so that's a good profit. And hopefully you guys made some money too. Well, everybody, listen, I'm going to go and watch the end of the end of the soccer match. I didn't get a chance to watch it because I was trading with you guys, so it's probably almost over right about now. It started at, I think, 3 o'clock, and it's 4:11. So you guys have a great evening. I'm going to go try to catch the end of the soccer match. Please don't say anything about the soccer match. RDW will explode after earnings next month. All right, JR Pilanes. Well, it cost me today. But that's all right. I learn from my lessons and I go forward. Everybody have a great evening tonight. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate it very much. I hope you have a very good, prosperous future. I hope that you have the best health you can be in and that you are all surrounded with love, all right? Because you deserve it, everyone. Catfish Tyler, over. I'm going to sneeze here and out.